The doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 66 of the Official Languages Act, to lay upon the table the annual report of the Commissioner of Official Languages covering the period from April 1, 2015 to March 31, 2016.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083F, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Official Languages.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi non de gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers.
Report delegations. I don't see anybody rising. Just a minute. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice rising, I think, on reports from inter-parliamentary delegations, perhaps?
Yes, and good morning, Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, and on behalf of the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, I have this morning the honour to table in both official languages the 2014-2015 Annual Report of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime.
That'd be tabling the documents, wouldn't it be? Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brampton North. Perhaps. The Honourable Member for Brampton North, I believe, has a report from inter-parliamentary delegation to table. No, not at this time, it seems. All right. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Declaration of Health Emergency by First Nations Communities in Northern Ontario. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Sans Souci, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Transfer of Small Business or Family Farm or Fishing Corporation. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Musqueam-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill would put an end to an injustice whereby farmers or small fishers are penalized when they want to leave their business to a family member instead of a stranger. This can amount to $200,000 in tax, and so you pay a lot less if you sell to a stranger than to a family member. So we want to rectify this situation and avoid any kind of tax avoidance that could result. And so I would ask that this be referred for a second reading, and it's a pleasure for me to table this bill. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Sans Souci, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion's deemed adopted. First reading of this bill. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Mr. Barcelou Duval, seconded by Ms. Gill, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Business Transfer. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a bill seconded by my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, whom I cannot name. The purpose of this bill is to amend the Income Tax Act when it comes to business transfers. We know that currently the population is aging in Canada and Quebec, and this creates needs for business transfers that are increasingly significant, and unfortunately there's a tax unfairness in the system which is disadvantageous in some cases when people attempt to transfer a business to their children or family members. So we want to amend the Act, Section 84(1), so that children and grandchildren are not penalized when businesses, family businesses, are handed down to them. Mr. Barcelou Duval, seconded by Ms. Gill, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion's deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture du projet de loi.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting, a motion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the journals and the debates for Wednesday, May 18th, 2016 be revised to add the name of the member for Berthier-Masquinongé to the list of nays in Division Number 63.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No? No, there's no unanimous consent. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present two petitions today. The first one is signed by 753 residents from my area and surrounding areas. They are pointing out that Canadians are deeply affected by the fate of Mary Wagner, a prisoner of conscience, detained for the belief that unborn children have the right to be born and live, and merely for speaking and praying for that intention. They point out, Mr. Speaker, they're asking Parliament to amend the criminal code to prohibit the detention before trial or custodial sentencing of anyone accused solely of a non-violent offence and consisting of the presence of the words of the accused occurring in the course of the free exercise of speech by the accused or the free exercise of conscience by the accused. Mr. Speaker, my second petition is again from a number of residents from my area. They're calling on the Government of Canada to draft legislation that will include adequate safeguards for vulnerable Canadians, especially those with mental health challenges, have clear conscience protection for healthcare workers and institutions, and to protect children and those under 18 from physician-assisted suicide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to present the petition E48. This was one of the electronic petitions begun following the introduction of this new petitioning format. 14,237 Canadians signed this petition. It was, at the time of its completion, the largest ever electronic petition under our new system, indicating a wave of support for the proposal it made. And the proposal it made is that referenda ought to be, that there should be no change to the electoral system without a referendum. The petitioners point out that in the case of British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Ontario, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and other jurisdictions, it has always been the case, and it is a tradition in our system to ensure that no change to this fundamental way in which we elect our members, in which we conduct our democracy, happen without the approval of the people in a referendum. This is a very strong message from Canadians. I urge the Prime Minister who is here today to take heed of this message from Canadians. Thank you.
I need to remind members that presenting petitions is not the time to engage in debate, but to simply give a synopsis of what the petition is about. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway to present petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition to the House signed by many residents of Vancouver and with thanks to my honourable colleague from Langley Aldergrove, calling for this House to proceed with a national strategy on palliative care. It notes that the House of Commons in the last Parliament unanimously passed a motion calling on this House to create such a strategy. It notes that in the recent Carter decision that the issue of physician-assisted dying cannot be separated from our need to create a world-class global palliative care system for all Canadians, and it calls on this House to get to work on that immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on the question of privilege regarding the physical molestation of the member for Berthier-Maskinongé and on the amendment of Mr. Lamoureux.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just as I begin, I would just like to make a few comments about the Air Egypt disaster. Our hearts obviously go out to all of the victims, but we do understand from the news that there may have been a Canadian on board, and our thoughts and prayers are with their families. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in response to the question of privilege raised by my honourable colleague, the member for York Simcoe, in relation to the Prime Minister's behaviour last night. Let me begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, that it is troubling that we're having this debate. What happened last night was very unsettling for everyone in this chamber. It is troubling, but it is our duty to have this debate if we take seriously our obligations to uphold the respect for one another required in this House to do our jobs. The Prime Minister's behaviour in the chamber last night was a violation of that respect. His behaviour was unbecoming of a leader who has the privilege, and let's never forget, it's a privilege, bestowed on him by the people of Canada to sit as Prime Minister in this place, just like every one of us has the privilege to sit in this place.
In my nearly 12 years here, Mr. Speaker, I have never seen anything more disrespectful.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen nothing like we saw last night. We started this Parliament with the promise of sunny ways, but what we've seen, in particular in the last few weeks, is the furthest thing from that. It would be instructive, Mr. Speaker, to recap some of the events that brought us to this point. As you know, since you yourself cast the breaking tie, the government came very close to losing a vote on a piece of their own legislation earlier this week. Now, on a Monday morning at 12:30, most Canadians are at work, and so are the rest of us. But many Liberals weren't. And that may have been embarrassing for the government, Mr. Speaker, but the government's arrogance and dismissiveness toward the work of this House nearly caught up to them at that moment. But instead of learning a lesson from that, the government and the Prime Minister have actually now doubled down. Out of spite, and spite is pretty much the only explanation that I can find, they put a motion forward in this House that would, as my colleagues in the NDP aptly stated, put a straitjacket on Parliament. Or as my colleague from the member from Regina Capel said, is an attempt to unilaterally disarm the opposition. We had already witnessed the government move to cut off debate on other occasions in this Parliament, but this motion goes much further. It's as if they sat at the table with one another and asked themselves, what are all the tools that the opposition has to slow down our agenda? And how can we get rid of them?
It's as if the Prime Minister and the Liberals don't want an opposition. They just want the government.
And the Liberals don't want a government and an opposition anymore. They just want a government and an audience, which led us to last night's events. Let us not forget why we were in this chamber to vote last night. We were here to vote on how much longer we, as members of Parliament, would be allowed to speak on the government's assisted suicide bill. On a fundamental matter of conscience for millions of Canadians, including all of us in this chamber, the government had moved once again to shut down debate. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, was unprecedented. On the opposition side, we were here to vote, and we knew, certainly lose, the right to speak up any further for our constituents on this bill. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? The vote just wasn't moving along fast enough for the Prime Minister. Why should he be expected to wait patiently in his seat, like the rest of us, for a vote to begin? I watched him. He had just entered the chamber a few seconds after I did. Wasn't here for very long when he decided to, when he strode across the aisle. I watched him as he grabbed the official opposition's whip my good friend by the arm. I also watched him as he yelled something so out of line that I will not repeat it in the House. Je l'ai regardé.
I watched him as he collided with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who was clearly shaken by his behavior and left this House. She was unable to cast her vote on behalf of her constituents.
Berthier-Masquinongé, who was clearly shaken up by his behavior and left this House, unable to cast her vote on behalf of her constituents. Mr. Speaker, he was out of line. He had no business on this side of the House. He had no business anywhere but in his own seat. Everything he did from the moment he rose from his seat was unnecessary, and it was unsettling. It flies. It flies in the face of any of the promises that the Prime Minister made about decorum in the House. It was nothing less than an affront to every member of this House. Now, let's just imagine for a second that a Canadian experienced something like this in their own workplace, that they were about to sit down for a meeting, but it was running a little late. So the boss stormed into the room, swore at people, and then grabbed another colleague and pulled him over to the table by the arm forcefully. What would happen, Mr. Speaker? I think we all know what would happen. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning, from the very first day, in fact, we've all had the sneaking suspicion that the Prime Minister thinks that the opposition is a bit of an inconvenience, or perhaps an annoyance and in the way of his plans. I'd like him to reevaluate that view, because I and we, just like him, were elected to be here. Cette chambre.
This House belongs to the people, not us, not me, and not him.
For the people, Mr. Speaker, not us, not me, not him. Mr. Speaker, the behavior that we have seen displayed over the last few months, whether it's the eye rolls or the mocking of some of our members or the sticking out of the tongue or what happened last night, it's unbecoming. It's unbecoming of all members, but obviously unbecoming of a Prime Minister. His actions last night and behavior are worthy of the strongest condemnation of this House. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, only 6 months into its existence, the entire government's approach to this place and its members needs a serious reevaluation. So I implore the Prime Minister to now take a step back and work with all members of this House to ensure that our privileges are respected, that our voices are heard, and that our votes are counted. Nothing can change what he did last night. No offence that he caused all members and indeed all Canadians. How he chooses to conduct himself from this point forward will determine the result of this Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, what happened last night is not for us to fix. It's for him to fix. But he can do that. I have no doubt that we will see another apology, but those words have to be backed by action. Action that demonstrates that there has been a lesson learned. It would be a good time, Mr. Speaker, to let members speak on the very few pieces of legislation that the government has, without the threat of closure over their heads. It would be a good time to withdraw their extreme and aggressive motion to strip the opposition of any More importantly, Mr. Speaker, it would be a good time to show some respect for the democratic voice of Canadians when it comes to changing the way we vote in this country. I know the government has repeatedly said and dismissed the idea of a referendum, using the absurd reason that a referendum somehow doesn't include every Canadian.
It's insulting. But when the Prime Minister shows the arrogance, dismissiveness, and disrespect he showed last night, there should be no surprise when his government follows suit.
Insulting, Mr. Speaker, but when the Prime Minister shows arrogance or dismissiveness or the disrespect that he showed us last night, there should be no surprise when the government follows. This is an opportunity for the government to reverse course.
It's time to put an end to this dismissive, arrogant, and disrespectful attitude right here, right now.
Put an end to this dismissive, arrogant, and disrespectful attitude towards members, right here and right now. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has two options. he can continue on his current path of an unprecedented unilateral takeover of the House, to which I can assure him we will not be intimidated into submission or silence. Mr. Speaker, he can work with us. He can work with this House to ensure that we take the appropriate time to study and debate what comes before us by respecting the important role that the opposition plays in our parliamentary democracy, rather than brushing us off as an inconvenience to his agenda. But, Mr. Speaker, it's our sincere hope that he chooses the second option and restores the dignity and humility to the office that he holds. Thank you.
There will now be a 10-minute period of questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I saw, unfortunately, yesterday was a Prime Minister come in with his elbows. What I heard from the Leader of the Opposition, and what I think as well, is that we can see a parallel between what we saw yesterday physically, it was right in front of me, and what we're seeing in recent days here in the House. A government that's also trying to play rough, to put motions before the House that will violate the rights of all members of the opposition, that will give all rights to members on the government side. And they keep shutting down debate. So is it the same attitude that we saw from the Prime Minister as we're seeing from the Liberal government in the past few days? I think that that is what the Leader of the Opposition is saying, and I'd like her to confirm that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's words, but I guess what I want to say most clearly is this is not a problem for us to fix. It's a problem for the Prime Minister to fix. His behaviour was unbecoming of the office of the Prime Minister. It was unsettling for all of us. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, he's a member of Parliament, like every one of us in this House. We all came here elected by our constituents to do our job. And some of us returned as opposition and some of us returned as government. I've been on that side and I've been on this side. And I take my job equally as seriously, and so do everyone on this side. So we ask the Prime Minister to respect the office we hold, just like we respect the office he holds.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our leader for her comments this morning. I was here as well, and I think for me, and what I want to ask my colleague about was, I don't know in what world anybody thinks, even when they're angry, when they're emotional, that they can go and physically touch somebody. I think that's something that we all recognize is just absolutely, it's a no. A school teacher can't do it. Nobody in a workplace could do it. It's just an absolutely no. You might be able to walk over to someone and speak to them directly, but to physically touch them is so unbelievable to have seen it and to have seen the Prime Minister do it. I'm wondering if my colleague can talk about that, and she talked about it being very unsettling, and I think as we all think about it, it's concerning, because if that is the reaction of the Prime Minister when he gets angry, and when he gets angry in this public place where cameras are on and where he is being held to the highest account, what kind of signal does that send, not only here, but to Canadians who are watching?
The opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that it sends not a positive signal, obviously. And I think, interestingly, speaking to some people outside of this House, they said things to me just on my way in, some public this morning, said, oh, things got raucous, things got heated, all these things happen. Actually, they don't. They don't happen. Right. They've never happened before. They don't happen here, and they shouldn't happen here. They shouldn't happen in any workplace. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is why we all take this seriously, and that's why I know you're taking this seriously. and we expect the Prime Minister to take this seriously and do what he needs to do to fix this.
Questions and comments. I'll look for Simcoe Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Leader of the Opposition has stated, this was really a violation of respect of this place, but also of other Canadians. Bullying, Mr. Speaker, is just simply unacceptable in any circumstance towards any woman or man in this country. I know that our Leader of the Opposition is working respectfully and working diligently to make sure that Canadians are united by having a forward and positive vision. Could she please outline for all of us here what she thinks that professional decorum should be, one that wasn't shown yesterday evening, but one I know she absolutely respects. If she could outline what she believes that professional decorum should be here in the House of Commons.
Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've always thought that it shouldn't be too tough to come to work and respect one another. And that's how I've always comported myself, and I appreciate the member for raising that. At one point, I was named by a McMaster University study, an independent study, as the most civil parliamentarian. But I didn't. Well, Mr. Speaker, no, yes, there's conflict in the House. Yes, we have to be tough and ask good questions, but we can be fair and we can be respectful. But there's a role for the opposition. There's a role for the government, and this is the seat of our democracy. This is the place that Canadians and all of us should hold to such high esteem. And so it wasn't a good, it was not a good face last night for this place. And the Prime Minister holds the highest office. So we do look to him to fix this. And Canadians expect it, and every one of us expects it. We were all elected. We all ran. We all had a name on one of those signs, just like he did. And just because we sit on this side of the House does not make us any less. And I feel we have shown respect to his office, and I've always believed that we should show respect to the Prime Minister's office, no matter who holds it. But we also should hold respect to every member in this House. So, again, I say, in these kinds of situations, whether they're in our home or in our offices, professional or personal, it's not my problem to fix it. It's his.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for the tone that she is putting on this debate. It's dignified and it's a reflection of this institution, and I want to thank her for that. I'd like to know from the Leader of the Opposition, because I know what my position was when I realized that the Prime Minister had hurt the member for Berthier-Masquier-Angers. I want to know what her reaction was as a woman when she realized that the Prime Minister had hurt the member for Berthier-Masquier-Angers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I go back to the fact that everyone in our House deserves the respect of the Prime Minister, but we all should respect one another. I know the Prime Minister apologized for what happened, and that was the right thing to do, but at the end of the day, he shouldn't have been down there to begin with, and that's the issue. So the issue is he needs to take responsibility for his actions, and obviously we know that the member was very shook up. And these things affect people, especially if they've never experienced something like that before. And we all are thinking of her, and I know, again, as I said, in these kinds of situations, whether personal or professional, it's not for her to fix this, it's for him to fix this.
Questions and comments? The member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our Honourable Leader for comments. As a new parliamentarian, it was shocking, the actions of our Prime Minister yesterday. But this government has talked about new ways of justice, and First Nations being their most important relationship. And we're talking about new ways of justice with offenders. And far be it for me to dictate or talk about the Prime Minister's schedule, but I think it'd be important that while we are having this discussion, and I hope we are able to continue this discussion as long as possible, that the Prime Minister is able to sit through and listen to the comments as how this affected each and every member of the House. And I'd like to ask our honourable colleague, our honourable leader, if she feels the same, that the Prime Minister should be able to hear the impact statements from our colleagues in this House of how his actions yesterday impacted us all.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thanks to you, that is why we're having this debate, and people are having an opportunity to speak, and I think that's right. And as I said, nothing can change what the Prime Minister did last night, but how he conducts himself moving forward from this point can be changed. And, you know, I spoke about some of the actions that he might take, allowing members to speak on issues. As you know, it was unprecedented for a debate on an issue of conscience, like assisted dying, to be a cutoff in the House. And so he might want to revisit that. He also, I really implore him to remove this motion that he placed forward in the House that would strip opposition of our tools to do our job. That's our job. Our job is to be the opposition. We're proud of that, and we have a role to play in our democracy. So there are things that he can do. I ask him to do that, and it's up to him to fix this.
Resuming debate, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to apologize for two incidents that took place yesterday in this House. First, I apologize for crossing the floor in an attempt to have the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes take his seat. That intervention was not appropriate. It was not my role, and it should not have happened. In particular, I should not have made physical contact with the member, and I apologize to the member and to all parliamentarians for my inappropriate contact. Deuxièmement,
secondly, I want to apologize to the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. In my hurry, I didn't pay attention to who was around me, and I accidentally bumped into the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, and that is something that I profoundly regret. I sincerely apologize for what I did yesterday. I would like to offer my apologies to all members of the House, to you, Mr. Speaker, for having not acted in an exemplary fashion. Members expect a better behavior from all in this House, rightly so. And I expect more of myself.
to the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. In my haste, I did not pay attention to my surroundings, and as a result, I made physical contact with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, something I regret profoundly, for which I apologize unreservedly, and which should absolutely not have happened. I apologize to my colleagues, to the House as a whole, and to you, Mr. Speaker, for failing to live up to a higher standard of behavior. Members rightfully expect better behavior from anyone in this House. I expect better behavior of myself. Par conséquent,
as a result, I think that it's fully appropriate for the incident that occurred here yesterday to be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to be reviewed. I am prepared to accept the decision of the committee and to respect the will of this House. Mr. Speaker, the way in which members behave here in this House is very important. It's important because we are here to serve Canadians, and the concerns of Canadians deserve to be heard fully, respectfully, clearly, and precisely.
The way that members behave in this House is important. It's important because we are here to serve Canadians, and Canadians deserve to have their concerns expressed fully and fairly in a direct and dignified manner. I know and I regret that my behavior yesterday failed to meet this standard. I also believe that the work that we do here is important, and I know that Canadians are looking to us for leadership on a range of serious issues in this House. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for clearly a heartfelt apology. But, Mr. Speaker, I noticed in his comments he's gotten to the heart of the issue, which I thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for raising today as well. And it's important for all of us here to understand why things have become so heated in this chamber. It's important that the rights of all the members in this place be respected, not just to be free of physical assault, but to be free of having their rights and privileges assaulted. And I noted, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister has correctly said Canadians' concerns deserve to be heard fairly and effectively. And I'm wondering if, as part of his apology, he will consider reversing the decision to take away our rights and privileges so that we may all participate here equally in this chamber.
Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for her question and her thoughtful remarks. She notes that the way this House has been engaging and way indeed the government has been behaving over the past while has perhaps led to this incident, but I certainly know that she would agree with me when I say that no amount of escalation or mood in this House justifies my behavior last night. I made a mistake. I regret it. I am looking to make amends. And I fully hear the desire of not just her, but a number of members across the House, including the Leader of the Official Opposition, that we take concrete measures to improve the way the tone functions in this House and the way this government engages with opposition parties as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the Prime Minister's apology. As of today, what's important is the future, Mr. Speaker. The men and women who are here work very hard to represent the people of their ridings, their provinces, and their country in dignity and in respect. The motion that was tabled this week takes away our right to properly represent the people in our ridings. What will the Prime Minister do with that motion? We're talking about the future. We're talking about a renewal. What does he intend to do with that motion? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand and I appreciate the concerns of the member in terms of the consequences and the debate that continues on many different issues. But what we are addressing this morning, I want to put emphasis on the fact that I made a mistake. I behaved in a way that is not appropriate for a parliamentarian, and I accept all the responsibility for that. I apologize for that, and we will work together to improve the workings of this House of Commons, knowing that no problem in the way the House works justifies my behavior last night. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, well, I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his apology. I think that's appropriate for him to be here today and to take full responsibility for his actions. You know, in many ways, the Prime Minister is the CEO or the chief manager of this place, and this place is our place of work. I was a labor lawyer before I was elected. I worked for 16 years in terms of employment law, and I can tell you that there's not a workplace in this land where an employee at work would be subjected to their boss, the CEO, coming into their place of work, being physically touched and moved along. What I can tell you as well is that in a justice system and employment law, while an apology is absolutely essential, that is not sufficient. We do not deal with employment or work-related transgressions and dismiss them and move on simply by an apology. There is a consequence to that behavior. And I'm wondering if the Prime Minister could tell us what consequence he feels is appropriate in this situation to deal with the situation and the breach of privilege of my colleagues in here, the House Commons, their place of work.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his question and recognize his not just his expertise but also his deep devotion to workplace health and safety and protections. We have in this House a Procedure and House Affairs Committee that is tasked with engaging with issues of privilege and issues of mistakes like the one I made last night. And I look forward to seeing that committee engage with this and look forward to engaging further on this particular topic.
Okay. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Prime Minister just one question. If, in fact, the Prime Minister is apologizing, and if we're to take that in a sincere way, will the Prime Minister instruct his Cabinet to ensure that Bill 6 does not proceed in this House? The motion will it not proceed in this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the behaviour I engaged in last night is not becoming of any member of this House, and I regret it deeply. I made a mistake. And I am apologizing and asking for members to understand how contrite and how regretful I am with my behavior. The fact is we will now engage in how we can move forward as a House given this incident, given the broad range of serious issues that Canadians expect us to debate responsibly and move forward in this House. And I look forward to working with all members in this House to move this debate forward in a constructive and productive way.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
I would first of all like to thank the Prime Minister for his genuine apology and with his sincere words. Being a new member of Parliament here within this House, I have to say I find the tone has been a bit of a challenge, and especially for the past little while. Does the Prime Minister feel that this justifies in any way his behaviour that he exhibited yesterday?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I've understood from a number of people who've talked about this as an escalation, as a result of challenges in this workplace, but I refuse to allow anyone to think that there was any justification for my behavior yesterday evening. It was on me. It was my mistake. It was unbecoming of any member of this House. I expect better from myself, and my colleagues certainly on all sides of the aisle expect better from me. And looking at the tone as way of even explanation for this is not correct. I wield full responsibility for my poor choices last night, and I ask for Canadians' understanding and forgiveness.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Prime Minister's apology, but he's saying he wants to move forward, and he wants us to do that responsibly and together. I don't know how we can do that unless he removes this motion that he has on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, he's stripping the opposition of our jobs. We have a job to do in this House, and we take it seriously. And if he truly respects the role of opposition and the role of every member of this House, then he has to withdraw the motion.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question and for her strong and measured statement earlier this morning. As I highlighted, I think it's important that we draw a clear line between what was my unacceptable behavior and the general tone of this House. The escalation and the tone of this House does not lead to any justification of my actions, and I accept that fully. And as I have said, I look forward to working with the members opposite and all members in this House to improve the way that we function and ensure that people can be heard on the serious issues of the day that Canadians expect us not just to discuss, but to move forward on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Prince George Caribou. Mr. Speaker, this House is built on centuries of democratic evolution in the Mother of Parliaments, Westminster, and for a century and a half here in the Canadian capital. Members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, are guided by accumulated precedents, by interpretations of evolving procedures and practices, and by ancient custom. And in light of the current question of privilege, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of the space that separates the government from the opposition. Because early members of the British Parliament often brought their swords to Parliament, we're told that government and opposition benches were spaced 2 sword distances and 1 inch apart. And our own guiding reference, the House of Commons procedure and practice, advises that this space in our Canadian House of Commons serves as a reminder to seek resolution of differences by peaceful means. Well, Mr. Speaker, 2 swords and 1 inch clearly was not an adequate space last evening. What we saw, I believe, and I would like to introduce to this debate, was not only a breach of privilege, but a contempt of Parliament. And I would refer, Mr. Speaker, to our guiding tome, the House of Commons Procedure and Practices, where it says that it's important that members of the House distinguish between a breach of privilege and contempt of Parliament. Any disregard or an attack, it advises, on the rights, powers, and immunities of the House and its members, either by an outside person or body or by a member of the House, is referred to as a breach of privilege and is punishable by the House. We know that that process will be followed in the Proc Committee. But there are, Mr. Speaker, other measures of affronts to Parliament. And the affronts which the range it lists affronts which in various ways affront not only the dignity but the process of our Parliament. And we're reminded by O'Brien and Bosk that in one sense, and a very clear sense, all breaches of privilege are contempts of the House, but not all contempts are necessarily breaches of privilege. And the authors of this fine book refer us to a United Kingdom Joint Parliamentary Committee on Parliamentary Privilege, which attempted to provide a list of some types of contempt. And this was in a report tabled in the British Parliament in 1999. It says, the interruption or disturbing of proceedings or engaging in other misconduct in the presence of the House or a committee signifies and can be defined as contempt. Assaulting, threatening, or obstructing or intimidating a member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties is also a contempt of Parliament. Now, I think, and I would respectfully suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's spontaneous, impetuous crossing of the floor last night, touching of a fellow colleague, and pushing, issuing profane comments is not only a breach of our privilege, but it is a breach of, it is a contempt of Parliament. The temporary delay of the of the opposition whip at the other end of the House may in itself have been ruled a contempt of Parliament, but it in itself would have delayed our proceedings last evening by only a matter of minutes, if not seconds, and did not justify the Prime Minister's angry intervention into the moment. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's behaviour and the profanity spoken to honourable members last night is at odds with his many statements of professing high standards, opposing bullying, about respect for women, and about respect for this House. It is not, unfortunately, the first time we have seen disrespect, arrogance, and immaturity from the member for Papineau. In December 2011, in an admittedly a very emotional question period, I was interrupted by a loud, crude insult issued by the member for Papineau. There was an apology which I accepted. It was a conditional apology with an explanation, guilty but with an explanation, if you will. But it was accepted. Now, we've heard the Prime Minister's apology today. It was delivered, I believe, we saw humility. I believe there is sincerity in the words that he spoke to the House today. He apologized fully. He took responsibility, and he reminded us that he will accept the consequences, and I thank the member of the NDP who raised the question of appropriate consequences and what the Prime Minister thought would be appropriate action in response to his disrespect for the House last night. But we are reminded that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has a majority of Liberal members. And we know that from the behavior of the Liberal majority in a number of our committees in recent weeks, recent months, that majority has been used in a rather heavy-handed way. I would hope that when this question of privilege does go to Procedure and House Affairs, that the Prime Minister, that his government House leader will encourage the members of the Liberal majority on that committee to put aside their partisan support of the Prime Minister. And we've heard a great deal of excuse-making in the last 12, 15 hours. Nothing can justify what happened last night. The Prime Minister has acknowledged that in words today. And for those who have attempted to say that those who saw the touching, the physical intervention, the profanity spoken against members of the House, that should just be shuffled off and taken as a single impetuous moment that is excusable, I'm afraid simply cannot be accepted, Mr. Speaker. I do hope the Prime Minister is sincere in the apology he's issued today, and I do hope, again, that he receives support and guidance from his colleagues and advisors in his recurring anger management and in reinforcing his respect for this institution. Last night's unacceptable breach of privilege, and I believe contempt, was the result of increasing acrimony in the House. And as the Leader of the Official Opposition has remarked today, along with many others in recent days, I believe this is the result of the closure motions and by the motion which would strip this House of all of its rights and privileges from now till the end of our sitting in June. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that amends can be made, and I believe that it has been suggested more than once this morning that the government rethink its interference, its refusal to allow more than two-thirds of the members of this House to speak on one of the most important pieces of legislation that we will ever consider in our parliamentary lifetime. And I hope that motion will, as the Leader of the Official Opposition has requested, be formally withdrawn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, sitting down on this side of the House last night when the event took place, very seldom have I ever, in 16 years being here, witnessed what we saw last night. Never have I witnessed that. And never have I stood and supported the NDP on much of anything. But, Mr. Speaker, last night I couldn't help it. After the initial event and knowing that one of the NDP colleagues had been hurt, I went down to ask the leader of the NDP how bad was she hurt, and all of a sudden, again, the Prime Minister came through and tried to make his way through. And, Mr. Speaker, although I didn't hear the profanity and the offensive language, others did. So my question, you know, the Honourable Member spoke about disrespect of this place. And even today, the Prime Minister's talk, his speech, was very much about the tone of this place, and maybe he just got caught up in it. We've all seen on television other parliaments, but we've never really seen a president or a Prime Minister do that. If this member would just go back a little bit, I see you're telling me my time is up, but if the member would go back a little bit on motion 6, why he believes that if the government was to pull back this offensive way of taking every tool away from all opposition members to do their business here in Parliament. It's one thing to do what we did last night, but it's to take away the tools of Parliament to hold the government to account. And making members get at 3 o'clock in the morning to come in here and debate in the silence of the House and in the silence around the country. Why that is, by all parties, offensive.
Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for making the point, and that is exactly what is wrong with this motion. It is essentially enables the government to steamroller its own agenda without the respect for the normal process of the House, both in debate and in the manner that the debates would be held. And I appreciate his remark. The government has said that they offered extended hours of debate on Bill C-14, for example, but he is quite right that those extended hours, which we refused then before the motion was imposed, could now be imposed on this House so that members who wish to speak to, as I said, one of the most important pieces of legislation that will be considered in this House in our parliamentary lifetime, would occur in the dark hours, in a marathon vote, which is obviously intended by the government as a way of talking out the clock. I believe that if we are to truly respect this institution, if the government is truly to respect the role of an official opposition, it must respect the ability of all members of the House who wish to speak on important legislation to rise in their place and to speak to the issues of the day.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions that I would have liked to have asked the Prime Minister and which I was unable to ask him. First, is he prepared to appear before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee? And the second is, will the government use its majority on the Committee of Procedure and House Affairs to ensure that this affair just disappears? So I would like to ask that question now to my Conservative colleague. Does he think that the Liberals will use their majority to make all this disappear? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we would have to go to O'Brien and Bosk to find the ability of a committee to call the Prime Minister to appear before committee, but I think that it would demonstrate exceedingly good grace and humility if the Prime Minister were willing to respond to a call that certainly I believe opposition members of the committee will make, that the Prime Minister appear before them to discuss further and with specific questions matters arising from this breach of privilege and, as I said, contempt.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the honour to rise today and talk on this, on the incident that happened yesterday. Mr. Speaker, for years I worked towards my dream of becoming a member of Parliament because I knew it was an opportunity for me to at least try to change people's lives and have an impact on our country. I hold this House in high regard. I hold all members of this House in high regard. And indeed, in my very first speech in the House, I offered that I was looking forward to working collaboratively with members from all sides of the House, and offered my hand even at that time that while I may hold their feet to the fire during debate and on times of seriousness and when we need to, that I also would offer my hand across the way when they needed help in terms of personal struggle. And indeed, yesterday was great to see our colleague from Scarborough Agincourt in the House, and I know that he's fighting his own battles, and it was great to see him here this week. Mr. Speaker, I've sat in this House only for a few short months, and I will be very honest with you in terms of the respect and disrespect that we've seen across the way by the Prime Minister over the last 6 months. And I will also be honest with you that he has afforded me time outside of this House when I've had constituents in that want to meet with him. He's been very respectful, and he has offered us a considerable amount of his time. I know his schedule is hectic. But frankly, Mr. Speaker, I was embarrassed and ashamed to have been witness to the conduct of our Prime Minister yesterday. His behavior was appalling, unacceptable, and frankly shocking. To see anyone angrily striding across the floor like that, elbowing another colleague, is deplorable. But Mr. Speaker, that is what we're talking about today. We have witnessed on this side his actions over the last 6 months. Indeed, earlier on, when our colleague from Alberta was talking about a constituent that was in her office that was losing her house, their house, because they were out of work, and near tears while she was relaying this question, I witnessed the Prime Minister smiling and laughing. We have witnessed the Prime Minister sticking his tongue out at members of the opposition. We have witnessed him saying snide remarks about members of the opposition. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? There are times for jabs. There are times for partisan jabs back and forth, and you know, we have all been part and parcel of that. But our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, should be held to a higher account. And the conduct is unbecoming of somebody holding that office. Mr. Speaker, when our Prime Minister angrily charged across the floor, and he did, he shouted swear words. He was using language unbecoming of this House. I heard it, but I also saw members of both sides get engaged in some heated discussion. I saw members come across the floor, and I too entered to try and break it up and make sure that none of us did something that we would regret later on. But, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the Prime Minister today and the actions that are unbecoming of a Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am a small business owner, and if I had seen any of my employees doing the exact same thing, they would have been fired on the spot. We talk about workplace violence. We talk about domestic violence. And we see our Prime Minister that is angry. He is angered,
And he is definitely striding across the floor to show us who's boss, to assert his authority. It's unacceptable. Parliament should be the pinnacle of democracy. We as members of Parliament should and are held to a higher standard. Leadership starts from the top, Mr. Speaker. That seat sets the tone for all, not just his side, but our side. That seat sets the tone for all parliamentarians. Yesterday, the Prime Minister showed a complete and utter disregard for the institution and for all Canadians with his actions and behaviour. Mr. Speaker, throughout the day, we heard shouts from the other side that the opposition was irrelevant. Irrelevant, Mr. Speaker. And then, motion 6. Unacceptable. Again, just part and part of the actions of this Prime Minister that has authority now, and he's going to show us who's boss. He's going to show Canada who's boss. Right now, outside these doors, there are school tours going on, and there were school tours here yesterday, Mr. Speaker. How is that an example for these new school kids, these kids that are coming here to watch what we do? Does he say it's okay to conduct himself in this manner and then stand and make more excuses for it? Mr. Speaker, the offender never intended to hurt somebody. A drunk driver never intends to kill people. But the fact of the matter is, the offense happened. How can we leave the next generation in a better position to succeed in the future if the Prime Minister himself, who has the ability to inspire so much change, and indeed campaigned on real change, cannot even respect his own colleagues? Mr. Speaker, it's not for us to determine the intent of the Prime Minister's actions, where only he knows truly what his actions were and what his intent was. But offering excuses for the offender, which is what we saw afterwards, minimizing the impact on our colleague from the NDP, minimizing it. And then when our colleague from the NDP composed herself and managed to come back into the House and talk about the impact, we saw eyes rolling and laughs from the other side, minimizing it. Mr. Speaker, that is a problem with what we have, not just in this House, but outside in society, turning a blind eye and making excuses for what happened. Mr. Speaker, we all should be doing what we can to stop this kind of behavior, Mr. Speaker, and not making excuses for the offender. Why it happened. He didn't mean to. He's such a nice guy. Mr. Speaker, the excuses that we heard earlier on are a typical, if it was a domestic abuse case and the abuser and the offender was standing before, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was doing. Exactly. I didn't mean to hurt the person. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable. I just don't understand it, Mr. Speaker, and I was shocked and appalled. This is not a playground, nor is it a baseball game or a hockey game. I think I speak for all members when I say that this is not the legacy that we want to leave. This is not the legacy that any of us came here to leave. Mr. Speaker, even more disappointing was when the discussion debate started, the Prime Minister chose to leave, Mr. Speaker, and not hear how his actions impacted us. Mr. Speaker, as if that discussion was not worthy of his time. It's unacceptable. I mentioned it earlier in the questions, earlier in this debate. If he truly meant what he said and was apologizing, he would be here listening right from the start about how that impacted us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to sit as Prime Minister. Canadians elected a Prime Minister to what is arguably the most powerful position in this country. He ran an entire campaign on change, Mr. Speaker. This is not change. In fact, it is the opposite. People praise democracy around the world because it allows people to have a voice, and they expect their members of Parliament to carry their voices forward on their behalf. Not Ottawa carry the voice to our riding, but the riding to carry our voice here. A majority government or any number of seats in this House does not give you the right to stifle debate. It does not give you the authority to manhandle other parliamentarians. It does not give you to stifle members because your ego is bruised. And it certainly does not give you the right to be aggressive and attack another member of Parliament, either verbally or physically. This House belongs to the people, Mr. Speaker, not us, not me, and most certainly not the Prime Minister. Motion 6, closure, asserting his authority, all that we've seen over the last 6 months, sticking his tongue out, childish behaviours. Perhaps, again, Mr. Speaker, a Prime Minister, a Member of Parliament that just was not ready. Mr. Speaker, I ask one final thing, and I'm speaking as a father and as a husband, and I know the Prime Minister is as well. If this happened to any of his kids or his wife, how would he stand by? How would he react? Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, just a reminder to honourable members, particularly when recounting the events of yesterday, which has given rise to the debate today, that in their remarks, in terms of making reference to the absence or presence of honourable members is something that is not permitted in the standing orders. So just to keep that in mind in terms of their comments and or speeches. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech in this place here today. I think he speaks for all of us in saying that we need to raise the level of decorum in this place, and where we've devolved to over the last few days has become a shock to many of us. And I don't believe just those of us sitting on this side of the House. I have to believe that there are members opposite who are also engaged in becoming a Member of Parliament to have that exact change that you spoke about, to do something better, to represent people, and stifling opposition parties, stifling other MPs and their ability to represent the people that they're elected here to do so is not the way to do that. So I have to imagine that there are members opposite who would agree with that as well. We all signed a code of conduct when we entered into this Parliament, this session, a code of conduct that said that we would be in a harassment-free place here inside this House of Commons, which is part of our workplace, and we've heard that spoken to today very well. I want to be clear, though, that in order to restore this decorum, I think it's incredibly important that the government immediately back away from this unacceptable proposal to strong-arm the opposition in Parliament. And I would like to ask the member if he would agree with that statement.
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, again, that motion 6 is what we saw as, again, we saw a government, we saw a leader that is saying, well, I'll show you, and how dare you question my authority. Mr. Speaker, whether it is the closure on the debate, whether on perhaps the most impactful piece of legislation that our generation will ever see, we are debating pipelines longer than we are debating assisted suicide. Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, motion 6 fundamentally puts closure on any debate, anything, and it has never been seen before in the history of our Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it just shows that they will go to any length to make sure that Canadians' voices are not heard.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've talked a lot over the last day and a half about the incidents that may have led to what happened yesterday. And I want to take this from a different angle. I don't feel that the mood in the House yesterday before the vote was heated at all. In fact, there was nothing really going on prior to the incident. I feel that there's a lot of excuses going on what led to the Honourable Prime Minister from leaving his seat to walk across. But what really struck me in all of this is I would hold our Prime Minister to a much higher standard. And they're talking about the tone in this House. Well, the Prime Minister is the person who should be setting this tone. Yeah. And he certainly set the tone yesterday, a tone that I don't think as parliamentarians we should be following. So I would like to ask my colleague, certainly the feedback I'm getting from my constituents is not necessarily who was impacted, but the fact that the Prime Minister of Canada rose out of his seat and in what I could describe as a huff, walked across the floor and grabbed another member. I think that our Prime Minister should be held to a much higher standard. And I'm embarrassed that our Prime Minister took these actions. And I would like my honourable colleague to just talk about what he feels the Prime Minister and the tone that he set yesterday.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I've said this right from day one. Again, I'm a coach. I have a small business owner, but leadership comes from the top. And actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen the actions over the last 6 months. And I will tell you again, I'm going to reiterate it again. Outside of this House, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very generous to me with my constituents when I've had somebody there that would like to meet the Prime Minister. But in this House, Mr. Speaker, I've seen complete disregard and childish actions. And all of us, our tone is set from our leader, whether he's our leader on this side, but he is our leader of our country, Mr. Speaker. And actions such as that is unacceptable here or in any workplace. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak this morning. As members may know, I arrived in this House just over 6 months ago, along with many of you here as a representative. For the first time, I represent the wonderful riding of Markham-Stouffville. It's a great honour to have the opportunity that we all have to represent the people of our own constituencies. In that 6 months, I have learned a great deal from colleagues around this House. I have learned a great deal about parliamentary procedure, and I continue to learn on that matter. I have been encouraged by the professionalism and the high level of debate and discussion on issues that are so fundamentally important to Canadians. I think about the times that I've spent in this House in this short time ago, and one of the outstanding memories is that evening that we sat late into the night on an emergency debate about suicide and mental health issues in Indigenous communities. I remember hearing members who were moved to tears as they spoke, and other members who were moved to tears as they listened to the comments that were made from all sides of the House of Commons. That was a proud evening for us as Canadians. We've debated on so much important legislation, and we know that the things that we talk about and the decisions that we make here in this House will have a fundamental influence on the lives of Canadians. This has been a particularly challenging week for us all. It's been a week full of emotion. I know I've certainly had a span of emotions myself. We've had some real struggles together, and we've debated some very serious issues. Every single day, we as parliamentarians in this House need to live up to the expectations and the responsibility that we have to the people of Canada, to the people that we represent. And every day, we're put to the test to meet that challenge in the best way we can. Today, I heard our Prime Minister deliver sincere apologies for what transpired yesterday, and that was the right course of action. To the members who have been hurt by the incident, I want to empathize and express my sincere concern for them. And I trust that any comments that I make today or that others make would never in any way diminish the feelings of hurt that they have expressed. We all have different experiences that we bring to the table and that we bring to this position. And as a result, we experience events in our own unique and personal ways. In my life, I've had the tremendous privilege of working as a family physician. I spent almost 10 years working in sub-Saharan Africa, and then over 17 years working as a family doctor here in Ontario. I've had the privilege of being with people in some of their most vulnerable moments of their lives. I've sat with people as they have been challenged with facing recovery from illness and disability. I have seen so much generosity and so much strength of spirit and human character. And you know what? I've seen those same kinds of qualities here in this House. I've seen strength of character, I've seen resilience, I've seen compassion. I hope that on my part, I will always be able to remain respectful and to enter into that level of conversation with members in this House. I hope that fellow members here have felt that I have provided genuine answers to sometimes challenging questions to the best of my ability during question period, and I have endeavoured to enter into meaningful debate on these substantive matters. I have attempted to do this with respect for my colleagues and with an attempt to avoid untoward language. I hope I have succeeded, but the evaluations of my colleagues and Canadians will be the evidence of that. This is how I will try to proceed in my role here as a parliamentarian. In the atmosphere of an emotional House of Commons that we are experiencing this week, I hope that we will all, as parliamentarians, reflect on and remember the millions of Canadians who are looking at our proceedings and who will review them. I recently had a conversation with one of my staff members who recounted the experience that he had watching question period with his 10-year-old son, a delightful young man who I've met. And his son said to him, "We would never be allowed to talk that way in school." And that was a striking comment to hear from a wise young man. Regardless of what transpires in this chamber, each of us has the ability to manage our own conduct. We must hold ourselves to the highest standards, and I believe that we are all going to try to do that. Some days are more challenging than others, but we need to remember that we are here to advance the interests of Canadians. We are here to wrestle with challenging issues. We are here to represent the voices and the diverse perspective of our constituents. There are some very important issues at hand that we are going to continue to focus on. We have one legislative bill that I've been particularly involved in that's been before the House of Commons and will continue to be a focus of mine for a considerable time to come. We have a responsibility to ensure that we find the solutions to the challenges that are before us, and I look forward to continuing dialogue with members on the work that we need to complete in very short order. I am pleased that we're having this meaningful debate on an important issue right now. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues about their perspective on determining when it would be appropriate for us to move on to discussing other important matters in the House. I've been thinking a lot about what our constituents expect of us, and they expect us to lead in this House. They expect us to make important decisions, to make laws, as it were. And we do that on the basis of representing the people who have elected us. We do that on the basis of consultation and seeking the very best scientific evidence we can find. And we do it on the basis of sound judgment. And I trust that judgment will, our judgment will be deemed to be appropriate. I wanted to specifically encourage members to consider some of the work that we have before us in the days to come. And I had the privilege of speaking to this and responding to questions yesterday about why I believe it's so important that we try, as soon as is deemed appropriate, for us to move on to discussing the matter of Bill C-14. This is a matter that I've been deeply involved in, and we have been under a deadline that has put us all in a challenging situation. The Supreme Court of Canada has asked us, we the representatives of the people of Canada in this House, to put an appropriate legislative framework in place around medical assistance in dying. It's been a challenging task, and we've had to do it under a short time period. My concern is that we must meet that deadline if it is at all possible. The reason that I'm concerned is because, on the one hand, we need to make sure that Canadians will have access to medical assistance in dying, as the Supreme Court has made clear that they should. And if we don't have a legislative framework in place, my colleagues who are health professionals have expressed to me their concern that there would be very few medical practitioners, nurse practitioners, who would feel that they have the appropriate framework in place to participate in medical assistance in dying.
The honourable member for Foothills on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And I find this very disappointing on a day that we're speaking about something that is extremely important the first time in Canadian history the Prime Minister has been accused of something like this, and the Opposition Minister of Health is talking about Bill C-14. I think there's some relevancy questions here, and I'd appreciate if she brought this back to the topic we were talking about, was the actions of the Prime Minister, not Bill C-14.
I see the honourable minister rising. I just in terms of the relevance question, and I appreciate the member for Foothills raising his point of order. It is in the realm of standing order questions, and it's true that our remarks in the House do need to be relevant to the question before the House. In this particular case, the said bill that he references was part of the subject of debate for which the House was prepared to enter into, and by relative to that particular bill was part of the consequences around which the subject at hand and is being debated here in the House. So while agreeably there is a dotted line connection there, questions of privilege, members are permitted considerable liberty to connect various events to their debating points around this issue, and so I think it does stand the relevancy test, but I would remind the honourable minister to continue to make those connections in the course of her remarks. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will abbreviate my further comments out of respect for my colleague. I simply wanted the House to understand and to make a request that we consider that we would make wise decisions in terms of when it is appropriate for us to move on to debating important legislation that's before us. The only other point I wanted to add on that was to say that on the one hand, I want to make sure that that access is available, and on the other hand, we have a real responsibility to face the fact that if that legislative framework isn't in place in due time, that there are not adequate safeguards in place to protect Canadians. And I know that my colleagues opposite are concerned about that. I hope that as soon as possible we can move forward on the debate of C-14, which I think is so important. I will respectfully respond to questions in very short order, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I grew up at a dinner table where my mother talked to us about how we had to respect others. We had to be tolerant. She didn't use the word tolerance, but we had to be tolerant of the other kids on the playground. And when I entered this place, the most meaningful conversation I had was with my dad. He turned to me as a physician and said, and I say this to the minister, who I know is also a doctor, I don't ever want to see you do anything in that house that you would not have a mom or dad be respectful of you saying or doing in your clinic. I have grave concerns about what happened in this place yesterday. I would like to know from the minister if she found that type of bullying acceptable, if she would conduct herself that way in her clinic, if she finds that language acceptable, or if she would talk to a parent or a patient in that manner. And what will be her advice to the Prime Minister on his unprofessional behaviour?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I think what her question raises for us is the matter that we've all been thinking a great deal about in the last day or so, and that is the matter of decorum in the House. And I believe that this has been an important debate. It's been a debate that has impressed upon each of us to take personal responsibility for our behaviour, for our comments. It's impressed upon us the weighty business that we have at hand. And I look forward to working with all members of this House to continue to proceed to make sure that we work in a manner that is both respectful and efficacious in this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the minister's comments about tone in the House. You're right. When we sat together till midnight, both to debate suicide in Attawapiskat and physician-assisted dying, those were good moments. And that's what we heard a lot in the election campaign. People wanted to hear dialogue and a tone in this place that would more recognize the way that they deal with their own family and friends and in their own workplaces. And this is particularly why we are all so rattled by what happened last night. is so out of keeping with the very powerful mandate that this government received to do business differently. And so I'm very frustrated and very disappointed. I'm also frustrated and disappointed that I have come to work 4 days this week ready to give a speech on physician-assisted dying, to be able to echo the extremely high volume of mail and advice that I'm getting from my constituents. 4 days in a row, I've shown up ready to give that speech, and this government has then changed its mind to say, we're going to talk about immigration, or the next hour we're going to talk about the RCMP. How can the minister justify shutting down debate when we need to be having these important conversations in this House? How does she feel?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her questions, and I thank her for echoing my remarks about the very positive tone that we've had in this House on a number of occasions, and I think it's set a good standard for us and a standard that hopefully we can learn to aspire to on a daily basis. I look forward to hearing the honourable member's speech, and I agree with her that we do need to move forward as quickly as possible to discuss the important matter of C-14. I will remind the honourable member that we have had already, I believe, close to 24 hours of debate on the matter of C-14 in this House. I know that there are more comments to come. I have enjoyed many conversations with my colleagues on all sides of this House about the matter, and I hope that we will soon be able to resume that discussion.
Comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister of Health for her speech. And I respect a lot of the things that she does here in the House. She has some very difficult files to work with. And I think we have to keep perspective in the House where opponents were not enemies. And last night, that aggression that we saw was totally unacceptable. I recall the critic for the NDP, he asked, what is appropriate consequences for actions? And the topic we are debating today is a question of privilege. It's the physical molestation of a fellow member. And the Minister of Health talks about how she is a physician, and I'd like her opinion as a physician. If she had a patient come into her hometown, Markham Stouffville, and presented to her with a challenge that she faced with molestation in the workplace, what is her duty as a physician if she was confronted with this? What is her duty to report, and should her leader be any different? What are appropriate consequences, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member, my critic for health, for his question. I think the honourable member was aware, I believe he was here in the House very recently when our Prime Minister issued an unreserved apology around the unfortunate incident that took place last evening, and that was the appropriate action. I want to also commend those who have suggested that this matter be sent to the appropriate committee to deal with it on a further basis and to make appropriate actions, and I look forward to hearing about the work of that committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate all the work that the Minister of Health has done and will continue to do, and give this House her wisdom in all things. I listened to the Prime Minister's apology, and I accepted that as being very heartfelt. And then I looked at the response of a number of the colleagues opposite, and there were, hugs to him, handshakes, pats on the back, as if he was a victim. And that's where I find this really troublesome, because within that framework, there's no accountability or any point where you accept responsibility. These were his actions alone. He told MPs to get the blank out of the way. He grabbed a colleague by the arm. The unintended consequences of those actions elbowed another colleague. So therefore, if you're viewing him as a victim, his apology is hollow. I think first and foremost, and I will ask the Minister this, given that conduct, would you not agree that the first step is to go and get some anger management training?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I also want to thank her for her very kind remarks, and I look forward to continuing to work with her on a number of important issues here. I want to say that I expressed earlier and want to make sure that the members who were hurt in the unfortunate incident have our deepest empathy for the concern. I want to remind her that our Prime Minister has made an apology in this House, that this matter will be referred to committee for further conversation, and I thank her for respecting that process.
Questions and comments? Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before addressing the subject before us today, I'd like to remind Madam Minister that if we aren't talking about Bill C-15, it's because of the government's action and what the Prime Minister did yesterday. I share with the Minister that our life experiences are what shape the way that we deal with people around us. I salute her when she says that we must show respect when acting with people and in the way we deal with people. What affected me yesterday in the exchange that we had following the Prime Minister's apology was when several of her Liberal colleagues stood up in order to trivialize violence, to trivialize bullying or intimidation, and even to put some of the responsibility on the person who was subjected to it. I'd like her to talk about her contribution, what she will do with her colleagues to ensure that these types of things, like violence like this, is no longer trivialized, so that we're not seeing any more bullying or intimidation.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I want to once again empathize with she and with her and other colleagues in this House for those who were hurt. I want to state that my sense is that it's important for all of us to reflect upon our own attitudes and actions, our comments, our words, and our conduct. That's certainly something that I always encourage my own children to do, to take responsibility for their actions, and that's something that I think we all need to do. I've expressed this morning the kinds of deliberations that I have had on this matter, my commitment to continue to be respectful, and I trust that all members of this House will, in their reflections, make a personal commitment as well to proceed in a manner that would be deserving of the dignity of this place, and I look forward to the future work that we have to do together.
Before we go to resuming debate, I note that many honourable members are wishing to participate in the period for questions and comments. We'll do our level best to make sure that we get each member who wishes to rise for those occasions into the debate wherever possible, but we have to spread that around to all honourable members who so choose. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as most of my colleagues in this House know, I'm one of the longest-serving members of Parliament in this Parliament here. And during that period of time, I've been in the opposition, in the government, and now back in the opposition. And what is very important, Mr. Speaker, is during all this period of time that I was on both sides, we had a great relationship with each other because we recognized all of us were elected as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And as members of Parliament, we had a duty first to our constituents, second to our country, Speaker. Taking that into account, I have extensively traveled around the world with colleagues from both sides of the House, with other parties, Mr. Speaker. Including, I must say, my first travel was with the House Leader, the current House Leader, when his father was the Governor General of Canada, Mr. Speaker. And during all of this period of time, Mr. Speaker, when we went around the world, everybody commented on one thing, Mr. Speaker. Any parliaments we went where they were unruly and parliaments where emotions were flying very high, people couldn't control emotions. We have seen in many parliaments fist fights and all these things. There was always one comment. You Canadians are so respectful of each other. You know, it is amazing to see the opposition and the government together, working together. And I wish our politicians would do that, wish our parliament would do that. And that, Madam Speaker, made all of us feel very proud and very Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Before I continue, I'm splitting my time with my colleague from Flamborough, Glenbrook. So, Mr. Speaker, we had a great reputation out here, around the world, of respecting each other. And what happened yesterday was where we absolutely were shocked. And that shocking incident that took place yesterday is going around the world, Mr. Speaker, and people are now wondering, really, what happened? What is this great respect that Canada had? The respect everybody had in this institution, Mr. Speaker, was yesterday broken, and broken very badly, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, the Prime Minister has apologized for that, and I'm glad he's taken full responsibility, as is appropriate for him to take full responsibility. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I want to go on a fact of my experience in this House, that what led to yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I have, as I said here before, we had the other governments, we were in government. We all respected what each other government was doing and how they were doing. They had good points, every government does. But, Mr. Speaker, when this government came into power, the first thing they did was to insult other governments, other people working in this House, members of Parliament in this House. First thing the Prime Minister did around the world, went down and said, Canada is back. Mr. Speaker, I, for the last 10 years, worked my butt off for Canada on the international scene. And here is somebody going there insulting the work that we had done, not also that, but of all the public service and everybody who have been working so hard over these years, Mr. Speaker. That attitude, Mr. Speaker, is the attitude that is prevailing in this government of insulting what others are doing, because somehow they think that they have received such a terrific mandate from the Canadian public. And let's say how much mandate is that over there? Only 38%, Mr. Speaker. So coming along, Mr. Speaker, with that attitude, they have done everything possible they can to shut out the opposition. It's amazing that they were in the opposition, but I say this, Mr. Speaker, that most of the members are new on the other side. They've come first time. There have been other legislatures, but this is the first time they are coming into the Parliament. It's the first experience of them, Mr. Speaker. And the experience to them should have been from this Prime Minister and this government and my colleague from the government who has been here for a long time, Mr. Speaker, showing respect to the others, because they were in the opposition. During the time that we were in the government, we never treated the opposition the manner that they have been now treating us. This motion seeks taking away the rights of the opposition to work, Madam Speaker, so it can be part of their agenda, Mr. Speaker. So this attitude that this government has come out with, insulting the opposition, insulting members of Parliament, all of this, Madam Speaker, has culminated yesterday into an action. We all see that action. He was angry. The Prime Minister was angry because he could not get his way. Something that has been showing since this government has got elected, absolutely disregarding that this institution, which is the seat of democracy, where there is a government and an opposition, through which the House has tremendous experience out of this, Speaker, all being thrown out by this government. It's an amazing, Mr. Speaker, how this government's direction that they are going, Speaker, is not respecting the democratic institution. And that what happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker, was that. I have received, when I said a tweet, terrible tweets, Mr. Speaker, insulting me, racially tweets, it is insulting me. But they seem to forget one thing, that we were elected. They were elected, she was elected, everybody was elected, Speaker, to represent. Mr. Speaker, one of the members of Parliament got up over there, who's for the first time here, and called the previous government regressive. Come on, guys, let's be honest about this thing here. We won with an election. If we were regressive, you think we would have been elected, Mr. Speaker, in 2011 with a majority? See? But governments change. The last government changed. Prime Minister Chrétien's government changed. Prime Minister Martin's government changed. So governments change, Mr. Speaker. But you don't go about insulting others. You don't go about talking that the opposition doesn't. We've come with experience. Yes, the job is to hold government accountable. Yes, on many occasions, and I can say this, we agree with the government. Many of, as an international development critic, I have agreed with the position some of the government has taken, and I commend doing for that, Mr. Speaker. But that's the way, like, working together. You know? But now they are coming with this new bill, and they have poisoned the atmosphere. They have poisoned the atmosphere here in this House where, you know, Speaker, we are now cannot trust the government. I mean, say we are supposed to be working together, not against each other, for the Canadian public. You know, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell my new colleagues here on the other side, they will get invitations to go to schools, which I have done. I've been, in the last 2 months, I've been to 2 high schools. Tonight in Calgary, I'll be going to a school as well in Calgary, Speaker, to speak to the students. And they're very much interested in democracy. They're very much interested in how does the House of Commons work. And I explain very clearly to them how it works. And I never take a partisan stand, but I say this is the way how a government is, how official opposition is, how third parties are, Speaker. But then what happened yesterday is absolutely shocking. You know. But this was an attitude. And I'm glad the Prime Minister has made his apology. And as the leader of the official opposition said, and everybody, okay, you have made the official opposition, you have made the official apology, right? But that's the first step. The second step is to respect every member of Parliament, respect the opposition, respect everybody, Mr. Speaker, to the members, so that they can, Mr. Speaker, do the jobs of which they were elected. You see, that is the key element here, Mr. Speaker. So now that this has happened, and as the leader official said, it's happened. We got to move forward, and the only way we can move forward, Mr. Speaker, is to work, show respect to each other, so we can gain the same respect that we have got around the world when I traveled and when everybody said to us they were very much impressed with the workings of the Canadian Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really, the reason I stand up is that I really have been really overwhelmed and alarmed by what happened yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, I came to Canada 38 years ago as an immigrant because I admire the Canadian values, freedom of speech, democracy, and rule of law. And as mentioned by some of the colleagues who have been teachers, I've been teachers all my life, starting from Hong Kong, where I was an elementary school teacher, I was a high school teacher, a college teacher, and then right now in Canada, before I went into politics, I was also a university professor. What happened yesterday was completely unacceptable. As I travel around the world, just like our honourable member just said, Canada has been admired as a model for true democracy. But in the past few months, we did not see that happen. And what happened yesterday was even worse. So my question to my honourable colleague is that, how do we really feel that we can no longer represent our own constituents? I'm really, really overwhelmed, that we cannot stand up here to speak on their behalf and to protect the most vulnerable.
Honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and what she has said, her coming to Canada for the value. There's thousands and thousands coming, including myself and everybody else, Madam Speaker. This is a land of immigrants, and Mr. Speaker, it's a great honor. Yesterday, it started a great day with the apology to the South Asian community of the ills of the past, Mr. Speaker. It started a great day, and it ended with the Prime Minister absolutely destroying what should have been one of the best days that should have been for Canada by his action. But again, I agree with her. Apologizing is not going to solve the problem, because there is a fundamental flaw with this government. That is that they are not respecting the opposition. They are trying to take the powers away of the opposition. That is the fundamental issue that this government is doing. And if they do not correct that, Mr. Speaker, the atmosphere will remain poisoned. and I therefore, as the leader of the official opposition, appealed, and we are appealing, Mr. Speaker, let this Parliament do its work, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of words to describe the Prime Minister's conduct yesterday. It certainly was unparliamentary. It was unprofessional. It was unbecoming of a Prime Minister. But let us not lose sight of what actually took place. And what took place yesterday was an assault, a criminal assault. The Prime Minister walked over, there was clear mens rea, and he grabbed and dragged the member for Leeds Grenville. I was wondering if the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn might be able to comment on the fact that what took place yesterday in this House by the First Minister, the Prime Minister of Canada, was an assault.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, it did look like it was an assault, and so it took something in the House of Commons where it was never should. Even touching anybody, intentionally, unintentionally, you got to be responsible for your actions, Mr. Speaker. For him to go out there, pull the whip hand, which we all saw in the video, and you know what was really not very appropriate, Mr. Speaker? When he got up immediately after that yesterday evening, he tried to defend himself. He tried to defend himself. Not also that, but the members of the Liberal Party tried to defend this action, Mr. Speaker. You cannot defend what was later on very clearly on the video. And you know what was even terrible was that the Liberal members were telling the members on this side who witnessed everything that that putting doubt on their statements, Madam Speaker. That is the question where they were not respecting what was being said over here, Madam Speaker. Matter of fact, one member of Parliament sitting way at the other end of the thought she saw this whole thing. Well, I'm telling you, sitting here, I could not see because there are too many people around there. But those who were there, who witnessed it, who spoke about it, their testimony should have been respected, which was not respected by the other. That's the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I usually stand up and say I'm honoured to speak to an issue. I can't say that today. I want to make my comments in light of the fact that the 338 seats here in the House, no matter where they are, represent individuals who have the extraordinary opportunity, the great blessing, of having the trust of enough people in the riding they represent to send them here to represent them in the greatest democracy of the world. We come here humbled by that, or we should be humbled by that, knowing that we serve at their behest and we serve because they trust us to come here and not only represent them legislatively, regulatorily, but also to represent them in a fashion that would be becoming of those who would be the leaders of this great federation. And so I wanted to make my comments in light of that reality that we live every day here in this House, being people who have a great honor and blessing to represent their constituents, in my case, the people of Flamborough-Glanbrook. So I just have 5 points that I'll get through in the brief time that I have, Mr. Speaker, that I think the Prime Minister should consider. The first is that the Prime Minister's actions reflect on this entire chamber. In fact, the Prime Minister's actions reflect on every member here, and the Prime Minister's actions reflect on every Canadian citizen. Now, I know, Mr. Speaker, that Her Majesty is the head of state in our Westminster tradition, but the Prime Minister's position publicly is often indistinguishable from that of Her Majesty in regards to who is seen as the leader of this country. And when he behaves in a fashion like he did yesterday, Mr. Speaker, it stains the institution, it stains us, and it stains every Canadian. Second consideration I'd like to pose to the Prime Minister would be that of the rationalization of some of his members of what happened yesterday. One of the grave concerns that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of members from the Liberal bench stood up almost immediately and tried to rationalize the behaviour. They called the reaction of the member from Berthier-Maskinongé, they phrased it as a dive in sports. And, Mr. Speaker, that took us to a new level of degradation after the actions, the inappropriate, very inappropriate actions of the Prime Minister happened. And somehow, even the one rationalization was that somehow the delay by the opposition whip was justification for the behavior. I think there should be lots of thought and consideration on the other bench and by the Prime Minister in that regard. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I would like to say is that I myself have never been involved in martial arts, but I had a lot of friends who were active in martial arts. The Prime Minister is active in martial arts. He is a proven boxer, and that fact he doesn't hide. In fact, he pretty well promotes his prowess in the martial sport quite actively publicly. Mr. Speaker, all those that I have known that have been trained in combative sports and martial arts have always made a covenant with themselves, knowing that their capability is such, greater than the average person to harm someone, that they take double restraint and assure that they don't take any kind of action that would cause harm to someone. So not only his position, Mr. Speaker, but the very fact that he is trained in these martial arts, he has a double duty to be responsible for the kind of strength that he yields. This should have been known by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and should be one of his highest commitments to himself. Mr. Speaker, I'd also, and it was interesting the last question and answer session, what came up, I'd simply like to read into the record the Criminal Code, Section 265(1), which states, "A person commits an assault when, without the consent of another person, he applies force intentionally to that other person, directly or indirectly. He attempts or threatens by an act or a gesture to apply force to another person if he has or causes that other person to believe on reasonable grounds that he has present ability to effect his purpose." Mr. Speaker, we're not all lawyers here, but we sit as legislators and people that should be well aware of the common law, and certainly mindful of the fact when we come close or we do intend to break the law. So I will leave that for the record and ask the Prime Minister to contemplate that section of the Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, finally, I am gravely concerned about the pattern of behaviour that has led us to today. To begin this session of Parliament, the government, instead of implementing its agenda, its campaign promises, began spitefully repealing legislation. I don't remember a time in the history of this House where a government begins by simply making sure that they tear down everything that the previous government did. Then they quickly moved to do something that they said they would never do, and that is to shut down debate. Didn't take very long at all, Mr. Speaker. They not only shut it down, they did it repeatedly, bill after bill. Then something that is truly unprecedented, that they changed the parliamentary calendar, the legislative calendar, so that members of Parliament don't even know what bill is coming up, so it's impossible for them to effectively represent the very people that elected them to come here. And, Mr. Speaker, this was done wantonly and without apology. Then, of course, the draconian motion to essentially remove all the tools that the opposition has to represent the 60+% people that did not vote for a Liberal member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is cause for real concern. And if you see this pattern of behavior, which culminated last night with the Prime Minister leaving his seat, crossing the aisle, barging through opposition members to grab the opposition whip and to drag him forward, and then to a second time get out of his seat and confront the opposition again, you'll see that this pattern of behavior is very troubling and causes me great concern about where we're going to go from here. So I've heard the apology by the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. I hope that it was sincere. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we discovered this morning, because we had the parliamentary prayer breakfast, actually, the national prayer breakfast this morning, the Speaker for this morning actually said, you'll know someone who's actually had a change of heart because they'll behave different. And so we'll be watching for that new behavior. We'll be watching for that new spirit of decorum. We'll be watching for that willingness to work with the opposition so that we can continue to serve our constituents, so we can continue to be responsible to those who elected us, and as we say every day, make good laws and serve ordinary Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, I'm a new parliamentarian, and I think in our honourable colleague's speech, he spoke of how hard we work to get to this place, and that we're all here to try and make a difference in our communities and indeed the country. But what we witnessed yesterday was troubling. But it is, again, we've seen more and more actions of this for the last 6 months. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to maybe perhaps ask our honourable colleague, what would happen if that actions had taken place just outside the doors? If that grabbing of somebody unwantingly, that pressure and pulling, you mentioned that it is assault, but what would have took place right outside those doors?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Well, Mr. Speaker, listen, I think I read Section 265(1), and clearly, if someone outside these doors wants to grab somebody by the arm and drag them down the hall and they're unwillingly, then they commit an offence. And that's the average person, let alone someone who is entrusted with the highest elected office in the federal government. So there's not only is it the responsibility of the Prime Minister to act in accordance with the laws of Canada, but to set an example, a much higher example based on the office and responsibility that he holds. So to my colleague, I think if behavior like that was outside and certainly done in front of a law enforcement officer, there would be consequences that would have to be dealt with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable member and colleague for his comments. I was right here, Mr. Speaker, and it was like 6 feet away from me when I saw what happened yesterday, and was in a state of shock as I watched it happen. And then the Prime Minister come over the first time, and the Prime Minister come over a second time. And I could not believe what I was seeing. But in reflection and hearing from what others have said, I sense that there's a pattern, that this is not a one-off incident that the Prime Minister is now apologizing for. We've heard about Motion 6 and what Motion 6 does. We've seen the domineering and dictatorial approaches in committee practice. And so there's a tone in this House that I asked the member, who's responsible for setting the tone in this House? Is it the government? And if there is a tension in this House that has built up to a manifestation that we experienced yesterday, are there other things that are adding to this? So does he think this is a one-off, or is this a pattern
that is really concerning that the government needs to address. So there may even be a bigger issue that we're dealing with. An apology for an assault, but if he could comment on the bigger picture, what is happening in this House that we've never seen happen before?
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this was the thing that I alluded to as far as a pattern of behavior, in the sense that I was hopeful. There was lots of positive words said during the campaign and after the campaign. Thought we might have a good working relationship. Then the evidence started to build from the time when the Liberal Party took government, started to simply repeal legislation piece after piece, then started to call on time allocation to restrict our capability of debating. Then, something unprecedented, changing the calendar midstream after an agreement. Agreements that are traditionally kept, Mr. Speaker, promises that are made and kept by House leaders, and then to change the calendar so that nobody can prepare for debate. And then, of course, with this draconian bill that takes away our capabilities of being able to represent our constituents properly, to the behavior, yes, I'm very concerned. It's a pattern that's evolving here and is troubling and worrisome.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We're certainly not here today debating if yesterday's behaviour or conduct was appropriate. I think we would all say what we've witnessed yesterday was not what we wanted to see in this House. But today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to a point of privilege raised last evening. That point of privilege concerns the actions of the Prime Minister in regards to last evening's incident. I would begin by noting that the Prime Minister, yesterday and today, at the first opportunity, rose to offer his heartfelt apology for his actions, for which he took full responsibility. I spoke to him at length last night and other people on his team, and there's no doubt that the Prime Minister's apology is both fulsome and extremely sincere. Yesterday was a highly emotional day on many fronts. Many of us have been listening to Canadians about their thoughts on medically assistance in dying bill that is before the House at this time. Frustrations with the progress of this bill and other matters have caused emotions to run very high on both sides of the House, both in the front benches and also in the back benches. The Prime Minister has made commitments and followed through on them to try to make this House a more functional and respectful institution. He is, however, like everyone else who is sitting here, fallible. He has never professed to be anything but that. He let his emotions take a hold of his better judgment and conducted himself in a way that he himself said was unacceptable. We do, in this House, have a tradition that we take members at their word and accept their truthfulness in their statements. The Prime Minister's apology was unreserved and absolute. I think that everyone who has met the Prime Minister and who knows him, they know that he sometimes wears his heart on his sleeves, and that he is an honourable man in all senses of the word. Let us go over what happened yesterday, and I hope that we can kind of put a few facts to the situation. As the chamber prepared to vote, there was some obstruction in the aisle, apparently intentional, delaying the proceedings. The Prime Minister then rose, crossed the aisle, and intervened to expedite the Conservative whip's progress, so that vote could proceed. In that course of this intervention, the Prime Minister unintentionally made contact with the member for Berthier-Mastigongé. The member for Berthier-Mastigongé was understandably upset by the incidents and left the chambers, and I can completely appreciate what she was going through. The member did not record her vote as a result of these events. The outcome, we can agree, was absolutely not right, and we saw that. Mr. Speaker, the member for Berthier-Mastigongé stated that she was unable to vote. She was undoubtedly shaken up by this very unfortunate incident. I believe one action that we could take, or that could be taken, would be to seek unanimous consent for the member's vote to be recorded in a manner in which she wishes to vote. I can assure the House that if such a motion were to be made, that this side of the House would absolutely agree with that. Mr. Speaker, Twice, if not 3 times, the Prime Minister has sincerely apologized for his inadvisable actions. Physical intervention is never appropriate in this chamber. However, insofar as the Prime Minister made contact with the member for Berthier-Mascongé, and insofar he may have thereby interfered with her privilege as a parliamentarian, it was unintentional. This is the truth. Video of the event will absolutely confirm this. As well, I found of great benefit yesterday when I was in the House, when I heard a fair account of the event from the member of Saanich Island. The member had a close and clear view of the situation in which she was not involved. In addition, not belonging to any caucus involved, that independence may afford her a greater degree of objectivity in observing, assessing, and describing the events. I would quote her remarks as follows. She said, and I quote, "What we saw was unacceptable, but let us keep it in perspective. What I saw that was unwise and unacceptable was the Prime Minister who deliberately moved along. There was some mischief. Let us face it, there was some mischief on the floor. There was an attempt to slow down the vote. There is no doubt about that. But it was innocent mischief," end quote. The member for Saanich Island continued on saying, and I quote, "I'm trying to keep this in perspective. In the most unwise of the Prime Minister to attempt to move along the vote by moving along the member for Leeds, Greenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. That movement was clearly contact, and that contact was unwanted. The second contact with my friend, the member for Berthier-Mascongé, which was certainly the one that was most emotional for the member involved, was clearly, from my perspective, and I confirm what the member for Kim Vaughan said, unintentional. I have to say that I saw the Prime Minister following the honourable member, trying to reach her, saying how truly sorry he was and that he had not seen her behind him. That is the truth. Members can like it or not like it, but nothing that happened here today reflects well on any of us." End quote. Mr. Speaker, that is a fair and reasonable account of the situation. To summarize, that there was some mischief delaying the proceedings. The Prime Minister chose to intervene. He agrees this was inadvisable and unacceptable, and he offered an unreserved apology to the House for his actions. In the course of his interventions, the Prime Minister made unintentional contact with the member from Berthier-Mascongé. That, Mr. Speaker, was an accident. However, the member was justly aggrieved at the contact, no matter it was accidental, and for that the Prime Minister has also apologized, not only to the Chamber, but he personally to the member of Berthier-Mascongé. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is very, very sorry. He said, and I quote, "Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity now that the member is able to return to the House to express directly to her my apologies for my behaviour and my actions inadvertently." End quote. Mr. Speaker, the physical integrity of members of the House is and must be imperative. This is at the heart of our democracy. Cooler heads must prevail. We must not lose our respect and our sense of collegiality and our sense of shared purpose. That statement would justly apply to attempts to delay or disrupt our democratic proceedings. However, that statement would also, of course, apply to our response to disruption. The Prime Minister's actions to intervene was inadvisable and unacceptable. The accidental results were inappropriate, and I must underline that. And so far, the Prime Minister has apologized on several occasions. However, I would take issue with any member who suggests that the Prime Minister intentionally made contact with the member of Berthier-Mascongé. To make such a suggestion is not letting cooler heads prevail. It is not making a fair and reasonable judgment of this situation. To allege that this is an instance of gender-based violence is making light of violence. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I know a lot about violence. For the past 24 years before entering public life, I was the coordinator of the Kodiak RCMP Victim Services Program, and I have worked with thousands of victims of violence. victims of domestic violence, victims of sexual violence, victims of random violence, and the list goes on. So when we know, I certainly do know the consequences about violence. I've also provided crisis counseling, crisis intervention, and risk assessments to many victims that I've worked with. And also, I've been the chair of the New Brunswick Advisory Council on the Status of Women. And my role was truly to promote women's rights and equality. Mr. Speaker, what took place yesterday was inadvisable, but to call it gender-based violence, to make exaggerations and misrepresentations about the nature of the incident is really irresponsible and wrongful. It does not help us take the culture in this place where it needs to be, and it does disservice to victims of violence. In this chamber, none would condone violence, but this was not gender-based violence. Calling it such is wrong, and two wrongs don't make a right. We have a duty to stick to the facts and to find the truth, and to form our judgment from the truth. I have called on the accounts for the member of Saanich Gulf Island fair and reasonable, and I think we all need to endeavour to work hard and to be fair and reasonable. The political process does not always encourage these qualities, and today I hope the temperaments will go down a bit, and we all need to focus on the work that needs to be done, the work that we need to do as lawmakers. We need to work together. We have so much work that needs to be done. On 2 occasions yesterday, the government asked for unanimous consent to pass the motion to have this matter dealt with by the appropriate committee of this House, that being PROC. Twice that consent was not given. The outrage shown by the opposition, both real and enhanced, has led us to where we are now. I cannot see what other action the Prime Minister can take to put this matter to rest. The House must continue to do the work that we are elected to do, and I hope that we can move past this unfortunate incident with assurance that such actions will never, ever happen again. Tensions have undoubtedly been running very high. The stress of meeting the Supreme Court's tight timelines on a vitally important piece of legislation at this time of year, things have been getting intense. I say again, we all need to take a breath and let cooler heads prevail. Let us keep our focus on doing the public's work for the public good. That's what Canadians expect of us. It is a special honour and a special responsibility for all of us to be here, and we must move forward, Mr. Speaker. The apology has been made. Let us get the work done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, sir. I listened to most of those comments eating my lunch and then came back in here because I felt it was very important that we actually discuss this. First of all, she quoted many of the members from Parliament, but she did not actually quote the member from Berthier-Masquinage. I'm sorry that I can't say that properly, but, you know, I myself, yesterday I was sitting in this House, and I actually said to my friend from New Brunswick Southeast, who was a member with the government, and I said, I had to leave and take an adult timeout. And I'm a 45-year-old woman, similar age to that of the Prime Minister, and as an adult, I recognized that I was losing my cool, that I was not happy with the way things were going in the House. Therefore, I took a stance, removed myself from the House, had a breath of fresh air, and came back in. What the Prime Minister did yesterday, I did watch it because actually he and I had some words, and actually because I feel I can communicate with many, many members, I just said to him, I saw the anger. And I think that's something that we have to look at. He is the leader of our country. He needs to be the leader of all Canadians. And what I saw last night on the Twitterverse was absolutely disgusting. I saw the member, the NDP member who had been hit by, yes, by accident. I do agree, it was by accident. But what happened is she was totally, she was not just victimized about being hit, but her integrity was just totally thrown overboard. No one really cared. They were saying, oh, what a drama queen, what a this and that. And you know something? That's not what this is about. And although I have great respect for the member from Elmer Hall, his comments about this, about being a soccer match, yes, it was a soccer match, and our Prime Minister should have got a red card. His actions were out of line. I watched him, and you know, I think I sit down here, not when I'm not a member of Parliament, I'm a mother of 5 children, and I too have had to learn to have an adult timeout, and I think the Prime Minister feeling that he needed to go over there and show say, we need to do this. He's not the king of the castle. We are members of Parliament, and we need to all work together. And I'm wondering why. I'm listening to the member over here, and I'm wondering if a member from Elgin, Middlesex, London recognizes that things are out of hand. Why not sit back and allow things to take part and act as an adult rather than having to interfere in something that he had no business interfering with that ended up resulting in where we're at today? We can talk about wanting to talk about Bill C-14 because we all do, but unfortunately, because of what happened, we cannot, and those actions must be discussed. Thank you.
Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
For her comments, first and foremost, and actually I really have to indicate that I agree. Much needs to be changed in this House when it comes to decorum. I belong to the Prop Committee, and one issue that oftentimes does come up as a new member of Parliament and being a social worker that's not used to working in such an adversarial environment, at my first experience here, I have to say I was shocked, and I even brought it up at the Prop Committee. So lots of work needs to be done from all parliamentarians. But I also have to say I have to give it to our Prime Minister that he spoke up right away and apologized for his actions. He is making no excuse for what happened yesterday and also today. So I have to respect him for that. And he takes full responsibility for exactly what has been done. And finally, for the decorum in the House, I believe that we all have a role to play here. When we are speaking, it would be very good that that people are speaking over one another. And again, as a new parliamentarian, perhaps that we're a bit objective, and when we get here, we can give some positive feedback. So I would encourage all members of this House to really sit down and let's work together, because I think that we all want to get, the job done.
Very good. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the Prime Minister's apology this morning. If he had made that apology last night, it would have de-escalated things a lot. And I am dismayed to hear the member now revisit and reopen and try to justify and qualify what was said. We've had a significant setback by virtue of the member's intervention just now. I'm very discouraged to hear her referencing the comments from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands who could not sit further away and in the 6th row, and why that would be highlighted. Again, once we have had with no qualifications apology and no attempt from the Prime Minister to justify any of his actions this morning. That was classy. Last night was not by anybody on the other side. And so I ask the member, are her comments that she has made now on behalf of her party and her government? Because if they are, this is a serious setback from what we heard from the Prime Minister this morning.
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Not at all. And I think first and foremost, we have to recognize that if PROC is going to be looking at this issue, we really have to make sure that we collect all of the information of what occurred yesterday, because the role of PROC is really to be a collector of facts, and that's really what the role is going to be. But it's important to make sure that we have a clear picture of what happened yesterday. I am in no way trying to justify the actions that happened here yesterday from all of the members that were involved, actually. So therefore, and our Prime Minister was very quick to give his apology, his sincere apology yesterday and again today. And if he can do anything to make the situation better for the member involved, he truly wants to do that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bellechasse, les Échemins.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, les Échemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In her remarks, my colleague, the member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, talked about her experience as a social worker in similar types of situations. Now, yesterday, the member for Ontario, our whip, be intimidated, bullied. He was subjected to bullying, physical and verbal violence in the workplace. As my colleague has experienced, what types of disciplinary measures or consequences for action like that in the workplace should be undertaken? Does she recommend therapy programs? What types of action is usually taken in the workplace when action like that occurs? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and indeed, yes, in my past, I did have to deal in situations where people were victims of situations or where there had been inappropriate actions taken in the workplace, and the first thing that in this case our Prime Minister did was admit his mistake. And restoring links involves that. It requires that. He sincerely did so. He was very sincere in the comments that he made.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to put the same question, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member who just spoke that I put to the Prime Minister and was very disappointed that he did not respond. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member just spoke of the importance of decorum in this House. I think that we all understand here that what we saw last night went beyond the definition of decorum. It was essentially seen as an assault, not necessarily an assault on my colleague, but certainly an assault on the whip for the Conservative Party. What troubles me is she seems to be suggesting that if we return to a sense of decorum in the House, everything is just going to be fine and we'll all be the same. And what she's not responding to, and I'll put the question to her I put to the Prime Minister, he refused to respond. The reason why there is a lot of problem in this place this week is because of the actions taken by her government. And through Motion 6, taking away all of our rights and privileges to participate reasonably and properly in this place to represent our constituents. And so will she speak to that matter? I think it's very important that that be one of the matters that be addressed if we are going to move forward and work collaboratively on good legislation on behalf of Canadians.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. And first and foremost, I think we all have a responsibility as parliamentarians to work collaboratively to make sure that we influence good public policy and that we bring laws forward. At this point in time, our government has a very tight agenda and a lot of bills need to be passed through, and we have to work to ensure that that work is done. And that is truly what Canadians are expecting of us.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before addressing the issue here this morning, I'd like to draw a parallel because the context a parallel has been drawn with Bill C-14. Now, the discussion had started off in a good way. I was very happy to participate in the Joint Committee on Assisted Dying. We discussed issues with a great deal of maturity, and I was pleased to share in this activity with my Liberal colleagues, my Conservative colleagues, to participate in the work of that Joint Committee, because what brought us together was the idea of working together to achieve the best result possible for the people we represent. Even if we didn't always agree, our discussions were always respectful. Our life experiences define us as who we are today. And I can tell you that today, regardless of the situation, I'm always careful with respect to the people surrounding me. Now, some have said it can happen that people are very emotional, that their actions go beyond who they really are. Well, even when I'm at my wit's end, I always act respectfully towards the people around me. Now, the Standing Joint Committee on Assisted Dying was a place where we discussed things respectfully. Last week, I participated in the first meeting of the Justice Committee that was looking at Bill C-14, considering it clause by clause. And I think it was really the start of what unfolded yesterday. At that meeting, from the Liberal members present, I didn't feel that there was an openness. I didn't sense openness to discussion. And my life experience has shown me that discussion and debate is what leads us to better results, better outcomes. Now, at that meeting of the Justice Committee, I didn't feel that openness. for debate. Members were there. Some of them didn't even appear interested in the discussion. And they were just there because he'd been ordered to go and vote down all of the amendments that were being raised and proposed by the opposition. This week, we saw time allocation motions. Motions to prevent members from having an opportunity to speak in the House. I have a Liberal colleague who made an analogy and said, well, why can't we talk about Bill C-14? Why can't we exchange on it? And that member said, at present, the government is like they're going with the current towards a deadline and a date, but it's like trying to swim up the Niagara Falls, if you will, to go against the current. So with that kind of an attitude, pushing towards an objective, everything is pushed out of the way along the road, and that is not something I would ever accept. The end does not justify the means in all cases. That kind of approach is unacceptable. Now, I think that what we saw yesterday here in the House was the result of that attitude. And Mr. Speaker, I was supposed to start by telling you that I will be sharing my time, my time with the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. But we have to ensure that debate here is respectful. And that is how we can fulfill the privilege that we have of being in here, being members of this House, and representing our fellow citizens. Now, I just heard the remarks made by the Liberal colleague opposite. I heard once again an attempt to trivialize what happened yesterday, and I think that all individuals who witness violence or intimidation, if they think about the person who is the subject of that action, well, if in fact we need to acknowledge that what someone who's a victim of violence or intimidation thinks about. They didn't look for it. They're in no way responsible for what has happened to them. So I must admit that when I hear, for example, Liberal members stand up and trivialize the action, saying, no, but he's a good person. I'm a good person. And never do I show a lack of respect. Never do I take action that will hurt the people around me. In the action that we take, in everything that we do when faced with different situations, show respect if it's a fundamental part of us. If we are respectful, we can be careful for the people around us. Now, in the apology this morning, the Prime Minister said, I wasn't careful, I didn't realize who was around me. Well, when the action is taken, there are consequences. And when people aren't careful or don't pay attention to who's around them, there are consequences. Things happen. So what we're talking about here is restoring decorum in the House. Since the government took power, we hear a lot of lovely speeches, but we're not seeing very much in terms of concrete action. And now when I hear them saying, yes, we have to restore decorum, well, I think that the government needs to take some concrete steps. They need to withdraw Motion 6, which will muzzle the opposition, which will put us in a straitjacket, will take away our rights as parliamentarians, and I think that's some concrete action the government can take, and that will be much more significant than all of the fine remarks that they may make over the course of the day. I think that from this debate, we need to see some concrete action. We need to make room for discussions. This morning, the Minister of Health said that she hoped that a wise decision would be made on Bill C-14. And to achieve that, we need to have a dialogue and discussion. Members of Parliament need to have an opportunity to stand up and contribute to the debate. Yesterday, the incident occurred at a time when there was an attempt to reduce or limit debate on that bill, and that's the attitude that we saw during the course of the week, and that's what led to what happened yesterday. Following the apology, we've seen a number of Liberal members rise to trivialize the situation, and in this place we should not trivialize violent acts, bullying, intimidation. And yesterday when I drew a parallel with other acts of violence, that's what I meant to very clearly. Regardless of where it occurs, we must never trivialize acts of violence, bullying, or intimidation. And that conviction must be very clear in everything that we hear in this House. It's a privilege we have to represent people. Because of that privilege, we must rise above the type of situation we saw yesterday. Now, people have been saying we have to put things in context and in perspective. The context is very clear. The facts, too, are clear. We can't attempt to trivialize them. We need to see some positive consequences following what happened yesterday, and I think the best action the government can take is to withdraw motion 6. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to acknowledge my colleague, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. We have sat together on committee. We worked cordially, in full respect. Even at the end of the day, like you say in English, at the end of the day, we had a different opinion on the situation. We worked well together, and that's what parliamentary work is all about. So I have a great deal of respect for her. Even if we disagreed on the socioeconomic aspects at 95% of the time, it was all done in respect. But my question for the Honourable Member is clear. Yesterday, she made a statement that was reported widely in Quebec with respect to what happened yesterday and violence against women. And the member from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte has a great deal of experience in this area because she's worked with women who are victims of violence and in shelters. I'd like her to clarify that because yesterday when she spoke, in fact, some people thought that she was exaggerating by drawing that parallel, but I'd like to ask her to comment. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And indeed, taken out of context, my words could have been taken many ways. The important word in his question was parallel. Because yesterday, I made a parallel. Based on my experience, what I saw in terms of violence, family violence, violence against women, often in those situations, those who surround the situation try to dismiss what's happening. And what we heard yesterday in the House was like that. And so that was the parallel that I drew when I heard colleagues from across the way say, oh, she shouldn't have been there. She should not have been in the middle of the room, as if she was responsible for the for what happened. So that was the parallel that I wished to establish. In the same way, the child in the schoolyard who is a victim of bullying, we cannot look at why the child is responsible for the bullying that the child is suffering. No. It's the bully who is responsible for what's happening, not the person who is being bullied. That's the parallel that I wished to draw yesterday, and I hope that my answer has answered my colleague's question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I listened with great interest and respect to my colleague.
my 12 years, I've learned some things about this institution. Parliament may seem to be a very strong institution going back centuries, but it's also a very fragile institution because it's based on the principle at the fundamental end of the day of the goodwill of the members to work together. What we've seen here is a disintegration of a way of working together over this past week that led to the unfortunate event of last night. I think what we need to look at is how we got there. The fact that it was the Prime Minister who became upset at that moment, it could have been any member, and I'm not going to excuse his behavior, but we have to go back to the disintegration of what's happening in this House and talk honestly about how to get forward. Because when we go to these tit-for-tat procedural wars, the fundamental trust breaks down and people end up doing things that they will regret. We have to be with each other in the coming 4 years, and it will be tense at times. But the government does have a majority. They do have the power to get their mandate through, which is the mandate that the Parliament, the people of Canada gave them. But the people of Canada also gave us as parliamentarians our obligations. It would be, for me, a very good sign of de-escalating to remove motion 6, because the idea that in Parliament a minister could arbitrarily end debate by saying debate's over, we would be, as opposition, acting as visitors in our own House, that they could suspend for the summer simply by saying we're suspending for the summer. Those are a breach of rules that we've never had. So I would ask my colleagues on the other side and ask my member what she thinks about this. We need to bring ourselves back to a place where we can restore the respect that we need to show to the Canadian people by working together, and we have to find a way through this, and I prefer to do this now so we can end this and find a way to show the dignity of this House that it needs to have.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, in less than 45 seconds, please. So I got into politics because I wanted to reduce the cynicism that people have when they think about politics. And when I look at what was done yesterday, well, that's just going to make people even more cynical about politics. As I said at the beginning, I am lucky in that the first parliamentary committee that I've worked on is a committee where we were able to work together respectfully, and we came to the best possible result thanks to our exchanges. I sincerely hope that the government, in its will to reach its ends, will realize that the ends does not always justify the means.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I continue to feel unsettled about what happened in this chamber last night. I think many of us are feeling the same way. The Prime Minister's actions were disappointing, they were shocking, they were unprecedented. And we've said it, many of us here this morning, but again, in no workplace would swearing or grabbing of colleagues, male or female, be allowed. It shouldn't have happened. And I'll echo my colleagues' comments. Cynicism about senior governments and cynicism about this place is a big problem in this country, and it affects the work that we do here. And to have the great hope of this last election, to have the government elected on such a message of hope and change and optimism, after, frankly, a dark decade with the Conservative government, I will say that again, but to have that hope and change then, to me, betrayed by the actions that have happened, particularly in this week in this House. We had, I think, a very strong message from voters to work together, and we saw that on Tuesday. To have my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Suk, stand together with the Minister of Justice and have her take entirely the bill on transgendered rights that he'd worked on for so many years, to have that cooperation across the aisle, to have them stand together was a very beautiful and very powerful and respectful moment, very respectful of my colleague, my NDP colleague's work. And I'm thankful to the Justice Minister for doing that. That's an example of where we can work together, work cooperatively, and set a different tone. The profile of feminism that the government has set has been noticed around the world. Now, every country is having this same conversation. We have a unique opportunity in the world right now to truly bring gender equality and bring gender into all our conversations. But I commend the government for setting that tone. So why, then, would we dial that back this week? We also had a great example of tone in this House around our debates till midnight, those of us who sat together till midnight, both to talk so powerfully and sorrowfully about the tragedy of suicide in Attawapiskat, and then a couple of weeks later to talk about physician-assisted dying, a very emotional, very personal discussion, and to have members of all parties speak from the heart on this and have us speak together. That's the kind of work we should be doing together. So to contrast that to yesterday, to see the Prime Minister intervene in a way that was completely outside his job description, completely inappropriate, and completely rattling of all of us, to see grabbing and swearing was shocking to all of us. And it feels like bullying, I have to say. We've seen this government shut down debate on 5 of its 15 bills. It did not need to do that. It has a majority. It's going to get its way at the end of the day. Why would it invoke closure and stifle debate in this House? Why would the government have pushed past the very powerful advice that its Committee on Physician-Assisted Dying gave? Why would it not have reflected the advice of that all-party consensus, partial consensus, in its legislation? It just feels a disregard. Why would the government take a majority on its Democratic Reform Committee? You know, it's got a majority in the House. Why not take these opportunities to work together, as my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley proposed, to have the committee designed in a different and innovative way? Didn't take those opportunities. More than anything, we were elected to give voice to our voters and voice to our riding, and the actions this week what feels to me like bullying are impeding that. I've been waiting 4 days to give a speech about physician-assisted dying. Every time I've come to work ready to give that speech, the government has been throwing spanners in the works all week. Yep. They then asked us to debate, all of a sudden with no notice, the immigration bill. We haven't talked about that for weeks. Then all of a sudden we were talking about RCMP collective bargaining. Then we were back to, what was the other one? Anyway, we were kind of jumping around all over the map. Oh, a copyright bill, though we hadn't debated at all. There was so much consensus in the House that we moved through it very quickly. But again, why make us jump all over the map when the true emergency is the bill on physician-assisted dying? It's very discouraging. And remember that what we were actually voting on last night was a motion that the government brought to invoke closure on debate around the physician-assisted dying legislation. Again, very heated, very passionate. Why would they stifle debate on this? And that was in that atmosphere that the Prime Minister charged across the aisle when he did not need to, and physically came into contact with 2 of our members on this side of the House. And so, the Committee on House Procedures, PROC, is going to look at this issue. I am concerned, given that the government has a majority on that committee, that it may well bully its way that way also. I'd love to hear members on the other side reassure me on that point. And we've also got another bullying motion, this motion 6, which was just announced yesterday morning, an unprecedented straitjacket on the work of the opposition, and an unprecedented stifling of the ability of members of Parliament elected democratically in their ridings to be able to give voice to their constituents' concerns. It's extremely troubling. So it's clear that high tensions yesterday affected everybody in this House. But the government imposed those tensions, both by their shutting down debate on 5 out of our 15 pieces of legislation that have come through this House already, and by bringing forward Motion 6 to hamper the opposition. The government chose that, and the Prime Minister chose to leave his seat and physically get entangled with members on the other side. That was his decision. I do appreciate his apology this morning. If he had given that unqualified apology last night, it would have gone a lot further And that was an important thing for him to have said immediately. I'm glad that 15 hours later he said it to us in this House. But I really do encourage the government to back down from its strong-arming of this legislation. Let us do our work to represent our voters, our ridings, to speak true voice to all the important issues before this House. Let the government recommit to a workplace in which swearing and grabbing is never allowed, and nobody ever tries to justify it. They say it is not allowed. It is not allowed. And let the government abandon its idea of Motion 6. This House has to be able to do its work. New Democrats believe in working together with all parties to get things done, and we believe in improving the tone in this House. But the Liberals need to take leadership to make this happen, and they lost a lot of ground last night. Canadians have a right to expect decorum in this House. They have a right to expect workplace safety. They have a right to expect things that are better from Parliament than what they saw yesterday. And New Democrats are determined to work with all parties to make that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful comments. Mr. Speaker, what is troubling me is the number of tweets being sent out by the public, which seem to be undermining even the heartfelt apology by the Prime Minister, who has admitted that his behaviour was untoward in this place and against the recognized rules of the House. There are two things, I think, Mr. Speaker, that are really important that we have unanimity on today. One is that the Prime Minister acted in an untoward way, and he has apologized for that. The second one is we need unanimity on the fact that we need to have the rights and privileges of all the members of this place restored. I don't think that we can move forward until we go in that direction. I don't know what kind of message the members on the other side are sending out to the public. I don't expect that they should take any responsibility for what people tweet out. But I think that we need to be unanimous in saying we would like to have proper behavior returned to this place. It's very important to us that we can work in a cordial, reasonable way, even if we disagree in our opinion. But we should not, any of us, be sending the message that we don't accept the apology that the Prime Minister has given and that he agrees that his behavior was wrong and he has sincerely apologized. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable that maybe all people in here are not agreeing to that and have not accepted the Prime Minister's apology. Certainly, I think my colleagues have accepted the apology. So I'm wondering if my colleague could speak to this through you, Mr. Speaker, about these two actions that need to occur so that we can move forward and work on the important work of this place.
Well, member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I think we often see in social media and just in conversations around the country is an attempt to justify what is unjustifiable often. This happens in domestic violence all the time. I'm not saying that what happened on the floor here today was domestic violence. I'm not saying that at all. I want to be really clear on that. But when we do see people weighing in, trying to justify the unjustifiable, that is a sign to me that we've got a lot of work to do in our country about workplace violence, about violence in our lives generally. And that is why I'm so proud that our Status of Women Committee has violence against young women and girls as a high priority. A number of members in the House here are part of that committee. It's why I'm so pleased that New Democrats have led on a commitment working with non-governmental organizations and the labour movement to establish a national violence against women strategy. And I'm very glad to see the government has a commitment to that also. But it especially says why it's so important for the leaders in this House and the Prime Minister more than anybody to set the tone and to never have there be any room to blame victims of violence in any form.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her gracious and generous words, and also my other colleague. I guess I do see this slightly differently. Since the Liberals are so interested in talking about facts, we should probably review what happened. It wasn't accidental or magical or unintentional that the Prime Minister ended up from his seat over here in this corner, grabbed our whip, frog marched him down the aisle 4 or 5 seats, and in his anger elbowed the NDP member and knocked her into the desk and didn't notice that happened because he was so angry. So that's actually the fact. There was no debate going on. It wasn't heated. It wasn't emotional. That was a choice that he made to end up over there and cause that act. What is concerning is, in his words last night and today and from some other members, is there's an effort to rationalize and to excuse and to diminish what occurred and to act as if it just sort of happened magically and unintentionally. I think that's very, very troubling, and many of his comments and comments from other members have devolved into a lecture of the behavior and the decorum about the rest of us, and are trying to turn this into a collective issue, but only one person is actually responsible and accountable for what happened. And so, to my honourable colleague, I wonder if she might comment on the gap between words and actions, and when someone makes an apology, whether or not they need to make amends, whether or not there should be consequences, and whether or not action actually shows they're sorry.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, in 45 seconds or less, as possible, please.
Very much appreciate the member's observations. You're quite right. What happened in the House last night was 100% because of the actions of the Prime Minister. He chose to stride across the aisle. He chose to swear at his members across the aisle. He chose to grab and intervene physically. There's no excuse for that. And I am very interested to see what actions the Prime Minister will take to go beyond simply "I'm sorry," because that was inexcusable what happened.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to start out by saying I'm sharing my time with the member from Portage-Lisker. And I do want to start off today, too, Mr. Speaker. This is not one of the times that I really would love to get up and debate in the House. After last night, it's one of those things I think all Canadians, when they watch the behavior that was witnessed last night, they realize that this is about our institution. This is about our highest levels of government. And you hear words like shocked, unacceptable, traumatic, overwhelmingly violated. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the words that my honourable colleagues here in the House have used to describe the physical event that took place yesterday in the chamber. And I think I'm joining all members in the House in the shock and indignation of the actions of the Prime Minister. So I really think the question today, all of us would prefer to get on to debating other things, but the question is, how does the Prime Minister fix this? As my colleagues have said in the House, this didn't just happen. If we look at this week, the week started out as a normal week, and I know those of us in the opposition, what we did is something that all Canadians do. We did something, we showed up for work. We showed up for work on Monday morning, and unfortunately, not enough Liberal members showed up for work, and they almost lost a vote, Mr. Speaker. And it's the first time, I think, in Canadian history that the Speaker had to break a tie in a situation like this. And they got mad at us for that. This is something that all Canadians do. They wake up in the morning, they show up for work. And that's what Canadians expect us to do. So the fact that the Prime Minister wasn't able to manage a vote through the House, that his House Leader was unable to get the votes here required to pass a bill, that's not something that's our fault. And what else have we seen this week? Motion 6. I think all of us, after that vote, we realized that there's a new team in town governing things, but we never thought that they would go as far as Motion 6, taking away all the tools that we in opposition have to effectively oppose. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, to those members on the other side, to understand, I've been in opposition, I've been on the government side. It's actually our job to oppose. It gives good government. Mr. Speaker, we're opponents, we're not enemies. And I think the actions of the Prime Minister and his House Leader this week kind of set the stage. And I think all members of the House will agree that the behavior we've seen, I've been here for 12 years. I've never seen behavior like this. It's totally unacceptable. Now, the Prime Minister has admitted into coming into physical contact with a number of members. So the question is, Mr. Speaker, what are the consequences? What we heard of today, that the Prime Minister is okay that it's going to committee, but we all know who has the majority of that committee. And I was hoping to hear from the members across the way, perhaps for this committee, we could agree that maybe the opposition would even have the majority, or at least have some equality there, so we can actually look at this issue in a reasonable way. But the government has proven from their actions this week that they're willing to do anything to drive their agenda forward. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, why I'm so disturbed, I've been here 12 years. I've never seen anything like this before. And for me, it's about the love for this institution. I think everybody would agree that it's completely unacceptable for the Prime Minister to be coming into physical contact with any member of this House without their consent. But if the Prime Minister can't really see that, he clearly doesn't understand his role in Parliament and how his actions are affecting the functioning of this House. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I have grown to love this institution. I wake up and I got to tell you, my constituents say, what's it like being a member of Parliament? And I sometimes have to pinch myself because this is a privilege. Being here in this House.
It is.
And I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional, but it is. I pinch myself. I look around at the beautiful works of art we have here. The ability to debate with colleagues, such outstanding individuals here in the House, some of the best people I've ever met, I've met here in this House, not only from our side, but on the opposition side as well. But how has the actions last night affected this institution that all of us love? And I'm talking, Mr. Speaker, about you. What is your role in the House when you come across behavior like this? What is the Speaker supposed to do? We trust in your judgment. And it's a difficult position that the Prime Minister has now put the Speaker of this House that we so feel so wonderful about and respect. What position is he putting you in? What position is he putting in our Sergeant of Arms? Mr. Speaker, we have this institution that has evolved over centuries, this institution that we've all become part of, like a family. And our role here is to work together to get things done. And part of that, Mr. Speaker, is allowing the opposition to do its job, to oppose. And this week, sadly, we've seen the government do everything possible, unprecedented, so that, as my colleague said earlier today, they don't have an opposition, they have an audience. And that is truly sad. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are not enemies, we are opponents. So the question is, how does the PM fix this? And we've seen on the other side, as my colleague said earlier, rationalizing the behavior. No, it's not. It's about taking responsibility for that behavior and moving along. And yes, the Prime Minister did apologize, Mr. Speaker. And I want you to know, and I want all colleagues to know, I do accept that apology. But I want to say, past actions are the best predictor of future actions. And I remember in this House, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting right over here, and the Prime Minister at the time was sitting right back there. And my colleague from Thornhill, the Minister of the Environment at that time, one of the most regarded journalists we've ever had in Canada, one of the most respectful speakers here, one of the best speakers I've ever heard, the Prime Minister called him something that I cannot repeat here in the House. And the Prime Minister did apologize for that. Heartfelt apology. But I've got an article from the Toronto Star, which was just a couple days later, by Susan Delacourt. And when the Prime Minister was asked about that apology, you know what he said, Mr. Speaker? I called him something that was fundamentally biodegradable, compostable, and good for the environment. Mr. Speaker, Is that a heartfelt apology? And for me, as I said, past actions are some of the best predictions of future behavior. And it's inherent upon all of us with our love for this institution and showing an example to future generations to make sure that this institution is not damaged by the actions of the Prime Minister. And how does he do that? I again say, what does the Prime Minister do to fix this? It's about consequences. And I haven't really seen what's going to happen with this. I haven't seen from my colleagues across the way how they would hold their leader to the highest office in this country, how to hold him to account for his actions. We hear that he's okay to go and have this go to committee, but we all know the committee, the Liberals have the majority. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I don't have a crystal ball, but maybe we can figure it out if there are actions this week in the House. As I said, this motion 6 that they brought up, if that's any indication of future action, I think we could probably use that crystal ball and figure out how this is going to affect us and this institution. So, Mr. Speaker, I would love to talk a little bit more on this because, frankly, I'm one of those guys. I've been up to speak in this House, and I want my colleagues to know twice on the assisted suicide bill. Twice. And my constituents really want their voices to be heard. A doctor from my community, Dr. Jillian Gilchrist, who's had years in the palliative care field, I want to bring her comments to the House. But guess what? I've been denied that right. It's been changed twice. I'm hopeful, Mr. Speaker, that when the Prime Minister said he is willing to change, if he truly is willing to change, that the actions moving forward will be different. And I welcome his apology and hope that bodes well for his future behavior. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. I appreciate him and his tone and just the way that he conducts himself as an honourable member. I don't want to go over what happened yesterday. It happened right in front of me here. We saw what happened. We've talked about what happened. But I do want to talk about motion 6 in regards to this, what we're discussing today. We have what we call standing orders. Standing orders are here to protect parliamentarians. They're here to protect democracy within Parliament. And the government, in a tit-for-tat, felt they almost lost a vote, came with a motion 6. Motion 6, part of it starts this way: notwithstanding any standing order. In other words, those things that protect Parliament. The rules of Parliament, notwithstanding any of it. And then they gave 17 things. A to Q, what will take away the power of the opposition to hold the government to account. The health minister today said, we are here to advance the issues of Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, so is the opposition. But Mr. Speaker, the government has said, we know what's best. Let's handcuff the opposition and ramrod through what we think the issues of Canadians are. So the first thing they said, Mr. Speaker, was on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment until such a time as a Minister of the Crown or a parliamentary secretary moves a motion of adjournment. So in other words, we just stay and debate until they decide. They won't tell us when. And then when they do that, at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, they can simply say, we're now going to go to another debate. And members, opposition, you better get your speakers ready at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. That's the kind of government that we have here, that is trying to take away all the powers. If this member who just gave the speech, if he could please stand and tell how he thinks motion number 6, is it taking away from the decorum in the House? Is it adding to decorum in the House? Is it poking an opposition? Is it poking Parliament? Is it poking Canadians in the eye as far as us being able to hold a government to account?
Good question. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, all those things are true. but I'd like to point out with motion 6, it's actually stopping Canadians the right to hear their members of Parliament debate the important issues before the House. And Mr. Speaker, I've been here long enough. I can count. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have the numbers. They will get anything they want through this House. But all we're asking on this side is to allow us to have the tools that have evolved. As I said, we belong to an institution hundreds of years old. And it's worked. It's one of the best systems in the world, Mr. Speaker, and its longevity proves that. And motion 6 takes away everything that my colleague from Crowfoot, who has been here, one of the longest sitting MPs that I wholly respect, it's about taking away Canadians' rights to hear from their members of Parliament. And those of us who love this institution, I'm asking my colleagues on the other side, please talk to your leader. Ask him for a change of heart, because Canadians deserve to be heard in this House. They deserve their opinions to be heard, and they deserve to hear from their members of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I rise today also not really happy about the motion and what I have to speak to. I don't think any of us I never ever anticipated that I would see what I saw yesterday here in our chamber, right in front of my eyes, and I never imagined that I would be speaking to something like this, but it's where we find ourselves, and so I want to speak to this motion and talk about a couple of things. I want to talk about this on a human level and what happened in terms of one human being to another human being, and the kind of effect that it has on all of us, and the kind of example that it sets for all Canadians, for young people who are watching, for children, for people who are aspiring to this job. I want to talk a little bit about that, and then I want to talk also about just the ramifications as far as what we've been seeing happening over the last number of weeks with the government asserting itself over the opposition. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we saw somebody lose their temper, and I imagine that frustration and anger has probably been building up, and maybe some of it is tied to things that we don't even know about. Sometimes in life that happens, and we go to work and things have been pressing at us and there are things going on, and then our co-workers are kind of annoying us, and our co-workers are doing things that we wish they wouldn't do, and we get angry and we get frustrated. But what is not acceptable in the workplace, it's acceptable to speak to that individual. It would have been even unusual had the Prime Minister walked over and spoken to our government, or our chief opposition whip. But what wasn't and what is not acceptable in the workplace is for that temper outburst to then translate into a physical touching and physical pushing the person that you're angry at around. That isn't acceptable. And in the workplace, if something like that had happened, dare I say, if a friend of mine had said to me, today I just got elbowed in the chest by my coworker or my CEO because he was angry at another coworker and he was trying to push that coworker somewhere, that would have been a huge workplace incident. The CEO or the co-worker who did it, I don't necessarily, I see our Prime Minister definitely as the CEO. He's in charge of our country, but I do consider him a co-worker here in this place. I think we are all equal in this House. I think we all are equal as far as we're all elected. So I would say that the Prime Minister is my co-worker. It would never, ever be acceptable for that kind of action to take place. And if that co-worker who had lost his temper and came charging over and elbowed people and all of the things that happened, even if that person said, I'm sorry, there would be consequences and there would be actions to ensure that it didn't happen again. There would be some discussion about why did that happen? Why are you so frustrated with your job? Are there other things going on? How do you get help so that you don't do that again? Because
I can tell you in my experience, whether it's at home, whether it's, I used to work in schools, I worked with children in schools, I've seen teachers, my sister was a nurse, I've seen a lot of work situations, and I've seen people get angry or upset or frustrated. It's rare to see that physical outburst and rare to see somebody physically laying their hands on another person. So that is concerning for me. I will be blunt, that the Prime Minister felt that he lost it that much that he would charge over and do what he did in this place, being so public, cameras, all of us around, the very men and women that he's leading. That concerns me regarding his judgment and his state of mind at that time. So that's one piece of this that I don't think we should ignore, and I think that we need to, and I hope nobody on the other side is laughing. Yeah, well, of course. Yeah, but maybe this is, I saw some of them cheering when he charged over here. They all stood up. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say, too, it was a choice that the Prime Minister made. It was not an accident. An accident is if I'm walking down the hall and I trip, and in tripping I accidentally bump into somebody else. That's an accident. If I charge over across the hallway in anger, elbowing my way through, it's not an accident, it's a choice. The Prime Minister made a choice. He made a choice in this House of Commons, and there has to be consequences, and he needs to do something about his anger. That's something that we have to, let's call a spade a spade. He has anger issues, and he needs to figure out how to control them. I also, I'm going to just mention this very quickly. Last Parliament, there were two individuals who were accused of harassing other members of Parliament. Those two accused were part of the Liberal Party, and at the time, the now Prime Minister, but the leader of the Liberal Party, he was judge, jury, and sentencer, and he immediately got rid of those two Liberal MPs, and their careers were destroyed, and they are absolutely finished. Different set of actions. We don't actually even know what happened in that case, but I would say that that's something also that has to be taken into consideration. Let's hope there's not one standard for certain MPs and then another standard for the Prime Minister. Now, this also has absolutely nothing to do with the tone in the House of Commons or what the NDP might have been doing yesterday, the day before, the day before. This isn't about the Conservatives. This is not about us in any way. This is only about one thing, and it's about the choices that the Prime Minister made yesterday. Now, the Prime Minister apologized, and he said he wants to make amends. I believe that one of the first things that he could do in terms of in this House and to bring back something respectable and to bring back some civility to this House and to try to mend what he did is for him to withdraw and to instruct his cabinet ministers to withdraw motion 6. We do know, and we've talked about it, I know others of my colleagues have talked about how the week started. Monday happened. The government was embarrassed because they almost lost a vote, and they were then, because of that frustration, what happened was the government did legislatively kind of what the Prime Minister did yesterday where he came marching over. So M6 is legislatively what the Prime Minister did. The government basically marched over and has said to the opposition, sit down and shut up, and smacked us down and said, you stay in your place, and in fact, we're taking away your ability to do anything else. So if the Prime Minister is serious about making a change and he wants to make amends, he needs to stop coming and using the hammer on opposition and taking our tools away, and he needs to withdraw motion 6. That's something that's important in this. We haven't heard it from him. We haven't heard it from any of the opposition members. We also have got to have some accountability at PROC. This cannot be a matter of the Prime Minister going to PROC and the Liberals do what they always do, which is just hurry through whatever they want done. They're going to have the majority on PROC. We're all concerned about that. So threefold, we need to see this Prime Minister take personal responsibility in terms of this was not a mistake or an accident. He has to deal with his anger issues and his temper and entitlement or whatever that was. I'm not a psychologist, and I'm not about to try to define that. He has to withdraw motion 6 in order to bring some civility back to this place. And the whole issue of this going to committee, there'll be no credibility in it if it's just proc with the Liberal majority and they just push it through as quickly as they can and hope it all goes away. This has to be dealt with on those 3 levels, and I certainly hope that it will be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Portage-Lisker for her speech. I'd like to speak about the concern I have for the disrespect that's been showing up in this House. We sit across from this Prime Minister, and since my first day here, I've seen the arrogance. Other members on this side of the House witness it when the cameras are not on him. He shows respect when the cameras are there, but once those cameras are off, the arrogance and the disrespect and the immature facial expressions and remarks that are shot back across this room are concerning, very concerning for me. And I'm also concerned that I see a history here, and our member from Oshawa talked about the history of what we're seeing. I am witness to part of that history, or some of that history. I come from Salmon Arm, and many of the members in this House may not remember, but it was in August of 1982 when a former Prime Minister, by chance of the same last name, happened to pass through Salmon Arm, met with three protesters, but became angry enough that he shot them the bird, the proverbial Salmon Arm salute as it became known across this country. So it's that history of disrespect for other members, disrespect for anyone that has a different of opinion that is showing up in this Liberal government again. And I asked the member from Portage-Lisker, you've spoke about remedial actions that should be taken. I'd like you to elaborate a little further on that. How can we see remedial actions for this disrespect that's taking place historically?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
I thank the member for that question, and I think all of us see things going on in the House. Sometimes too, we get up and ask a question or answer a question and are indignant, but we talk amongst each other, and we find a way to get along and be collegial. So I think certainly though when we see a Prime Minister sticking out his tongue, doing childish things like that, it really is, it's hard to watch and hard to see why he would continue it. I think though on respect, what I'm very disturbed about is the disrespect as far as what Motion 6 does, for example, is it gives Cabinet the ability to stop debate, shut down debate, make debate go till 3 in the morning or end debate at 3 in the morning, whatever Cabinet would decide, which is so disrespectful to opposition. We have a job to do, and as our leader, the leader of the opposition said this morning, we're all elected, and yes, we are in opposition, but we're very proud of our job and proud of the role that we have, and we need to be able to have the tools that are afforded to us. It's so disrespectful for the Prime Minister to come across the aisle figuratively and do what he did yesterday, which is slam us all in the head, really, and say, no, you can't do your job. Sit down, shut up. That's disrespectful.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George. We're kind of pressed for time. Maybe a minute each for a question and answer would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our honourable member for her passionate speech. Mr. Speaker, we've talked about the apology a number of times, and I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that the Prime Minister is indeed apologetic for getting caught and doing what he did. But, Mr. Speaker, an apology should not come from a script. And that's what we've seen. And through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our honourable colleague if she feels that perhaps an apology that is heartfelt should not come from a script, and that there are other things that the Member of Parliament or a Prime Minister can do to indeed prove that actions speak louder than words.
Honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, I appreciate that question, and I'm sure the Prime Minister probably had a pretty rough night, and he probably was a bit shook up himself, and maybe he wanted to ensure that he said everything that he wanted to say. So, the fact that he read the apology, I don't doubt that he is very sorry that happened. But I would like, again, a sorry is not enough in this case. It wouldn't be in the workplace. It wouldn't be in any other situation. So a sorry as much as appreciated, but it's a first step of a lot of other steps that have to take place. And again, I just think on a personal level, he needs to figure out why he did that, and because it wasn't just an accident, it was a choice, and it was a well thought out choice. So on a personal level, he needs to think about that and deal with it. This is what he has to answer. Here in the House of Commons, he has to show, if he wants to have a fresh start and have some credibility in the House, he needs to show that by withdrawing motion 6 and then not stopping and ending debate in the way that he's proposed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to share my time with the member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. You know, I am very troubled, like many today who have stood up to speak, and what I would really like to do perhaps is set the table a little bit in terms of how we found ourselves in this position, because I think it is more than one incident that created this really unfortunate position we're in today. And you know what, I'd like to start, certainly in the election of October, the Liberals were given a strong majority, and in part their message to Canadians was, we represent change, we represent a new voice, a change in our democratic process, and Canadians listened to that. They watched, and of course did in October provide a strong majority for the Liberals. And I do want to quote the speech from the throne, which was just 5 months ago, where they said, you know, Canada succeeds in large part because their diverse perspectives and different opinions are celebrated, not silenced. Parliament shall be no exception. In this Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard wherever they sit. For here in these chambers, the voices of all Canadians matter. Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne is a very critical document. It is the roadmap that the government is providing and sharing with Canadians in terms of what their plans are. And then he also indicated we need to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons. The government will promote more open debate and free votes and reform and strengthen committees. So I think those are very, very important commitments that were made in the speech from the throne. In every minister's mandate letter, this is included in each letter, I made a personal commitment to bring new leadership and new tone to Ottawa. We made a commitment to Canadians to pursue our goals with a renewed sense of collaboration. So, Mr. Speaker, again, every minister has that in their mandate letter. It is in the speech from the throne, the tone that was committed to by this government to be set in this House. So I think to take that, the government is not very old. It's only 6 months. And of course, we didn't sit until January, really. We had a small sitting in December, and then we've had a sitting that has started in January after Christmas. You know, certainly perhaps the first month or two, they lived up to these commitments that they made to Canadians. But starting in the last few weeks, there's been a significant and noticeable change. And I think, you know, the honourable opposition leader from Sturgeon Rice River Parkland said it best, is the Liberals apparently now want to have an audience, not an opposition. So we'll look at items like democratic reform, which is fundamental. They don't want all voices heard. They want only their voices to be heard. And if we didn't agree with them, they would do things like move opposition days to Fridays, which of course is a very short time and there's not much opportunity. Everyone in this House recognizes that C-14 is a very important piece of legislation. We returned, and I think we need to look at this. I think this is very important. We returned on Monday, and the understanding was that we were going to spend most of the day talking about C-14. You know, I have been in this House for 7 years, and I'm one of the furthest ridings. It's usually 12 hours door to door, and I always make that trip on Sunday night so that I am here ready to be present in this House when it opens on Monday. I think it's also important to note that the House only sits 26 weeks of the year. There's 26 weeks where people are able to be in their ridings, or cabinet ministers are able to do some of the important work that they have to do outside this House. But there is 26 weeks We know that the opposition wants to get rid of Friday, and they don't want to show up to work on Monday. So what happened is, government wants to get rid of Friday. And they don't want to show up. So it's a very simple math, Mr. Speaker. They have 184 members. They need to have 169 in the House on Monday morning. How many were here? There was 139. And even at 169, that means you can still have a few people that are away. You can have some ministers off doing some of the work that they need to do, but they need to have their people in the House. They were shy of that 169 by 30 members. So the fact that they almost lost a vote is not the responsibility of the opposition. It is the responsibility of the Liberals and how they need to show up to work. But so you know what happened, Mr. Speaker? Instead of debating C-14, what did we do? C-14, which we hear from the Health Minister, this has a critical time frame to it. We have to get it done. We have to do it, get it done. Did we debate C-14 on Monday? No, Mr. Speaker. We debated C-10 all day. So they wasted a day of debate on, not wasting a day, it's an important piece of legislation, but it did not have the criticalness to it that C-14 had. What did we do Tuesday, Mr. Speaker? It was C-6, the Citizenship Act, and it's an important piece of legislation. They're all important. It was not C-14 with this critical timeline. C-10, Air Canada, we went back to C-10. We did C-11. It's a Copyright Act, again, an important piece of legislation. So what they have done is essentially there was 2 days there where we offered to debate till midnight, that they had all sorts of pieces of legislation that they had us debate instead. And I think more importantly, Mr. Speaker, was not only did they have us debate different pieces of legislation, they failed to even provide a parliamentary calendar. That has never been done in the whole time that I've been here. We are given the debate for the week, and we know and we can prepare, and they did not even have the respect to provide a parliamentary calendar. All of a sudden, we're going to be debating the Copyright Act. So that is a profound, profound disrespect to the opposition, and it has never been done in terms of this Parliament. So then we hit yesterday, which was Wednesday, and it looks like we did Air Canada, but mostly, Mr. Speaker, we were again ready to do C-14. C-14 had important amendments at the committee, and we needed to debate them. I had one of the most, it's important to debate. Debate matters, and the debate especially matters in this particular instance. At second reading, I had a profound compliment when one of my colleagues said, listening to your words in the debate changed my mind in terms of how I'm going to vote. We are debating life and death. We are debating amendments. And what did the Liberals do? They made it so that there would be possibly one speech, closure on the debate, maybe one speech at a report stage on something that was so critical that we could have been spending Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And on top of that, introduced a motion, M6, which I think was so aptly described this morning as looking at every possible tool the opposition has and taking it away. And the member from Wellington-Halton Hill said, the fundamental responsibility mechanism in the House is the confidence convention. The 20 or so members of Parliament who are part of the ministry, who are the government, sit there because they have the confidence of the majority of members of this chamber. It is that confidence convention that is undermined by the motion that the government has put on the paper. So giving the ministers unilateral right at any time to adjourn the House and many other measures. So, you know, you can certainly see a whole host of measures that, you know, certainly we were debating a closure motion. The NDP delayed things for, I understand it was less than a minute when the incident happened where the Prime Minister lost control. So I think as I head towards, you know, the end of my time to speak to this important issue, I think there is a few things that I would like to see. Number one, I mean, the Prime Minister, his apology was appropriate. he also needs to look into his heart to say, what created that anger within me, and how and why do I respond to anger in such a way that is so inappropriate? The other thing that is more importantly, and that I think we all in this House expect him to do, and is part of his speech from the throne commitments, is to live up to those standards that he set, which means removing motion 6 and live up again to those important commitments that he made in the speech of from the throne to respect all members in this House.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks on this troubling matter, what we went through yesterday here in the House. I wonder if she could elaborate on the climate that led to the incident. The fact that the government is trying to push physically members in the House, but push the agenda through as well, the parliamentary agenda. I think that that's what perhaps created this incident, because the Prime Minister wanted us to proceed to the vote. He came to push forward the opposition member, and in his views, it was so. His intention was to accelerate the process, to push the calendar forward more quickly. That might be what led to the incident, the fact that the government has attempted to move debate forward and not respected the opposition, doing as it sees fit. They promised a new government about doing politics differently. Well, does that mean pushing members of the opposition around? I'd like to know if she could elaborate on the climate that led up to the incident when a government tries to push through its parliamentary agenda.
Oops, Thompson Caribou.
And I thank my colleague for the question, and I think I'll have to go back to the speech from the throne, and it said, Parliament will be no exception. In this Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard wherever they sit. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 weeks, we have seen anything that is possibly like respecting and honouring all those and all Canadians. What we have seen is a government that is, in fact, dishonouring those words and that commitment that they made to Canadians by doing many things. And, Mr. Speaker, these are many things that are absolutely unprecedented in the history of Parliament, whether it was Motion M6, whether it was closure of debate on something like as important as assisted dying, absolutely unprecedented in this chamber, and does nothing to live up to the standards that they set for themselves.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Now, with years in politics, we see that cynicism is very prevalent. People assess the quality of the work that we do. Some people doubt the quality that we do. And cynicism is unfortunately part of political life for many politicians. But when cynicism reaches a level, a cartoon-like level, shouldn't we be asking ourselves what's happening here? On social media, we've seen images of the member for Berthier-Masquinongé that are totally off track. They don't show a minimum of respect for her. She didn't ask for this incident to happen to her, so now she's living with the consequences because of what the Prime Minister did in the House. And it was completely irresponsible, but the consequences, the indirect consequences of that action are unpredictable, and the proof is that today we're seeing images in social media that are inappropriate. And she didn't ask for it, so I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if she could say a few words about those types of consequences that we're seeing being part of the political debate here in Canada.
Caribou.
Thank you. And again, I'd like to thank my colleague for a very thoughtful question. And I know that certainly I've heard from some of the NDP that this member is actually being exposed to some very vicious ruthless comments on Twitter. She is the innocent in this event. She is the innocent, and the things that she is having to deal with as a result of our Prime Minister's action is absolutely unacceptable. And so I think that's certainly important. I think the other important thing to recognize is this type of behavior in any other workplace would be absolutely unacceptable, and there would be significant and severe consequences. So certainly, whether you're in healthcare, whether you're a teacher, regardless of your background, there is significant and important consequences when you clearly lose control in such a way and create some very difficult consequences.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to say, every time that I get up in this House until today, it's been an honor to talk about a bill or something that has come forward that is moving this country and my municipality and my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex forward. Mr. Speaker, I was involved for 20 years in municipal government, starting out as on a planning and as a councillor and becoming Raven and mayor for many of those years. And then I've had the distinct pleasure and the most distinguished honor of being elected to be in this place to represent the constituents and the people of my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, now for a little over 10 years. I guess that talks a little bit about maybe how old I am. But I can tell you that in that time and my career as being a business person, I have never in my life even attempted to visualize the abuse of an institution that we saw yesterday. Not by a member of Parliament, no, but by the distinguished head, the Prime Minister of this country, what I call this great country of Canada. Every one of us will stand up and say what a privilege it is to be here, and it is. And I take everyone at their word. Yesterday, I sat here. Right just over, I saw the Prime Minister get up out of his seat for some reason and storm across. I also watched the clips last night. I got to tell you, the clips did not show the anger in his face. Now, I have absolutely no idea why a Prime Minister would get angry because people hadn't quite sat down yet to have a vote. And the vote was because he wanted to cut the time in which we have debate. But he did. And he came storming across, grabbed our whip after he got a hold of him, and then dragged him out, stormed back, and then something must have came on because he went back. Mr. Speaker, not only did he abuse his authority, not only did he grab our whip and pull him out, he went back and used coarse language in this House, which is not acceptable. Nobody seems to really want to talk about it on the other side. I've listened to two speakers over there today that are actually trying to, let's bring it down, let's minimize what this Prime Minister and their leader has done. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that it will not get minimized and it will not go away until he does something to make sure that the consequences to what he has done, not only to our NDP colleague, but to the members of this House and to the respect that we lost yesterday to Canadians across this country. I'm trying to figure it out. It was like an angry, spoiled adolescent who didn't get his way, that got up and went across. He did make an apology. And I'm reading, he made this instant apology. He made the apology, right, not after he went back the first time, not after he went back the second time. He made the apology after the House erupted and he finally maybe figured out, I better say something. And then this morning, in a written statement, and my colleague from Portage Liskeard said, I understand, not likely a great night, so he had a written apology. But we learn about history, about what apologies, and he's a great orator. He's a drama teacher. That's his background. He's a good actor. But let me tell you about when you stand up and we're saying, in this place, you have to take the person for his word. 2012. Now Prime Minister, then Member of Parliament, made a comment to a colleague of mine. I was in this House, and this was when he made an unparliamentary language hurled at who then was our Environment Minister, because we were in government. Oh, you piece of... I can't say that in this House. He did. But he did. Our Prime Minister, unapologetic about the spirit that moved. I called him something that was fundamentally biodegradable, compostable, oh, and yes, good for the environment. And now we have our colleagues across the way that are on their knees saying, oh, please take for his word, because what he said, it was compassionate and he meant it. Folks, in families and in business and in people that we deal with every day, I take people for their word when they follow the word. I don't take people for their word because they're a good speaker and because they're a good orator and because they're a drama teacher prior to becoming the Prime Minister. I'm sorry. He has led this House to the area where we have no trust of the government. Because they almost lost the vote on Monday, and it took, for almost the first time in this government's history of Canada, it took the Speaker to break the vote because the people didn't show up for work. We got elected to show up for work. But because they got embarrassed, I guess, because they couldn't get their people here, he brought in motion 6. First of all, they took away the calendar. What does that mean to the folks that are listening? It means that they will call bills forward. We have no time to prepare for them. We took away the calendar that says this bill or this bill is going to be on the docket, and we get a chance to prepare for it. No. Not anymore. We got a dictator that almost says we're going to tell you when you're going to speak, what you're going to speak on, and oh, by the way, we'll tell you what the bill might be just before we introduce it. Folks, that's not democracy. And so my time is running up. Democratic reform, a bit of a joke, seeing the actions of what we've just seen. He's taken away the democracy of the opposition to oppose. That's what we do. That's our mandate. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be looking for the consequences that Canadians are asking me about of what this Prime Minister, going through the proc that is rigged up and has a majority of Liberal members on it, in the proc of what sort of consequences are going to come for our Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
much, Mr. Speaker. My takeaway from this morning was from the Prime Minister that he was indeed sorry. But the other two things I take away from it was that he has learned nothing and that he isn't going to change. That's my takeaway from it. I want to ask the Member of Parliament if he would explain to the House, if I had done the same actions as the Prime Minister yesterday and grabbed the Liberal whip and elbowed a Liberal female Member of Parliament, what might have happened to me today? I feel probably I would be kicked out of caucus and maybe asked to resign as a Member of Parliament. I want him to maybe outline what might have happened if I had done the same thing in this House last night.
Good question.
Well, member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I suspect, Mr. Speaker, he would not have had the opportunity to ask that question.
Right. You've been kicked out.
If he was in the workplace where you as an employer walked in and grabbed an employee, a person within their business, hauled them out, then turned around and went back, maybe accidentally, but knocked one of the ladies around, I can almost guarantee you, you would not have the privilege that you have in this place of showing up for work the next day.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to know, well, he didn't refer much to it in his speech, but doing politics differently, does he feel that this means both means abusing both the process in this House and abusing other members? So abusing process and then members.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
You see, thank you for the question. See, Mr. Speaker, what happened is because we had an individual who actually either didn't know about the process, but I believe just took the arrogance of saying, I'll fix this, because they weren't moving to my agenda to move fast enough. So I'll just strong-arm the guy and get him up here, which is our whip. So unfortunately, because of the lack of process that he followed, that he know, I mean, after all, he has to know it. He's the Prime Minister of this country. And because of that, he then got into the issue of abusing an individual. There is absolutely no justification for that, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot, in this place, minimize the situation that happened in terms of what happened here yesterday by the Prime Minister of Canada.
Questions and comments. Very briefly, the honourable member for Durham.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks today. And what troubled me the most, the Prime Minister of Canada is not just the leader of the government, the leader of his political party. He is Canada's leader that's also charged with leading and providing an example to the institutions and agencies that are federal responsibility. So, Mr. Speaker, at a time that the RCMP and the Canadian Armed Forces have been struggling with workplace issues themselves, what example does the Prime Minister of Canada set when he feels that just a simple apology, which I think most accept here today, he feels ends the situation? Leadership by example, Mr. Speaker, would mean that he charts a course to show Canadians that that incident is not indicative of the federal government's approach to tolerance in the workplace. We expect a plan going forward by the Prime Minister. I'd like to ask the honourable member what he feels the Prime Minister should do now that the apology has been set. What leadership by example should he show in the days forward?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
I want to thank my colleague for
less.
amazing work that he's done when he was Minister of Veterans Affairs in terms of the respect that this country builds and has for our veterans. And we know, we've heard from the RCMP, we've heard about abuse that has happened. But let me just say one thing. This morning we were at an event that was covered by representatives from around the world. Well, during the time our Prime Minister said, Canadians know Canada is broken, it's time for real change, it's time to do things differently. I can tell you he just did. I had people in different parts of the world this morning come to me and say, what happened to Canada yesterday? real change. Mr. Speaker, on October the 22nd, 2014, people said, not in Canada. This can't happen in Canada when we had the attack in Parliament. The same sentiment is happening right now. How can this happen in Canada by our Prime Minister to discredit this country with his authority?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon University. I'd like to mention to the member that we'll be ceasing at about 2 o'clock for question period, but he'll be able to continue after question period.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the clock, I appear to have about six minutes, but before I go on, I would like to note that I will be splitting my time with the member for Niagara Falls. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, the last time I got up in the House to speak, it was concerning the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And I thought perhaps the next time I would speak on natural resources or agriculture or perhaps issues relating to my constituency in the Saskatoon area. The Saskatoon University is the name of my riding. I never thought that I would be involved in a debate concerning a matter such as what we had in the House last night. A lot of members have been referring to their length of service in the House and that they have not seen something. Now, I'm not the longest serving member of this House, but I have been here. It'll soon be 12 years. June of 2004 was my first election. And I have to say, I have seen, not always the best behavior, but I have not seen a physical altercation between members, particularly by senior members of the front bench. I mean, even backbenchers, who over the years has been noted in Hansard, have done things to threaten each other. So I wish to, and the members in this room know this, but for people reading this on Hansard or watching this on TV, you need to grasp just how unique this is. And I want to frame my remarks in the context that we not only need in this House to understand how to behave, we need for Canadians to understand how we generally behave, how unique this situation was, and why it is so particularly unacceptable. It is very unfortunate that often Canadians only tune in, many Canadians often tune in, to see some of the highlights, or in this case, the lowlights, of the parliamentary day. It is difficult sometimes to explain as one goes around to schools or talks with constituents that by and large the decorum of this place, the relationships we have with members of other parties are actually quite good. They're productive. Again, 12 years I've been here. I've served on interparliamentary trips with members, particularly to Washington, but in other places. I've worked on committees. I've seen the debate in the House. And yet when you talk to Canadians again and again about the House of Commons, they have a picture, they think of the most chaotic incidences in question period, and they see incidences like what happens last night, and the House is brought into disrepute. And this is one of the things which I was pondering as I was thinking about my remarks. How actions as what happened last night in the House, they most directly affected the members, the member for Bertia, and I'm going to mispronounce the name, Massaconogia, the member for that constituency there, but it also affects each and every member because the credibility of this place here goes down. And that is a very serious thing. We are having a debate in this House. We are starting to engage on the concept of broader electoral reform. And the argument is often made that Canadians do not respect this place, and that is why voter rates are going down. Now, whether or not that argument is true, I don't know. But the issue that this does bring is when there are Canadians who tune in, particularly Canadians who are not good students of politics, not people who follow the Hansard, the debates, question period fairly closely. This will be their impression of this place. This will be their impression of each and every member of this place. 338 of us last night had our reputations damaged. The member of the Prime Minister, the member for Papineau, has of course apologized, and we in this place take him at his word. But the difficulty is this: the damage will still be done. I've sat over the years in committees. I've seen poor behavior in committees. I've never seen someone strike, come over, or touch someone else in committees. I've seen it almost happen, but not quite happen. And I think that is one of the things that I will take away from this debate. And I want to emphasize to Canadians that are watching, the behavior of members of Parliament is positive most of the time. We are collegial. I have friends in the Liberal caucus. I've had friends in the NDP caucus over the years. And this is one of the things events like this start to do. They damage our working relationships with each other. I'm seeing signal from the chair to wind up. I'll then take my pause here, Mr. Speaker, and I will resume then after question period my final remarks. Thank you very much.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been a long journey to get to yesterday's historic apology for the Kamagata Maru tragedy. Over 9 years ago, I made a statement here urging for the formal apology in the House of Commons. I, along with many Canadians across our nation, including Mr. Sahib Thind and Professor Mohan Singh Memorial Foundation, have fought tirelessly for official recognition of this travesty of justice. Yesterday marked the end of a long journey. The apology delivered by our Prime Minister was not only for the Punjabi community, but for all Canadians. It marks a new era for our country that is founded on respect, dignity, and equality for all. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize two constituents from my riding, Mr. Alan McPhail of Kennington and Mr. Gordon Allen of Fowler's Corners. These men were both awarded by the order of the President of the Republic of France the rank of Knight of the French National Order of the Legion of Honor, the highest honor France awards to foreigners for their involvement in the liberation of France during World War II. These brave soldiers, like so many others, fought to protect our rights and freedoms. Mr. Speaker, my riding has a tradition of supporting and commemorating our military and its history. Just last weekend, I had the pleasure to attend the 100th anniversary of the departure of the 109th Battalion of Victoria and Haliburton counties for the First World War. And the Boys and Girls Club of Kawartha Lakes just completed a series of murals recognizing the lives and stories of Victoria County during those great wars. I would like to conclude by thanking all those who have served, fought, and died to protect our values and beliefs, and thank you to those who are currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked an important moment in the history of this country. It recognized that Canada does not have a perfect history, that we have, on occasion, stumbled and been unjust. It also recognizes the importance of healing wounds, that being an example to the rest of the world must necessarily entail admitting to our own wrongdoings, that we must address head-on when our nation has fallen short of its potential. The Komagata Maru incident was a dark moment in our history that should be a shame to all Canadians and remains deeply painful to Indo-Canadians to this day. But it is also a reflection of how we have changed, opened, and become more tolerant in a Canada that is welcoming to all. To the victims and their descendants, thank you for your patience and the endurance you've shown through this dark episode in our history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Rise in this House today to recognize the Komagata Maru incident. The Komagata Maru arrived in Vancouver in May 1914 and was carrying passengers of mostly Sikh descent. The Government of Canada turned away the boat and they were forced to return to India, a decision which resulted in the deaths of many passengers. We will never forget about the prejudice suffered by Sikh community as a result of this incident. I'm proud that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, on behalf of the Government of Canada, has recognized...
Order. The honourable member needs to remember, his new member, of course, needs to remember that we don't speak of honourable colleagues by names. I think he's referring to the Right Honourable Prime Minister. So I'll let him finish quickly.
I'm proud that Prime Minister, on behalf of the Government of Canada, has recognized this incident and has apologized in the House of Commons. Our country is defined by its diversity The Kamagata Maru serves as a reminder that we must continue to fight against prejudice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Access to justice is a basic democratic right. In the opinion of Alberta Legal Aid President Suzanne Pokolznik, access to justice should be considered an essential service. That must also include access to legal counsel. Yet a growing number of Canadians are forced to represent themselves due to underfunding of legal aid. In Alberta, the demand for legal aid is increasing due to financial downturn and rising unemployment. Many earning less than full-time minimum wage are being denied. Federal support for legal aid has not been increased in almost a decade and has not kept pace with population growth. Federal dollars allocated to Alberta provides a mere 8 days of legal aid. Yet demand for legal aid increased with the imposition of mandatory minimum sentences and tougher immigration laws. Yes, it's reassuring the government has promised to restore the Court Challenges program to protect charter rights, but far deeper financial commitment is urgently needed to ensure every Canadian is accorded equal access to justice.
For Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Wallaceburg in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex have enjoyed outstanding health care in their community. Sydenham Hospital and its emergency department have served Wallaceburg, Walpole Island First Nations, and our area for almost 60 years. Recently, the Sydenham Emergency Department was recognized by the Ontario Ministry of Health for its outstanding performance by achieving the greatest reduction in wait times in the province for small rural hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I invite everyone in this great House of Commons to join me in congratulating the Emergency Department physicians, nurses, and support staff at Sydenham Hospital. Thank you for your amazing service.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, torrential rainfall throughout Sri Lanka has tragically resulted in widespread flooding and landslides. According to the Sri Lanka Disaster Management Centre, over 418,000 people have been affected in 22 of the 25 districts. 41 people have been confirmed dead and 16 are reported missing. Nearly 303,000 people have been displaced. On behalf of all members of the House, I want to offer our sincere condolences and heartfelt sympathy to the people of Sri Lanka during this difficult time. Government of Canada officials are in contact with the High Commissioner of Canada to Sri Lanka and continue to closely monitor the developing situation. Additionally, the Canadian Red Cross is assessing humanitarian needs on the ground. Canada stands ready to provide humanitarian assistance as appropriate. I want to reiterate our sympathies to the people of Sri Lanka at this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Laval-les-Îles. Of Egypt Air Flight MS-804 traveling from Paris to Cairo. We have also sadly learned that 2 Canadians were among the passengers of this flight. On behalf of the government, and I am sure all members in this House, our thoughts are with the families and loved ones of those lost. The government is providing consular assistance to the families of these 2 Canadians on this flight. Canadian officials are working closely with authorities to confirm whether there are any additional Canadian citizens on this flight and immediately deployed to the airport and government agency to ascertain the facts and provide the most effective support to families. Global Affairs Canada is also working with the French and Egyptian counterparts, as well as other impacted countries, to assess the situation and consider any request for support. Again, Mr. Speaker, we want to express our profound sympathy and condolences to the families and the friends of the victims of this terrible event.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a proud Canadian, a proud Albertan, and a proud resident of Bow River. It's been tough times in these communities, especially in Alberta and some of the communities in my riding. But last week, Chestermere, Strathmore and Brooks, the volunteers, the businesses, the community leaders on very short notice got together and held fundraisers for the toughest of people having a hard time in Fort McMurray. In just a few hours in those three communities, they filled truckloads with goods and raised $100,000. I'm a proud Canadian, a proud Albertan, but I couldn't be prouder than my constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to stand as a member of Parliament during the apology in the House of Commons for denying entry to 352 passengers on Kamagata Maru to Canada in 1914. This incident is only one of many where prejudices and fears directly resulted to further injustice, discrimination, and harm to others. I'm proud Sikh, and I'm also proud Canadian. What makes our nation great is that we can have our national pride while practicing our spiritual and cultural beliefs at the same time. This apology is more than redressing one incident. It tells the world that we are a nation that is willing to acknowledge our wrongs and even more than 100 years later apologize for it and make sure we continue to address these problems as they persist in the present day. I thank our government for being committed to ensuring our Canadian values and our
The honourable member for Nepean.
Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Alaikum. My honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre joins me in this to share this message. Yesterday marks the closure of a dark chapter in Canadian history. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, on behalf of Government of Canada, apologised for the treatment of those on board the Kamagata Maru. The ship brought people from the pre-independence undivided Indian subcontinent, which today comprises of India, Pakistan and Bangladesh. The passengers were predominantly Sikhs, but also included Hindus and Muslims. The reminder of the incidents has strengthened our resolve to be more open and inclusive. The Canadian way of life celebrates diversity. I look forward to welcoming many Sikh, Hindu and Muslim and other religious immigrants, not only from India, Pakistan and Bangladesh, but also from other nations and cultures in the years to come. Canada is strong, not in spite of its differences, but because of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Member of Parliament for Calgary Nose Hill and the Canadian delegation at the Women Deliver conference going on in Copenhagen this week. This is the 4th global conference dedicated to the health and human rights of women and girls, and I'm proud of Canada's continued leadership on these issues. 200 million children, Mr. Speaker, have their physical development and wellness affected by acute malnutrition, and tragically 110,000 children die at birth due to anemia. These statistics are as unacceptable as they are disturbing, Mr. Speaker, which is why Canada must continue to play a leadership role. In 2010, due to the leadership of the MP from Calgary Heritage, Canada's Muskoka initiative made children and maternal health a critical development goal for Canada and the G7. The Women Deliver Conference will continue sustainable development based on equality, education, and empowerment for women and girls across the globe. I know that my 9-year-old daughter Molly and girls across Canada expect all girls to have the rights and opportunities they do. This should remain our goal, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, nearly 102 years ago, a crowded ship left Hong Kong carrying 376 passengers, most being immigrants of the Punjab region of British India. The Kamagata Maru arrived on the western coast of Canada and was denied the right to dock because of the passengers on board. Mr. Speaker, these 376 Sikhs, Hindus and Muslims were not welcome in Canada due to the country's exclusionary laws, specifically targeted at Indians. That was 1914. Today, it's 2016, and I stand proud with the government that has formally apologized for the Kamagata Maru incident and Canada's historically unfair immigration laws. I'm honored to be a representative in a country that recognizes its historical injustices. It is because of our ability to change that multiculturalism, inclusion, and diversity have become the backbone of Canadian society.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour for me to highlight here in the House the 50th anniversary of the town of Mont-Saint-Hilaire. After celebrating the 100th anniversary of the town's constitution in 2012, this year we're celebrating the amalgamation of the town of Saint-Hilaire-sur-Richelieu and the mountain of Mont-Saint-Hilaire into the municipality we now know. With its nature centre in the heart of the first biosphere recognized by UNESCO in Canada in 1978, famous Quebec artists like Oséas Leduc, Paul-Émile Bordua, and Jordi Bonnet, to name a few, and cultural institutions like La Maison Amérindienne and the Art Gallery, Mont-Saint-Hilaire is a centre for art, heritage, and nature. Allow me to pay tribute to the town's first mayor, Jean-Guy Sénécal, with whom I had the honour of signing the Golden Book at a 50th anniversary celebration on May 2nd. Happy 50th to the people of Mont-Saint-Hilaire. Long may your town live.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, we went from sunny ways to a dark week in Parliament. We had altercations on the floor of the House, chaotic scheduling of business without notice, the moving of dilatory motions by the government delaying its own legislation, the closing off of debate on C-14, the first time in history that such measures were used on a moral conscience issue. Then we wake up Wednesday morning to Motion 6, a motion that proposes to legislate by exhaustion, offering unstructured, open-ended debate, potentially sitting 24 hours a day around the clock all summer long. And when the government is satisfied that it has forced enough business, it can bail out without notice and without a vote. Motion 6 targets the opposition and hamstrings its ability to hold the government to account. It disenfranchises the 60.5% of Canadians who voted for those opposition members. Even the 39.5% of Canadians who voted Liberal will not appreciate or be well served by the crippling of the opposition. Motion 6 must be withdrawn from the order of paper and never repeated again.
Banging of desks is not appreciated or permitted here. Let's not have that. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 102 years ago, my wife's great-grandfather, Narang Singh, embarked on a journey along with 375 other men, women, and children on a ship called the Kamagata Maru. It sailed the open seas to a land that promised hope and opportunity. After months of travel, they saw a coast with land stretching from sea to the sky. But as they got ready to disembark, officers stormed the ship and told them, "Go back to where you came from." They could not understand what law they broke. For months they were given no food or water. They were sent back. Narang Singh was shot and detained, but continued to fight for his rights. His dream never died. Now 4 generations of his family have called this land home. And yesterday, they sat above and they say, "Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister."
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Prime Minister's temper got the best of him, but his behaviour was just an extension of his government's approach to this House. Increasingly, they treat this House and the voices of Canadians with arrogance and disrespect, and nowhere is that more clear than in Motion 6, which would strip the opposition of all of our tools to hold the government to account. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister put the words of his apology this morning into action and withdraw this offensive motion?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've listened to the comments made by all of our colleagues. I'd like to inform the House that a short while ago we withdrew Motion 6 from the order paper. Our objective, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, our objective remains to work with everyone to find the proper mechanism to extend the sitting hours and allow for a more respectful debate on government legislation, and I look forward to working with all members of this House to achieve that objective.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a great start to showing all of the members of this House and this House and Canadians that the Prime Minister respects them. But in that spirit, I'm going to ask him, will his government also allow all members who want to speak on the issue of assisted dying, which is a conscious issue, will he give every member the opportunity to speak?
Our Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that we have been trying to extend the hours and allow for more debate on this very important issue. I think all colleagues will agree with the Leader of the Opposition. We recognize the importance and the sensitivity of Bill C-14. It's an issue that touches the lives of many, many Canadians and all parliamentarians, and we will continue to look for the way to extend the debate and allow for every member who wants to speak to speak. But, Mr. Speaker, we also respect the deadline that the Supreme Court of Canada has asked this Parliament to respect, and we think there's a proper way to balance those two interests.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court decision is one decision, but this Parliament also has a voice, and that's the voice of every Canadian. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, shutting down a debate on a conscious issue is unprecedented. So I'll ask the House Leader again. We know the Prime Minister has shut down debates time and time again, and he continues to treat democracy as an inconvenience. But he has two choices here. He can side with us and side with Canadians and give them a voice. Will he show members of this House and Canadians that he respects them?
Yes. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we intend to continue to show Parliament and Canadians that we respect the role of members of Parliament, particularly in an issue and a piece of legislation as sensitive and as compelling as medical assistance in dying. But, Mr. Speaker, we also respect the deadline that the Supreme Court imposed on this Parliament, and we have consistently said we think it would be irresponsible to go beyond the deadline the Supreme Court gave this Parliament and not have the appropriate pan-Canadian legislative framework in place. That continues to be our belief.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister lost his temper. We know, and now Canadians also know, that his behaviour wasn't unbecoming of Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister explain, or can one of his representatives explain, why he lost his self-control in the circumstances? Because things weren't going the way he wanted?
Mr. Speaker, we have heard the concerns of this House on the matter that took place last evening, and we acknowledge those concerns. The members of this House are aware of the fact that our Prime Minister issued an unreserved apology this morning. We look forward to continuing the work of this House in a tone of respect, and I will look forward to working with all my colleagues in this House to further the work of Parliament.
Député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her reply. We are all very interested in Bill C-14. Our fellow citizens sent us here to debate these issues that affect Canadians. The work done by members of the opposition is important. We put forth a dissenting report. We need to continue to work farther. Will the government allow people to speak who want to participate in this debate and to represent Canadians?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we have the intention, and as we have since the beginning, the desire to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak to Bill C-14. However, we also acknowledge that the Supreme Court has imposed upon the government and on Parliament a deadline. That is coming quickly. It's June 6th. We believe that it's important to balance the needs to hear from all members, but also to respect the Supreme Court of Canada and to have a balanced legislation in place by that date. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to hear that the government has finally listened to reason and withdrawn Motion 6. That was nothing more than a parliamentary straitjacket. But that's not all that will make a difference to the climate here. There are very repetitive muzzle orders that have been used in recent weeks repetitively, and they were not justified. Will the Prime Minister also stop the abusive use of time allocation here so that members have an opportunity to speak? The Honourable Government House Leader. As I said to Mr. Speaker a few moments ago, we withdrew motion 6 from the notice paper. We are seeking opportunities to work with our colleagues on all sides in order to extend hours of debate in a respectful tone, to allow Parliament to consider important pieces of legislation put forth by our government. We're also aware that we have obligations, commitments to Canadians. We must legislate in a climate of respect and work with all parties on these measures.
I'm glad they've finally taken back motion 6, Mr. Speaker. That was the most draconian power grab that any government has ever attempted in Canadian history. And it is good that they have pushed that back. But there are other ways that this government can finally start working with opposition parties. They can stop the rush to closure. They can actually provide calendars so we know what is being debated day to day. They can stop changing the order paper at the last minute. Will the government finally start working with opposition parties in this Parliament?
Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have consistently tried to work constructively with all members of this House. We agree with the colleagues across the way that it's important to have more respectful debate on legislation and on motions. We also agree with my colleague from New Westminster that certainty and predictability, as he just referenced in terms of the order paper, are important parts of respectful parliamentary debate. So we'll continue to work with all members, Mr. Speaker, to improve these issues, but we'll also be conscious of the commitments we made to Canadians and the important legislation we have before this House, and it's our intention to find the appropriate way to pass it.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Here's the reality. Here's what's been happening. By their own actions, this government showed a deep disrespect for Parliament this week. There are serious and substantial issues before the House, but Liberals are shutting down debate and stripping the ability of MPs to hold them to account. Mr. Speaker, whether they voted for a government or an opposition member, Canadians want their voices heard. So when exactly did the Liberals decide to turn their back on sunny ways in favour of these strong-arm tactics?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague on the other side of the aisle that it's important to have more respectful debate in Parliament. I hope she will agree with me that, particularly with respect to Bill C-14, medical assistance in dying, we have tried on numerous occasions to allow the House to continue for extended hours so that all members of Parliament can be heard on this important issue. We'll continue to urge the House to do that, Mr. Speaker, but we're also conscious of the deadline that the Supreme Court imposed on Parliament, and we think it's important to have the appropriate, balanced legislative framework in place by that deadline.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. They're singing the same old song as a previous Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, and they're going even farther. They want to give themselves all of the powers to push through their bills that are full of problems, forcing us to accept the loss of 2,400 jobs at Avios, even though it's against the law, forcing us to accept their solution to medical assistance in dying, even if it runs counter to the Supreme Court decision. When did the Liberals decide to go from sunny ways to these strong-armed approaches? Mr. Speaker, it won't surprise anyone here that I don't share the views of my colleague opposite, but I do agree with her, however, that we need to encourage more respectful debate in this House on all important bills that the government has introduced in Parliament, following the commitments that we made to Canadians during the last election campaign. We are going to continue, as we have in the past, to continue to work with everyone to achieve an appropriate outcome.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition comes to this House to represent the 60% of Canadians that don't support the Liberals. Now, in the past few days, the Liberals have been pulling their own fire alarm to prevent MPs from doing the work. They tried to punish us for their mistake by bringing in motion number 6. We appreciate the fact that they've now announced that they're withdrawing that. But I do note that they're only withdrawing it after the massive backlash from not only opposition parties, but Canadians and even their friends in the media. He's withdrawn this anti-democratic motion to rig the rules of the House. Will he now withdraw his anti-democratic attempts to rig the voting system by changes to the electoral?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that our democratic institutions must evolve. We all agree that, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition just said, that we represent the voices of the Canadians who brought us to this place. We need to take responsibility for this privilege and work together to ensure that the changes we bring forward are relevant to the 21st century and include the voices of those who don't normally engage in this process.
For Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they need to take responsibility for the bizarre actions of this Liberal government over the past few days. Motion number 6 was a glimpse into the mind of a Prime Minister when he doesn't get his way. Canadians have every reason to be worried about what they plan to do with Canadians' voting system. Will the government commit to dropping their attempts to rig the system and promise Canadians a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the premise that this process has failed before it's even begun. We need to work together to find common ground. We need to ensure that the voices of those Canadians who brought us to this place are reflected in the conversation. I urge all members to bring their ideas forward and to help strengthen this process and our democratic institutions.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government decided to withdraw motion 6. That is a good thing. Bravo. The government has also said that it will allow for a good debate on C-14. Bravo. But with respect to aid, medical assistance in dying on two occasions, 2 members of the government side stood up to put an end to second reading, and that is completely unacceptable. The government leader of the House is an honourable man. Can he give us his honourable word that all members will have an opportunity to speak and that no one on the government benches will stand up to try to interrupt debate? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. As I said, we respect the need, and it's a desire of all members to have an opportunity to rise to speak on the bill concerning medical assistance in dying, and that includes our colleagues who sit in the Senate. However, we are facing a deadline imposed upon us by the Supreme Court. We did not choose it. It's something that we will try to respect. We will try to work with everyone to find the appropriate balance. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that wasn't my question. Will the government House Leader stand up and give his word that no government official on that side will stand up to interrupt the debate at second reading, third reading with respect to medical assistance in dying? Yes or no? I ask him to give us his word that no one will interrupt the debate. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the member opposite will agree with me that we tried on many occasions to find a way to extend hours of debate. I had even proposed or moved the same motion as the member for Regina Capel. However, it wasn't adopted in the House, and we will sit down and work together with everyone to ensure that a maximum amount of debate can take place on Bill C-14. However, we will respect the Supreme Court and the decision that the Supreme Court imposed on Canada.
Almost a new era of respect for Parliament. Instead, after just 6 months, we have them shutting down debate for the first time in our history on a end-of-life conscience matter. They tried to rig the rules of this place to the government's total advantage through Motion 6. We commend them for withdrawing that, but now we know that they're trying to rig the very system that elects members to this place. The minister just said that we need to hear the voices of those Canadians who brought us to this place. Those were 17.5 million voices that will be excluded by her closed, Liberal-controlled parliamentary process. Why won't this government really demonstrate a commitment to democratic reform through a referendum?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, As the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said in her remarks at the beginning of question period today, we represent the voice of every Canadian. And I would urge my colleagues in this House to move beyond the repetitive questions asked every day. Let's engage in a productive exchange of ideas. Let's work together and seize this historic opportunity to bring our electoral system into the 21st century.
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindeport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I invite the minister to move beyond her repetitive non-answers, beyond her refusal to allow the Canadian people to decide the manner by which they elect their representatives. This minister stands up and pretends that a few hundred witnesses at a committee are more inclusive than an election, a referendum that could produce 17 million or more voters. Mr. Speaker, what doesn't she understand about this? This is a simple question of the legitimacy of this place. Does the government really think that Canadians will accept a rigged system chosen by and for the Liberal Party of Canada?
Mr. Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned, we have not decided on a system yet. We've simply taken the first step in fulfilling our promise to the Canadians, over 60% of whom said our democratic institutions need to be modernized, need to be strengthened, need to be more relevant. We took that first step a week and a day ago. We introduced a motion to bring together an all-party parliamentary committee. We did that, and we look forward to working with all members and not prejudging the outcome of that work.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After having boasted about Quebec's nonpartisan approach to medical assistance in dying, the Liberal government is doing exactly the opposite. It's stifling debate, refusing to listen to constitutional experts, rejecting the most significant amendments being proposed by the opposition. Even the Alberta Court of Appeal contradicted the government. Bill C-15 does not comply with Carter. How can the Liberals go ahead with a bill that may well face a challenge as soon as it's adopted?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I agree with her that it is very important that we move ahead. The Supreme Court has made it clear to us that Canadians have a right to medical assistance in dying. We have seen even this week by the decision that was made in Alberta at a court of appeal that in fact it's very important that a regulatory framework be put in place so that this assistance can be provided safely. Thank you.
For Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, legislation on medical assistance in dying is a difficult, sensitive issue. Canadians have legitimate and heartfelt concerns, and all of us in this place share our responsibility to get this right. So it has been so disappointing to see the government's approach. They rejected an all-party committee report, ignored testimony about the unconstitutional nature of the bill, and rejected amendments that would fix that. And all the while, they falsely claim that everything is the opposition's fault. Mr. Speaker, will the government drop the strong-arm tactics and work with us to fix this deeply flawed bill?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague across the way. As has been said many times, this is a deeply complex and personal issue. We have been working incredibly hard with all members in this House to have detailed discussions to ensure that we comply with the Supreme Court of Canada's deadline, to ensure that we have in place a legal framework for medical assistance in dying in this country, a framework that will ensure that there's balance between personal autonomy and protections of the vulnerable. We need to have a system in place by June the 6th to ensure that there are safeguards in place around medical assistance in dying in this country.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems that sunny ways have quickly turned into sunny, get the bleep out of my way. that elbows-up approach is the approach that the Prime Minister took yesterday in this Parliament. But it also seems to be the approach he's taking to voting reform. He's trying to rig the next election in the Liberals' favour. Is the Prime Minister really so arrogant that he thinks he can impose his will on Canadians without giving them a say in a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we have not decided on a system yet. We have put forward a committee to study a wide range of electoral reform options, including proportional representation and alternative voting, including online voting and mandatory voting. That process has just begun, and we need to work together to ensure that the voices of Canadians are included in that conversation, and we use the tools available to us in the 21st century to do that in the most meaningful and inclusive way possible.
For Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal arrogance knows no bounds. It's quite evident that the Prime Minister has absolutely no respect for this place and for the democracy that it represents. The Liberals are trying to ram through electoral reform just like they tried to ram through the opposition yesterday. Does the Prime Minister think that he can also manhandle democracy, or will he let Canadians have a say in a referendum?
Prime Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that we all agree that the status quo must end. Mr. Speaker, over 60% of Canadians voted for change. They voted for parties.
Order. If members disagree, they get a chance to say so. Let's each have our turn. Let's listen. Yesterday, the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, as I left the chamber, was kind enough to offer me a bottle of headache medicine, and I just asked her to keep it on standby. And that people they wish.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, we learned on Twitter that even the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister acknowledged that a referendum wasn't a bad tool for consultation. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister and the Prime Minister respect the opinions of 62% of Canadians who didn't vote for them, set aside partisanship on such a fundamental issue, and tell us if they're rejecting the idea of a referendum simply because it's a good proposal from the Conservatives?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I have some headache medicine in my desk, should you wish to have any. Mr. Speaker, democracy is more than just about voting. Democracy about ensuring that the voices of those who are normally engaged in the process are included to ensure that we are the strongest that we can be. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have extended the right to vote to women and to Indigenous persons, and it's been Conservative governments, progressive Conservative governments who have done this. This was the right thing to do. It came to this House. The members took responsibility and brought forward the changes necessary. We need to demonstrate the same leadership.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister asks why the questions are so repetitive, it's because the answers are unsatisfactory. We aren't the only ones to believe that a referendum is a good idea. Canadians and the media are also questioning the procedure put in place by the Liberal government. Yesterday, a reputable journalist from the Toronto Star said, and I quote, "The Minister is burning bridges instead of building them. The Liberal proposal is untenable." Mr. Speaker, will the Minister acknowledge that a referendum is the best way of respectfully consulting all Canadians?
Mr. Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, is a referendum a tool, a means to engaging Canadians? Yes. But is it the best tool? It is not the best tool. During previous referenda in Ontario and in BC, less than nearly 50% of the population did not participate. Is that okay? Is that okay, Mr. Speaker? We need to work together, and we need to work harder to ensure that our democratic institutions are inclusive and the systemic barriers that exist today are addressed by all 338 members of this House.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Heritage said about the sale of Montreal CBC headquarters, and I quote, "I now expect CBC Loudscan to take the next steps in the process in a transparent manner." And yesterday, we didn't learn anything from the board, nothing on the costs, the size, the number of studios, anything. And this is a board of directors that is partisan, conservative. And there's also a problem because one of the companies that could be involved in this is mostly known for the fiasco of the Îlot Voyageur in Montreal, which cost taxpayers millions of dollars. Will the Minister ensure that all the details are made public? Isn't that the least she can do? The Honourable Member for Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our public broadcaster is finally focused on the future. We've reinvested in Radio-Canada CBC, and we have also ensured that CBC Radio-Canada has two good scenarios that its board is looking at. I've heard my colleagues' questions about the appointments to the CBC board, and in the coming weeks I will have the opportunity to show a new independent process to appoint members to the CBC board so that we can have good administrators. And that having been said, I would like to remind my colleague that CBC's board is independent. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Commissioner's official report, as tabled today, shows once again violations of the Official Languages Act, and it shows that they're the norm. And we saw a great example of that this week. Energy East presented its request to the NEB in English only. That's just not acceptable. How can the Minister of Heritage, who is supposedly also responsible for official languages, justify that Francophones are going to have to wait 1 month longer than anyone else to have access to the documents in their own language? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll thank my colleague for the question. The question of bilingualism in official languages is a priority for our government, and I can assure you that in the context of the Energy East file, that the official languages law will be respected and that both official languages be promoted. I will work with my colleague at Natural Resources to ensure that this is done. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Parliamentary Budget Officer noted that there were a number of positive points in the details in the recent Supplementary Estimates A budget. Can the President of the Treasury Board please discuss his reaction to this report? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. The last report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer just confirmed that the government is making important progress to present its spending plans in a more transparent and timely manner to Parliament.
PBO said that, quote, these important improvements will enhance parliamentarians' financial scrutiny. Our government has and is raising the bar on openness, transparency and accountability to Parliament.
Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister misled Canadians on 3 separate occasions when he said he consulted.
Order, order. Members seem to be heckling their own side here. Let's have order. The open member for Lethbridge has the floor. Let's hear her question.
The Prime Minister misled Canadians on 3 separate occasions when he said that he consulted the opposition on electoral reform. Yet he says, Canadians, trust me, I'll design an electoral system that's ideal for Canada. The Prime Minister's failure of leadership this week shows why Canadians need to make their very own decision with regards to how they vote. A referendum is absolutely the only safeguard that Canadians have against this tyrannical Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister so afraid to hold a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, in this House, every single vote has an equal weight. What this Prime Minister committed to was bringing together a committee made up of parliamentarians to study and review possible electoral reform options, including online voting and mandatory voting. Mr. Speaker, the final decision will come to this House, where every member has an equal voice and an equal vote.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's unstable leadership has been on absolutely full display this week for us. Whether it be misleading Canadians about his made-up consultations with the opposition or his absolutely bizarre behaviour last night, the Prime Minister is out of control. Will he do us all a favour and take a remedial course in civics and perhaps learn the basics of democracy? Will he also do the right thing and give Canadians the final say in how governments are elected? And will the Prime Minister respect the voices of each and every Canadian by holding a referendum? Yes or no?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister did the right thing and apologized sincerely and wholeheartedly. Let's accept that. For those who are interested in reforming our electoral system, let's work together. I know many of you have many members in this House have great ideas, and they cannot wait to share them. Please bring them forward so that we can ensure that the modernization that needs to occur occurs with the best ideas and the most inclusive approach possible.
The member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today's Toronto Star says the minister's handling of the electoral reform file is, and I quote, asinine, disingenuous, and discredited. The Star also reports that, quote, she is prone to explanations that defy logic. Those are the Star's words, not mine. So here's the minister's chance to turn things around by actually giving a straightforward answer, which includes a yes or a no, to a straightforward question. Will this Liberal government hold a referendum to give Canadians a veto on its plans to change our electoral system?
Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps that is the flaw in this process. Electoral reform is neither simple or easy to address. It's a complex question with many underlying factors and many consequences. We need to work together to ensure that we answer those questions effectively, that the best ideas are brought forward, and the voices of those who don't normally have an opportunity to be included in this conversation are included in this conversation.
Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
That's peachy. They can all do that on Twitter. But in the meantime, there should be a referendum at the end of the process to include all 35 million Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the minister has actually argued that her ongoing Twitter consultations are more inclusive than a referendum. She's actually said that. But if she actually reads some of the responses she's received on Twitter, she'll see there aren't many who think it's okay to rig the 2019 election. In fact, she will find what the media characterizes as a groundswell of opposition to her chosen process. Given the minister's deep admiration for Twitter consultations, will she respect the wishes of those who are writing to her, and will she hold the referendum that they are requesting?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century, we have the technology available to us that did not exist even 10 years ago. We have the capacity and indeed the responsibility to take advantage and to leverage these tools and ensure that the 19th century model we are currently operating under is improved and enhanced and brought into the 21st century.
All day long, members have been calling for respect for this place and for each other, and I expect members to show that respect. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I am concerned that the Liberals will fail to provide sufficient resources to Parks Canada to address the anticipated increase in visitors next year, but they are definitely failing to address the state of accessibility within our parks today for those with disabilities. Accessible infrastructure has declined, all-terrain vehicles have disappeared, and the maintenance and upkeep of trails and facilities has fallen off. These parks belong to all of us. Will the government step up and ensure that our national parks are accessible for all Canadians, including those with disabilities?
Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. I'm particularly excited that the very first priority in my mandate letter is to engage in a consultation process that will lead to federal accessibility legislation. I just met this morning, Mr. Speaker, with the Trans-Canada Trail executives, and I'm excited to be working with them to make sure that our parks and our trails are accessible. Thank you.
Hear, hear. For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 5 years since Canada signed the UN Convention for the Rights of Persons Living with Disabilities. We still see barriers for people living with disabilities. It's not been fully implemented. Education, accessible housing, employment. This Liberal government promised to form a Persons with Disabilities Act, and now we need to see some action. When is this going to happen? We've had no word, absolutely no word yet, and it is very important.
The Honourable Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
I thank the honourable member once again for her question. Mr. Speaker, I'm working with stakeholders from a variety of disability groups as we design an inclusive and engaging consultation process that will lead to federal accessibility legislation that will include access issues on a variety of areas of federal jurisdiction. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to do this so we can help Canadians with disabilities have access to federal services, programs, and policies, and they don't have to wait to be discriminated against. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is showing pure hypocrisy when it comes to Veterans Affairs. He solemnly promised to never force veterans to fight the government in court. But now in government, well, he's changed his mind. The Prime Minister is not showing respect to veterans or to members of this House. Can he confirm right now that he will keep his word and drop the Equitas legal challenge? Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I find it ironic, Mr. Speaker, that this member opposite can stand and accuse this government of anything. This came about because of years of neglect by the former government on this file. We are delivering $5.6 billion in financial security to veterans and their families. We have an aggressive mandate from our Prime Minister to do things better than the former government, and this includes a return to an option for a lifelong pension.
Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the truth is very clear. The Prime Minister misled veterans in the last election. Our Conservative government always did what it said it was going to do, and it never made any false promises or gave false hope. Canada needs a respectful leader, a coherent leader, and not a schoolchild who manhandles his colleagues. Can the Prime Minister finally show leadership and end the fight against our veterans in the Equitas Challenge? The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
To be clear about the record, here's what the former government did. They cut 800 frontline support staff workers that worked with our veterans. They closed 9 offices. They ignored veterans for 10 long years. We are not doing that on this side of this House. We are delivering in this budget $5.6 billion in financial security to those men and women who have served and who need our support. We will continue to do this and implement our mandate letter, and you will see veterans and their families are going to do much better under our government than the former.
I think he means they will see or he will see. The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Chief Government Whip. When is that member going to stand up against the arrogance of his government and stop driving injured veterans into court? Mr. Speaker, in the last election, the Whip made a solemn vow to veterans to bring back lifetime pensions, full tuition payments, and a range of promises that the new government has already broken, Mr. Speaker. When will the Chief Government Whip, a retired Canadian Armed Forces general, stand up and live up to the promises he made to our veterans?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is acting aggressively on a mandate letter given by our Prime Minister. Budget 2016, we moved $5.6 billion in financial benefits to those men and women who needed our help and support. That was expanding our earning loss benefit, improving access to the Career Impact Allowance, and making the Disability Award more generous. We're delivering for veterans, and we will continue to do so. And it's really above the height of hypocrisy, these questions regarding this file from the former government.
Honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday, I had the opportunity to speak at the Lyme Disease Federal Framework Conference on behalf of New Brunswick Southwest constituents impacted by Lyme disease. Listening to those impacted and the experts, it is clear we need more data on the devastating effects of Lyme disease across Canada. Given that our government is committed to science and data, can the Minister of Health inform this House about the government's next steps so that we can have better services and treatments for Lyme disease? Thank you.
On behalf of people affected by Lyme disease. As a physician myself, I understand the impact Lyme disease has on Canadians and their families. That's why I was so pleased to see over 700 Canadians participating in our 3-day conference this week on Lyme disease. We heard from patients about the need for better surveillance, enhanced awareness, and increased investment in research, all of which will inform the federal framework that we will develop while working closely with our partners and stakeholders. Thank you.
For Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were so concerned with the refugee numbers that they have forgotten the people themselves. Because the Liberals have failed to support Syrian refugees, Once they arrive, many of them are using food banks while making the transition to Canada. How could the minister have been so arrogant to suggest that it is a Syrian cultural value to depend on food banks? Thank you.
Mr. Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And as we know, many Canadians who have tight budgets use food banks. I have stated that my comments on that issue were insensitive. I regretted them, and so I repeat that in the House. But I would also say that by my actions, I think I have shown myself unequivocally welcoming to all of our Syrian refugees.
Jonquière. Honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, if I told you that a company hadn't paid its employees for months, you would say that's unacceptable, no? And yet that's what's happening to employees of the federal government since a new pay system was put in place. Many employees haven't received their salary for months. There's even an employee at Service Canada on maternity leave who hasn't received anything for 3 months. 3 months, Mr. Speaker. 3 months without any pay. What will the government do to ensure that those who are affected can feed their families?
Mr. Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Phoenix is a new pay system that's replacing a 40-year-old system. Yes, there are some glitches to be expected, but we are working very closely to make sure that every employee who deserves to be paid and every employee deserves to be paid is paid on time. Unfortunately, there are issues that we're trying to resolve. We're doing that. We're putting extra resources into the system to respond to it. To date, we have had 1.4 million transactions. Of that, we have 77 outstanding issues, and we're working very hard to deliver for all of our employees who deserve to be paid for the work that they performed.
Well, member for Pontiac.
I met today with a group of paddlers who are joining me on a 4-day canoe trip down the Des Moines River, a renowned wilderness destination. The Algonquin Anishinaabe called it the Ikonakwasi Sipi, and it's located on their traditional territory. Located 2 hours west of Parliament at the edge of our Pontiac riding and flowing into the Ottawa River, the Des Moines watershed contains some of the one of the largest areas of unfragmented southern boreal forest in Quebec. Would the Minister of Small Business and Tourism please tell this House how the government is helping ecotourism and the conservation economy succeed across Canada?
Here, Speaker. The Honourable Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Pontiac for the question. Our government is investing more than $40 million to develop national parks and marine conservation areas, nearly $17 million to expand the Learn to Camp program, develop new programming to tell Canada's stories and encourage Indigenous storytelling and ecotourism opportunities. And of course, marking Canada 150 by making admission to our national parks, conservation areas and historical sites free of charge. I'd like to commend the honourable member for coordinating the paddle on the Ottawa River event for June 4th in conjunction with Tourism Pontiac and Paddle Canada. All members and their constituents are welcome to attend. Thank you, Mr.
Member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A month ago, the Minister of Agriculture committed to extend the provisions of the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. Unfortunately, up until now, we haven't heard a single thing since that announcement. People are starting to believe that this is just another broken promise by the Liberals. I'm wondering if the Ag Minister will stand right now and commit to extending these provisions immediately.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern, and I can assure him this issue will be addressed in a proper form to take care that the grain is delivered to the ports to make sure that our exports are kept in line. We will make sure that we supply the transportation for the Canadian farmer.
Honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the people of Lac Mégantic were victims of a rail disaster 3 years ago, and they are still waiting for a rail bypass so that they can rebuild their city in all full security. And the solutions suggested by the company are unacceptable, either maintaining the railway through downtown or a bypass whose construction would take 10 years, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister committed to putting in place a bypass. He even signed the petition in favor of that. Will he honor his word and work to ensure that this bypass is put in place as quickly as possible? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to enhancing rail safety, and in Budget 2016, we are investing $143 million to rail safety and the transportation of dangerous goods. However, it is premature for comments on funding for a rail bypass before the study is completed. The minister was honored to meet citizens of the town recently to hear their stories firsthand, and he knows that the Municipal Council and residents of Lac-Mégantic have an interest in relocating the rails away from the centre of town. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is happy to see Motion 6 withdrawn. Now, turning to the medically assisted dying bill, the government says that it's ready to hear members, but is it ready to listen to them? The criteria concerning a reasonably foreseeable death do not respect the Carter decision. Is the government ready to support the Bloc Québécois amendment, which would delete this criteria, which creates discrimination? And is it willing to get rid of inhuman admissibility conditions?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable colleague across the way for his question and for his substantive engagement in the discussion around Bill C-14. We are confident that we have put forward and made a public policy decision around medical assistance in dying in this country. This is a transformative piece of legislation that we have engaged with many Canadians and many members within this House. We look forward to the continued discussion. We look forward to ensuring that we reach our deadline of June the 6th. So we have a legislative framework in place for medical assistance in dying that is balanced and that speaks to this transformative piece or period of time that we're in.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Dr. Helena Jaczek, Minister of Community and Social Services for the Province of Ontario. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. That will conclude question period for today.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate on the question of privilege raised by Mr. Van Loan regarding physical molestation of the member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
When, for a question period, the member for Saskatoon University was doing his speech, and there are 5 minutes remaining in his speech. The honourable member for Saskatoon University. No, he's finished. So questions and comments. Not seeing any. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Vaughan, moved that the question be now put. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Adopté.
Carried.
The next question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Ashton. No, excuse me. Excuse me. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
I'll hold it. The honourable member of Regina Politics is rising to assist the chair.
Far be it for me to backseat drive here, Mr. Speaker. I think what we just disposed with was the motion, the question being now put, and now we will need to put the question, and I think members are ready for that.
It's a fine idea. I thank the member for his assistance. As I was saying, the next question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moved that the matter of the physical molestation of the honourable member for Berthier-Masconanger be now referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government bills, comments, consideration at the report stage of Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act.
Madame Le Boutillier for Mr. Morneau. Haidu moves that Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Okay. On division? Carried on division. Okay. When should the bill be read a third time? Now. Madame Le Boutillier for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that Bill C2, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary
to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me today to speak on Bill C2. A bill that will reduce taxes for the middle class. As you know, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine how I feel. I certainly understand when you're trying to talk and everybody gets up. Bill C2 is a bill that reduces taxes for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, when we did our pre-budget consultations, the Minister of Finance and I travelled from Moncton to Yellowknife and to Vancouver. This was a very important issue for all Canadians. During our election campaign, Mr. Speaker, we had promised to reduce taxes for the middle class because Canadians told us what Canadians told us, Mr. Speaker, is this: help us and help our families.
Leave the chamber and have their discussions. Also, perhaps the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Heritage might take their discussion outside, and the President of the Treasury Board should know that they don't stand between this person speaking and the Speaker. So I encourage them to take that outside.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your judicious comment just now. We're talking about respect in the House. That also means listening to our colleagues. Let me come back to C2. As I was saying, during the election campaign, we committed to helping the middle class because the middle class is the engine that drives our economy. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, when we consulted Canadians from coast to coast to coast, Canadians said, help us and help our families and help the economy grow. So to help the middle class, the first legislative measure that we took was, in fact, to reduce taxes for the middle class because, Mr. Speaker, we fully believe that in reducing taxes for the middle class, we can help the economy in our country grow. That's the first thing we did. And what Canadians said in response was that they wanted more money in their pockets
and help grow the economy. The second measure, which is also a very strong measure, is the child tax benefit, the Canadian child tax benefit, child allocation. This is an extremely important measure, as important as universal health care. It's going to make it possible to help 9 out of 10 families in this country who will receive a simpler, non-taxable child benefit, something that will help families to have a little more money and send their children, for example, to camp this summer. It'll help them with back to school. And that's the kind of help that Canadians needed and said they needed. The other thing they asked for was for us to help grow the economy, and you saw that in the budget. There are important measures to help the infrastructure. We're investing $11.9 million in infrastructure. Across the country, when we did our consultations, people said that public transit was a very significant component of what we needed to look after, because in our society, moving goods and people is essential to economic activity. Not only is it an additional cost, does it bring additional cost to bear when people can't move freely, it hinders the economy. So $3.4 billion is going to be invested in public transit. And now here's an important issue. Wastewater, water and wastewater, we're investing there as well. $5 billion in investments to help us review and revitalize our wastewater systems, treatment systems, and we will work with the provinces to improve wastewater treatment systems across the country. There's some flagrant cases. We know that there are some communities that are disposing of wastewater without treating it, and this can be very damaging to the environment. We see how in Montreal, which was very clear, we talked to Mayor Coder, we saw the impact it could have, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we decided to invest historical amounts in this area. I'd like to talk about social infrastructure as well. Historic investments in affordable housing for Canadians. Such investments, Mr. Speaker, will make it possible for us to move forward, just like our historic investments on innovation, which will make it possible to achieve the economic growth that Canadians are expecting. Coming back to Bill C-2 in particular, I'd like to say that I've had the opportunity to meet Canadians across Canada. It is very important for people to have more money in their pockets, and they do since January 2016. And they've realized how important it is. Conservatives say that we have broken promises, but a promise as important as the one we made to invest in the middle class and to reduce taxes for the middle class has certainly been kept, and it's something Canadians very much wanted. It is a privilege, Mr. Speaker, for me to be here today to take part in this important debate on Bill C-2, third reading of Bill C-2, which amends the Income Tax Act in order to provide very much needed tax relief to the middle class. Since last January, Mr. Speaker, no less than 9 million Canadians have been able to enjoy a lighter tax burden. 9 million Canadians since January 2016. That is a commitment, a promise made by the Liberals during the election campaign. And since January 1st, people are enjoying that tax relief, which is going to make it possible for us to invest in the economy. People said across the country, invest, help us. What we hear more and more is people needing help for themselves and their families, and this is a measure that will do exactly that. The changes are an important first stage in the effort to grow the economy. I've had a career in business and law, and it was very important for me in particular to make this investment because it is exactly the kind of investment that we need to make to grow the economy. We need to put more money into the pockets of Canadians. The wording of this bill, which amends the Income Tax Act, aims to reduce individual income tax from 22 to 26% and to introduce a new marginal tax rate of 33% on people earning over $200. In this campaign, Mr. Speaker, we were very clear that what we were asking Canadians to do or to accept is that we wanted to help the middle class. When we made that promise, we expected that those who earned the most would do a little more. That is part of the Canadian spirit. That is part of who we are in Canada. We help one another, and it is as part of that promise and within that, against that backdrop, that we told Canadians what we were going to do. So I'm very happy in this House to be able to say how well we've kept that promise.
Now, we're taking into account that rate of 33%, but also in the bill, there's a number of quite technical measures because when we change the marginal tax rate that we have in Canada, you will understand, Mr. Speaker, that that also calls for a number of changes in terms of the Income Tax Act because there are a number of provisions in the Act, Mr. Speaker, that are based on the marginal tax rate, which will now change to 33%. Now, as of January 1st, 2016, the annual cap for investment in a TFSA will go from $10,000 to its former level, that is $5,500 for the year 2016. So it is important, that measure is very important, because when we sought to reduce that amount, we have always told Canadians that our government is based on science and on facts, and we realize, Mr. Speaker, that 6.7% of Canadians had benefited from the maximum from maxing out on their contributions to the TFSA. And, Mr. Speaker, that was a measure that was not favorable because we found that this measure, the way that it was done before, fostered, or rather favored only a very few Canadians, and we were elected, Mr. Speaker, to help grow our economy and help the middle class. Mr. Speaker, in December, at the first opportunity, the Minister of Finance put in place a tax cut that would put more money straight into the pockets of the middle class. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what Canadians understand, and that is why they made a wise choice on October 19th. They wanted a government that will work for them, that will work for the middle class, that will work, and people who want to join it. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, some 9 million Canadians will benefit from that measure, which is a very important measure for fairness and justice in our country. The middle class has waited too long for an increase. And in a difficult situation, we helped them, Mr. Speaker. We made a promise, and I can say today, Mr. Speaker, that we have kept that promise. The rate was lowered. After the tabling of this bill, our government tabled Budget 2016, which was an essential step towards ensuring growth of the economy in this country, the growth of the middle class, and revitalizing the economy. As you know very well, Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country that was built on optimism, often in the face of tremendous adversity, challenges that seemed insurmountable. Now, over the past 10 years, Canadians have been put upon, and the trust of the middle class has been shaken. And that is what we wanted to counter. We wanted to bring Canadians' trust back, their trust in the economy, because for once, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a government in power that is standing up for them by putting in place measures that will grow the economy while taking into account the most vulnerable in our society and the middle class and people who want to join it. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country that was built on optimism, as I said, often in the face of insurmountable challenges. Even though our economy is still growing, middle-class Canadians are still struggling. And, Mr. Speaker, Since I was elected, one of the most gratifying things that I was able to do was to go out and meet with these Canadians from Moncton to Yellowknife, to go to small villages, to meet with people in town halls, in their kitchens, where we heard from people who explained to us what was going wrong with the economy and how we could help them. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that for once we consulted people who have never, ever been consulted in the history of Canada. People for whom it was really a first for them to be able to speak out on the federal budget and to talk to Department of Finance officials, myself, the minister, to tell us about their hopes, their dreams, how they want to grow Canada's economy, and how we can be sure to have inclusive growth in this country. For too long, people in the middle class, for too long, people in families have been left behind in this growth. And it took a measure like this one to help our families and members and middle-class Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are working longer and harder while the cost of living is going up. And once again, I would just want to say that I met with family in Quebec City who told me, help us. We simply can't make ends meet. We need a government who will listen to us, and that's what they got. Middle-class families simply don't have the impression that their lot has improved over the past 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, you know what? They were right. And that is why we acted with resolve as of January 1st to put money back into the pockets of middle-class Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the time has come to once again look to the future with hope and optimism that were specific to the generations before us. You have often said, Mr. Speaker, that one of the privileges that we have of being here as members of Parliament is to understand the institution that we are part of and to remember that the people who sent us to Ottawa must be listened to. We must be inspired by the spirit of the people who founded this country and take advantage of the tremendous opportunities for advancement like those that existed in the past. We must allow Canadians to tap into the tremendous growth potential that will come about by reducing carbon emissions, because we know that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this week the Minister of Finance had his first meeting with the Advisory Board on Economic Growth. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that it is made up of very eminent experts from across the world. It's a committee that will propose measures for long-term inclusive growth in this country. I was fortunate enough to be able to participate in that meeting with Mr. Dominic Barton from Mackenzie, and that was a meeting, Mr. Speaker, that was very, very interesting for everyone. It's the first committee with parity, so an advisory board that had the same number of men and women from all sectors of the economy who were telling us about growth, about innovation. Imagine the Canada of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, with our strengths and with ways of facing our demographic challenges and realizing that Canada accounts for 2% of the world economy, and so we need to look to countries abroad to work together on what we can do better to grow the economy and to put in place the best practices that we can learn from other countries. And Mr. Speaker, we will do what we said, because with regard to what we said about this advisory board, we also already have the keys to the future, because in Canada, yes, there are challenges, but there are also great opportunities for this country. And I think that if you look at our very educated population, a country with vast and natural resources, a country where we can ensure stability and foreseeability, a country that lives under the rule of law, this will attract investment to our country. The Canadian public is one of the most educated in the world. We are first among OECD countries. And over half, Mr. Speaker, of Canadian adults have a post-secondary diploma. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that here on all sides of the House, education is really the underpinning of our society. No society can have strong economic growth if it does not have an educated population if it does not put education first. And that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, because as I said, we have one of the highest rate of post-secondary graduation. We are renowned across the world for our scientific research and development. We have state-of-the-art technologies. Mr. Speaker, this is important because Canada invests a great deal in R&D, but we have realized that we need to do better at commercializing this R&D. We need to move from R&D and take it all the way down the line to a product so that we can export our products. That is how we will create economic growth here at home. We have natural resources in abundance, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned this. They are surpassed only by the ingenuity and diversity of our population, because that is important as well. I often say that, one of our strengths here in Canada is our human capital, and my colleagues on both sides of the House agree, I know, Mr. Speaker. Our most important capital is human capital, men and women who have succeeded in doing extraordinary things to advance humanity. I'm thinking of my colleague, the Minister of Transport, who has done very extraordinary things for our country, who actually traveled into space, and who inspired a generation of young Canadians like myself and other to dream big and to make our dreams come true with excellence, because it is certainly the Minister of Transport who embodies this model, because he was an astronaut, he inspired young Canadians across the country, and now he is serving serving the public here in this House of Commons. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, you will understand that the debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the G7 countries here in Canada. That will help us to make wise investments in the middle class. I would like to say that the Minister of Finance was commended by the Financial Times, by the Wall Street Journal, by Ms. Lagarde of the FMI. And so people are saying that what Canada is doing is building the future on very solid foundations. And I would take the last few seconds of my speech, Mr. Speaker, to say how proud I am of having participated with my colleagues on both sides of this House. I'm proud of having created a budget that works for Canadians today, but that it will also work for Canadians in the future by building a solid foundation so that Canada continues to prosper for decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague across the way, my colleague from Shawinigan. I think is that the name of his riding? Saint Maurice Champlain. Sorry, every time I look at him, he reminds me of the Honourable Jean Chrétien, who was the member of that riding for many years. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell my colleague that I respect and esteem him greatly. He's a new member of Parliament. He works very hard, but he's on the wrong side of the House, but I do respect him. Now, Mr. Speaker, he said we're going to do what we said. Mr. Speaker, he can't really say that with all respect, because that political party said that the tax changes that were announced under Bill C2 were going to be at zero cost, but now we've got a deficit of over $1 billion. We're not the ones who said so. It's the PBO who said so. And the president of the Treasury Board talked about that earlier. Can the member explain to us why he said we'll do what we say whereas we have a deficit rather than zero cost? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, first of all, allow me to respond to my honourable colleague, for whom I reciprocally have a great deal of respect. He is a seasoned parliamentarian. He's very intelligent. But as he said earlier, we don't always share the same ideas, but we share mutual respect in this House so that we can debate these issues. And I think that's what all parliamentarians want. They want this exchange of ideas. When I spoke earlier, Mr. Speaker, I said that we had made a promise. The promise was to make economic growth in this country a priority. And a measure that we put in the recent budget is this reduction of the tax rate for the middle class from 22% to 20.5%. That's a considerable reduction. It's been in place since January 1st. And I can say that when I met with Canadians, I think that they would disagree with my honourable colleague, because those people clearly see how important it is to have invested in the middle class, to have a government that was listening to them, and that has also proposed innovative measures that allow them to have better purchasing power. And, Mr. Speaker, I can say this with a great deal of pride, that we have a government here that thinks of the middle class, that thinks of Quebec families. And when we think that 9 million Canadians are paying less tax today, I think that my Conservative colleague would agree that reducing taxes for the middle class was the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, who often sits on the Finance Committee. We debated that bill. I heard his speech, and he often referred to, as they have often done, he referred to the middle class. The middle class, though, has not been defined. The officials of the Finance Department refuse to define the middle class. There are varying definitions, but no one agrees what exactly the middle class is. And at the end of the day, the conclusion is that what they are proposing as a tax reduction does not target the middle class, because I myself as a member and he is a parliamentary secretary, we will benefit from the maximum of this tax reduction. And yet there are people here who work as servers in the parliamentary restaurant. There are people here who work as daycare people who work for the Prime Minister, and they will have a reduction of zero. And yet I would think that, if we look at the median income of the middle class, it's about $31,000, but those people will receive 0% in tax reductions. And so we tried to amend this tax cut to ensure that people who earn as of $11,000 could be able to benefit from it. And then the people who earn a median income of $31,000 would have received $200, but they still receive zero under the government's proposal. So I would like my colleague to talk about the unfairness of the measures proposed by the government, which is supposedly targeting the middle class, but which has really missed the mark, because it only benefits people who earn $45,000 and up. And at the end of the day, it's we, the parliamentarians in this House, with our salaries, who benefit from the maximum of this reduction, which is $700. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to commend my colleague. I have a great deal of respect for him and the work he does on the Finance Committee. He's a man of experience. He's a man who always brings an interesting perspective to the committee, and I'd like to thank him for his very important contribution to that committee. Mr. Speaker, like my colleague, I did participate in the Finance Committee with other members who are here in this House, and we heard a number of witnesses tell us, Mr. Speaker, that the definition of the middle class is extremely variable depending on the regions of the country, depending on the socioeconomic context. I was able to travel up north, for example, and the average income is very different up there, for example, than from my riding. When we looked at all factors, when we took all factors into account, we realized that it was a variable concept. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that at least the member can give us credit for the fact that we were very, very clear, I was going to say, about what tax bracket we were going to reduce during the election campaign, and that's exactly what we said. During the campaign, we said that we were going to lower the tax rate of the second bracket, so 22.5% to 20%. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I understand that, we did discuss things on the Finance Committee, but the Canadians made a clear choice on October 19th.
In court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, not only for his presentation here today, but for his excellent work along with the Minister of Finance, particularly at the beginning of this year in terms of going from coast to coast to coast around this country on a very difficult timeline to consult with Canadians on budget, on what was ultimately Budget 2016. I listened carefully with respect to his presentation, with respect to many of the tax measures that are included in Budget 2016, on how it's going to improve the lives of middle-class Canadians. One of the things that I did not hear, and I want to give the parliamentary secretary an opportunity to do so, and which is particularly important to my riding of Scarborough Agincourt, are some of the strategic investments, particularly in infrastructure and in particular as it relates to public transit. And I would like perhaps, we've had some interesting announcements that have taken place in the, for example, Toronto area, and I would like to give the opportunity to the parliamentary secretary to perhaps give some further elucidation that he might have as it might impact my particular region of the country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague and to say how much it's a pleasure to see him in the House. I mean, this is a member which maybe I had the privilege to traveling from coast to coast to coast, but I recognize that my colleague has went also to difficult time, and it's nice to see him with us because he's an outstanding member with the respect of everyone in this House. In days like that, you can only appreciate to be surrounded by people like him. Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. It brings me back to, the first thing what he said is the humbling experience, and I would encourage every member of this House. I know that we are going about consultation in many different ways, in many different areas, I should say, but we did our finance consultation, and we went from coast to coast in this country, and I had the chance to go in this part of the country, and this was one of the most humbling experiences, and it allows me, Mr. Speaker, to come back to what the member was saying, because over the next 2 years, we're going to invest $11.9 billion, Mr. Speaker, on phase 1 of our new infrastructure program. Mr. Speaker, this is significant. It is part of the $120 billion for the next 10 years. This is exactly the type of investment that is going to help our country with economic growth, but also provide Canadians the necessities in terms of infrastructure. We have inherited a situation where the previous government lacked the necessary investment in our infrastructure, which deprive a number of our communities and our cities of essential infrastructure. Let me remind the member was talking about public transit. I mean, the investment is going to be $3.4 billion, and like I was saying, in some communities, moving good and people faster is just traffic jam is just not a nuisance. There's a huge economic cost, and our economists would calculate how much it is when you have people who are in traffic for 1 or 2 hours per day, and say that by making these investments, smart investment, what we talk about, the investment that are going to allow us to have economic growth in some of the regions like his, because we heard that from many of his people that they wanted us to make investment in public transit. And I'll finish with that, Mr. Speaker. I've been in cities where you find, we have admitted a number of new Canadians, and because of the sprawling of cities, jobs are here and people are there, but there's no connection between the two. So I met people who say, I can find the people to hire, and I met people who say, I don't have a job. So that's these investments are going to help our country to succeed in this century and for the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my party, I am pleased to speak to Bill C-2 today. As we saw a little earlier, Bill C-2 is one of the first applications of a tax measure, financial measure by the government. Now, the Liberals were elected on October 19th. We are true Democrats, and we respect the result of that election. And now the first type of respect that the government has to have is with respect to the results. But the least that one could say is that this government was elected saying one thing and has done exactly the opposite. Bill C-2 is the first example of that. Now, I asked a question of the parliamentary secretary a little earlier. The member was speaking as the parliamentary secretary, and I would like to repeat what I had said to him. Now, I asked him a question, and he said that there are promises that can't be kept. He did not answer my question. The Liberals made a promise to change the tax laws to help more Canadians, and they were going to do that in a fair way, but this government is not doing that. It is doing this in a deficit situation. Other people have said this as well. The parliamentary budget officer was quoted just a few minutes ago by the Treasury Board president, who said that everything is going well, and the institution of the Parliamentary Budget Office is respected by the government, but in fact, the PBO is saying that this bill will create a deficit of $1.72 billion. Of course, people are happy with this measure, but do we have the money to be doing this? No, we don't. The government said that it would act responsibly and it would balance, it would do this without creating a deficit. Now, my colleague was able to do that. We brought in many measures, 140 measures. We reduced the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, and many other measures. The former member who held the riding of Saint-Maurice Champlain, Jean Chrétien, had said that he would abolish the GST, but he didn't do that. Mr. Speaker, it is a good thing to change the tax system, to reduce taxes, but you have to have the resources to do that. This is the case with C2, but this isn't the first time and the only time that this government has said that it would do one thing and has done the opposite. We've seen that here, but also with the measures to help families. The Liberals promised that they would bring in measures, and the minister responsible for families, my colleague from Quebec, is bringing in measures, yes, but creating a deficit of $1.4 billion by doing it. The budget was brought in by the Liberals, and they had said during the election campaign that there would be a tiny little deficit of maybe $10 billion. But the reality is that the deficit for this year is $28.4 billion. So there is a pattern here. They say they're going to do one thing, but they do another. We are not going to create a deficit, but they do create a deficit. So how can they have any credibility? How can they not be actually creating more cynicism among the Canadian public? So I would ask this government to show some common sense, to stop spending beyond their means. This is a bill that we are offloading onto our children and grandchildren. We are sending the costs on to families and the young people of today. Colleagues across the floor will say, well, you had a deficit when you were in power. Well, when we were the government, the Right Honourable Member for Calgary was the Prime Minister, but we went through the worst recession since the 1930s. And in spite of that, because the Conservatives were in office and because we were careful with taxpayers' money, we were able to manage the financial situation very well. We did the best fiscally of any country in the world, and it was the Right Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage who was in charge at that time as our Prime Minister. we were able to promote economic recovery and get Canada through that recession. The government is saying that we have the best debt to GDP ratio, and this is why we can create this deficit. Well, we're the ones that got the ratio to where it is. I would like to remind Canadians that we left the fiscal house in order. Yes, there is a better ratio in terms of GDP to debt to GDP, but when this government came into office in November, what was the situation? A $1.1 billion surplus. And I'm not inventing that. The Minister of Finance, I just brought out a document here that, of course, I can't show everyone, but it is essential to remind people of this. It is essential that we keep in mind when we are voting on money bills that these principles are important. Between April and November 2015, there was a $1 billion plus surplus. That is the fiscal situation as we left it, but this government is living beyond its means. I think we have probably asked 50 times or more for the budget documents we want to see the documents that confirm that we left this surplus, but the government has refused. Now, what Canadians need is job creation and wealth creation. But government does not create wealth and jobs. It is the private sector, businesses, people who are inspired and determined and that show leadership, create jobs and create wealth. The government should support them in their efforts, but entrepreneurs have seen that there is nothing in this budget for them. We Conservatives feel that our businesses need to grow, and in order to do that, they need to have expanded markets. My honourable colleague, who was formerly the Minister of International Trade, had great success for 4 years in negotiating trade agreements, including the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that will create many, many jobs. We want the government to ensure that this treaty, this agreement, is ratified so that the needs of workers across Canada are respected, and we need to protect supply management in the process. The problem with Bill C-2, to come back to this, is that the vision here is not clear. What is our vision for the future? Well, the Conservatives have one vision, the Liberals have another one, and we don't agree with theirs. They feel that they can create deficits and hope for prosperity. The Right Honourable Paul Martin, who was our former Prime Minister, and before that the Finance Minister, who now has his portrait in the hallway. Mr. Martin used to say that it is in times of prosperity that the deficit has to be reduced and eliminated. That doesn't seem to be what this Liberal Party is doing. So we feel that it is important that during good times, no deficits should be created.
Speaker, in this bill, Bill C-2, we see a government who share not exactly the same vision, the same point of view, the same attitude, the same policy that we had on our leadership for the last 10 years. And let me be clear with you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 10 years, we were on the power. Our Prime Minister were very strict on the funding, on the public funding way. But first and foremost, we let the House clean. $1 billion of surplus at the end of our mandate, and also the big three of the G7, the best ratio about the debt and the PIB in French, sorry for that, but the debt and the PIB, we were the best in the creating job, and we're also the best to get back in the economy after the crisis. That is the Conservative signature. This is how we led the House, a real clean, good House by the Conservative government. But today, what we see is a government who spends too much. Is a government who do not respect the fact that we have to live on what we have instead of what we wish to have. And when we create deficit in that situation, we send the bill to our children and grandchildren, and even those who are not born yet, or not born today, but they will have to pay for the fact that today this government is doing all wrong, is making bad decisions for the future of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not too late. It's not too late. Maybe the government will open his eyes and make some modification. Well, maybe. Maybe. It's not too late. The bill is not yet passed. Maybe we can dream. You know, I'm a dreamer. Yeah. Not all the time, not all the time, but I'm a dreamer. But, Mr. Speaker, we strongly disagree with this attitude. I think that, yes, we all need, everybody wants to give money to the people. We did that 140 times when we were in power, you know, reducing the debt, reducing the taxes, reducing income tax and all that stuff. We did that 140 times in our government, but we did it very responsibly, which is not the case in that bill. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that this House will reject Bill C4. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to listen to my colleague because we are here to listen to one another. But I would say that there is a model that we will not use, and that is the one of the former Prime Minister. He added $150 billion to Canada's public debt. And we on this side of the House don't feel that that is a good model. I listened carefully to the member for Louis Saint Laurent, and he asked rhetorically whether we had the means to help the middle class. His answer was no. I have met with Canadians across the country, and our answer is yes. Yes, we have the means to help Canadians, the middle class, because Canada has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. He says he doesn't agree. Well, doesn't he agree with the OECD, the Wall Street Journal, who are saying that Canada is leading the way? Does he not agree with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who is saying that this budget will create growth? Does he not agree with others who say that Canada is a good example? Canada is doing the right thing in the fiscal area. Does he not agree with me? I would invite the member to be careful when he cites foreign sources, because he needs to think about the situation here. Now, he said, his government said that there would be no net cost to these measures. But the reality is that these measures are creating a deficit. And finally, the Liberal government keeps saying the debt to GDP ratio is the best in the G7. Well, who's responsible for that? Which government was in place and created these jobs and did all this hard work? It was our government. So this is what they have inherited from our government under the former Prime Minister. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscamingue-les-Basques. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent for his speech, which was extremely interesting. It's nice to have a lively debate. I would like to start my question by going back to what he said at the beginning, and that was that the government under the Liberals should only reduce the taxes, the tax rates, if they can afford it. Now, I know that the Conservatives reduced GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, and corporate tax rates as well. That costs over $16 billion, which ate up the surplus that was left to the Conservative government. So I think the member needs to be careful in his comparisons. That said, there was one thing in his speech with respect to C2 that he didn't talk about, and that was the TFSA. His government had increased the yearly amount to $10,000, and we agree that it should be reduced, brought back to $5,500, but indexed. The TFSA is used by people to save, and of course people can put cash in their TFSA, but of other financial instruments as well, including stocks and other investment instruments that will be tax-free. I would like to hear from my colleague about why the Conservatives increased the amount to $10,000, even though that was bad for the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight the expertise of my colleague, the member for Rimouski-Nejet. I am going to have to practice his writing name. It's not easy. Now, I forgot to look at my notes, and so I forgot to mention that aspect.
The vision is different. The political parties have a different vision, and that's why we're all in Parliament. The New Democrats, the NDP, find taxation is okay. We think it's better to reduce taxes, as we did with the GST, so that people have more money in their pockets and so that they can circulate it in the economy. We believe that growing the economy is a fundamental value. Canadians aren't saving enough. Savings are paramount. And the TFSA was a new vehicle that enabled people to save. When it was first established, and people were saying it wasn't good, but now they're saying, oh, great. We believe that those of us who earn well should be able to put more money aside, because it's a vision for the future. Our vision is a vision for the future. Everybody has their own view. On the other side, they don't think it's important, but we believe it's paramount for Canadians to save. We want to strengthen this vehicle. I think the TFSA is excellent, and as long as people aren't in debt, being able to save money is a wonderful thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech this afternoon, and really respect and honour his parliamentary experience.
I don't have enough confidence to speak in French now or to ask a question in French.
On the debt and the deficit situation, Mr. Speaker. My home province, the province of Ontario, is currently experiencing $313 billion in debt. In fact, the third largest department in the Ontario government is the payment on that debt. And of course, we all know that many in the former Ontario Liberal government are now running the PMO's office, so we're just transferring that debt and deficit ideology into the federal government and obviously access to a bigger piggy bank, Mr. Speaker. But I want to ask my honourable colleague, given his experience in government, what the impact of significant debt and deficit can have with respect to the impact on middle-class Canadians going forward.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his right and very important question, because this is a real issue when we're talking about public money, and we are here for that. Because people pay taxes, people pay their impôts, and so they want to know what we're doing with that. And when we create deficit, we create debt, and we're shipping the bill to the children and grandchildren, and maybe even that to those who are not born today, but they will have to pay for the fact that we live over budget as we do today. And he talked about his own province. I can talk about my own province too. In the province of Quebec, this is a very important bill that we have to pay, very huge debt. So this is why I've been involved in politics for the last 8 years. I've been elected in 2008 in the National Assembly, and it was one of my cardinal issue for which I fight in the National Assembly and for which I want to fight here in the House of Commons, to be very careful with the debt and especially with the deficit. But the honourable colleague from the Liberal Party talked about our result when we were in office, and he said, well, you rise the deficit so high. Yes, but he forgot to remember to all this House that we face the worst economic crisis since the 30s. And so this is why we had to make big, difficult decisions, especially in a non-majority government. In a minority government, we had to make some deal with the Liberals and with the NDP. And so this is why we had to make that difficult choice. But the result, at the end of the crisis, we were the best thanks to the Conservative government.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. As NDP critic on finance, I'm very pleased to rise on third reading of this bill, which was debated for many hours in this House. During the debate and during the discussions in committee, we reached out to the government so that the tax reduction promised in the bill could be a genuine reduction for the middle class, a genuine tax relief for the middle class. As I said, the issue really for the middle class isn't very well defined. We have definitions that are independent of group views. Our definitions are sometimes different, but we should understand where 50% of people earn more than us and 50% earn less than us, that puts us in the middle class. That's common sense. But people who are earning about $30,000 to $32,000 a year aren't getting a penny out of this tax relief that's presumably for the middle class. I find that to be a real problem because, as I said, and as I think bears repeating, as parliamentary secretary, as a member, as the government whip, all of us will benefit as much as possible from this measure, and yet we're not part of the middle class. But we're going to derive maximum benefit from it, and yet somebody who earns $30,000 or $35,000, $40,000 a year, even $45,000 a year, won't get a penny in tax relief under this bill. So, if the government says that the measure is intended to help the middle class, and that's an election promise made during the election campaign, well, that's not strictly accurate. It was in their economic platform, but as you know, people rarely read economic platforms on websites when they go vote. They rely on what's on the media, what's in the media, on TV, in the news, and the newspapers. And what they were hearing from the honourable member for Papineau, who was head of the Liberal Party at the time, wasn't, we're going to reduce taxes for people earning over $45,000 a year. No, it was, we're going to reduce taxes for the middle class. And yet, those who earn somewhat less than that and quite rightly believe themselves to be part of the middle class feel hard done by at the moment. The consultations held across Canada by the Minister of Finance and by the committee certainly heard comments from people who didn't qualify. And we saw that from the beginning of the year, since the tax reduction was visible as of January 1st on employees across the country, on the paychecks of employees across the country. So this doesn't affect the entire middle class. What are we to do then? That's when we reached out to the Liberal government in committee, and we proposed a measure that would end up costing about the same, but which would reach many, many more Canadians. Rather than amending the tax bracket that's below 45,000 only, we said, why do you want to do that? Why not amend the very first tax bracket, the bracket as of which everybody has to pay tax? So instead of reducing the second level from 22 to 20.5, we suggested reducing the first bracket from 15 to 14%. And that would have had a significant impact because the person who really sits on the median of what paychecks are across the country would have had a $200 tax cut as opposed to the zero tax cut they're getting now. So somebody earning $210,000 a year and is still getting $200 would in fact have paid $70 more. You have to be careful with slogans. I have no doubt now, after all this discussion we've had, that the decision to help the middle class is much more of a slogan than reality. If the government really wanted to help the middle class, they would have accepted the olive branch that we were holding out to the Liberals, and that way could have ensured that everybody could have derived some benefit from this measure. This proposal was rejected at the Finance Committee, and that's unfortunate because I think it could have been fruitfully debated and might have achieved consensus. I think that the government's position, as they said during the election campaign, this would have made it possible to certainly keep the spirit of their promise. The middle class would have had tax relief. As a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, I don't need a tax break. I don't need tax relief. I believe I should be paying my fair share, and I believe I'm privileged. So why should I and my colleagues in this House have the maximum tax relief under this bill that's possible? The other two clauses, the addition of a 33% tax rate for those who are the highest earners, we're not opposed to that, and we're not opposed to reducing the TFSA ceiling to $5,000 odd dollars. We are quite in agreement with that. I remember the debate we had in this House against increasing the $10,000 TFSA ceiling, and those arguments still hold, particularly when we see the parliamentary budget officers very good and probing investigation on the subject. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent didn't answer the question on the TFSA because he is still saying that it's a vehicle for saving cash. Yes, it is used as a vehicle for saving cash. After paying taxes, people will deposit money into a TFSA, and the interest on those amounts are not taxable. But by changing and raising the ceiling, it can become a vehicle for tax avoidance because people who can contribute the $10,000, well, let's see what impact that has. They're not just putting cash into the savings account. There are also shares, bonds, and other vehicles, other financial vehicles that would have been subject to capital gains tax. And the only thing that changes would be that they would no longer be subject to tax. So we would be looking at a very useful tax avoidance vehicle that would make it possible for the wealthier among Canadians to shelter some of their other financial vehicles. And that's why I said it was a move that would be potentially dangerous for Canada, since revenues that because of this measure would no longer be paid to the Canadian government might even reach 0.7% of GDP. 0.7% of GDP is a sum that people consider too high for us to meet our international aid commitment, but it wouldn't be too high to give to the wealthier classes of Canadians who would be able to get that much from tax shelters. That's why we believe that the ceiling of $5,500, which is in fact achieved only by 17% of Canadians who invest into FSA and only by 7% of Canadians as a whole, is completely appropriate. $5,500 is a very appropriate ceiling, and we're also not opposed to the establishment of an additional tax rate. That's why we were in favor of the Ways and Means motion, which could be neither debated nor amended. The financial impact is significant, but we agreed. Another thing we should take into account is the issue of the pseudo tax break for the middle class. We find ourselves in a position where amendments to that could have been made. We voted in favor of Bill C2. We voted for it at second reading, particularly so that we could work within the committee setting to try to help the middle class as a whole. If you go back and look at the Finance Committee proceedings transcripts, you'll see that I would come back to this time and time again. Most of the answers I received, most of the response I received to this measure was either evasive, or we would be told that, in fact, we would be able to reach more people and many more taxpayers. That's certainly what witnesses had to say. But now, if we listen to the government's arguments, we hear that their measures are part of a series of measures that must be considered as a whole. But we have a bill that doesn't represent a series of measures taken as a whole. This bill contains 3 very specific measures, one of which is extremely problematic. And even if we were to take the measures proposed by the government as a whole, including the Canada Child Benefit and the Budget Implementation Act, we see that there are still a great many people in the middle class who get no tax relief whatsoever. They get no help from this government. If you're a single person with no child and you earn $40,000 a year, and Mr. Speaker, that is representative of a great many people in our society, you will get nothing, not a penny. You'll get no tax relief and you'll have no benefit from the other measures proposed. If you are a senior couple earning around $35,000 a year from your pensions, you'll get nothing, no tax break, not a single penny from the measures proposed by the government. Mr. Speaker, a large percentage of the Canadian people will get nothing, and they are all people who can quite rightly define themselves as being part of the middle class. And certainly many, many of them are. We were elected to see what we could do, and we'd like to know why the Liberals refused our olive branch to try to help all people who come under the middle class. So everybody who earns between $45,000 to $217,000 will get some kind of tax relief. Now, how can I go back to my riding and talk to a bank executive who earns, let's say, $215,000 a year, and tell the person standing next to him, who may be earning $35,000, that he or she won't get a penny, but the CEO will? How can I say that? The government knows full well how people in that position will respond. We are in a parliament that we hoped would become collaborative. I'm not going to mention yesterday. However, it remains that when the government says that it wants to listen to our amendments and wants to work with us, what we see in reality is that they simply want to get their ideas through, their bills through, their work through as quickly as possible without paying enough attention to the very positive impact that a proposal from the opposition might have. I would like to have had more questions by government members on this issue at the Finance Committee, but their questions seemed more focused on obtaining witnesses' support for the government position. The Finance Committee plays a specific role in this Parliament. It's very different from the role of the House of Commons. How is it different? Well, here we have a system that is fundamentally somewhat adversarial. There's the government on one side and the opposition on the other. But committee, Mr. Speaker, in committee, that's a place where we can call ourselves by our names. We are not representatives of our ridings. We are members of Parliament. And regardless of whether we are members on the government side or on the opposition side, we are all responsible for ensuring that the government remains accountable. So we are all responsible for studying, analyzing the government's proposals to ensure that they are indeed heading in the right direction for the country's common good. And when we have government members, now, we have a government in place, but I'm not saying that the preceding government didn't do the same thing. We have government members who, at the end of the day, are simply cheerleaders for the proposals that their cabinet members put forward, rather than paying careful attention to the detailed study of what's being put forward in the testimony committee. Not only does the committee's work suffer, but the work of all of Parliament, and so does Canadian democracy.
And it doesn't seem to be getting better over time, especially given the promise of the government to do things differently and to ensure that Parliament would work cooperatively. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, although that there are measures that we find good, for example, the reduction of the cap on TFSA contributions, even though it will continue to be indexed, and there are certain savings measures that are good, with despite the fact that it's going to apply to income of over $200,000, but it won't be enough to ensure that people with lower salaries will get a tax reduction. Certain measures in C2 are problematic, and for us, and are fundamentally unfair, because this bill doesn't meet the needs of the middle class. It doesn't consider the needs of the middle class. And at the end of the day, I must say that the member for Louis Saint Laurent has a point. When the citizens voted for a reduction in middle class taxes, not only did they not necessarily know where the middle class began, according to the government's definition, the government really did not pay a lot of attention to that either, but if it had talked about $45,000, where this measure started, then I think the results would have been quite different. So when the government says, yes, Canadians voted for this measure, well, yes, they had voted for a measure for as how they perceived it. Because often it's the leader of the Liberal Party who presented this measure and who boasted about the benefits that it would bring to the middle class. Unfortunately, this measure excludes far too many citizens of the middle class, and please rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that I will be talking about this in my riding, and all my colleagues will be talking about this too. Everyone has talked about this. And we talked about this in our caucus as well, because although we are in favor of some of the measures, we are fundamentally in disagreement with the third measure that we tried to amend in committee. And the government simply turned a deaf ear. So we debated that fundamental question because it is important and because we heard from people in our ridings who were not satisfied. We would have hoped for much more common ground, much more cooperation from the government. We didn't receive it. And, this morning we didn't expect to be debating Bill C2 in this House today, but I can tell you that we are going to come back in caucus to conclude this discussion. But, unfortunately, I don't think that it is going to look very good on the government. Its positions are, already taken, even though it says the discussion remains open. Now, I think that the debate at third reading, that'll be the last opportunity that the government has to listen to our proposals, to listen to our entreaties, which come from our constituents. So, this bill can no longer be amended, but I hope that they are more open with regard to other bills. But I would say that with regard to this measure, that unfortunately they didn't listen. The government didn't listen, and they didn't show any consideration for a large segment of the middle class. And therefore, we are going to have to vote against this bill at third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Et je remercie mon collègue pour son discours. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec lui sur les rôles des comités. Et je suis fier qu'à notre comité sur la justice et les droits humains, nous avons modifié le projet de loi C14 en 16 différentes places de manière collaborative et j'espère que ça va se faire.
We amended our bill C14. We accepted 16 amendments, so I'm very happy with the role of that committee. I understand my colleague's request and the request on the part of the NDP to have this tax cut apply to more people. But if I look back to the election campaign, I didn't hear any proposal from the NDP to proposal to reduce taxes for people in the middle class. So why didn't the NDP propose a reduction in taxes for that group during the election campaign? And all of a sudden they're saying that they won't support C2 because of that for that very reason. The honourable member for Musqueam-Neigette-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. That question was put to me, and I'd like to answer it. I did answer it, in fact, during the second reading debate. The government was elected based on a measure that it promised. It made headlines during the election campaign, the tax cut for the middle class. And, Canadians elected the Liberals on that. But now, if the promise was truly to cut taxes for the middle class, well, then the government should do it for the middle class. And we in this House have provided a different definition of the middle class, which is more accurate. So let's try and extend the tax cut to those people. I think I don't deny, Mr. Speaker, that the platform on the Liberal government's website indeed said that there would be a tax cut from 22% to 20.5% in the second tax bracket. But if you ask people what the Liberal government promised them, they will say that they promised a tax cut for the middle class. They won't talk about percentages. So that is why, based on that concept, the population made its choice. We wanted to help the government to truly keep its promise, to do what people expected. And they said that it would, we think that it should benefit everyone earning $11,000 and up. And it should have a similar cost. Questions and comments?
Harry Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his talk this afternoon in this House. And I think he touches on a really important part of what the budget is about. And that is, and we've been saying this on this side of the House often, that it's actually a Liberal shell game. A shell game that actually says that the middle class is going to be getting more than what it actually is. And there's no definition of what the middle class is. In fact, when it was broken down in a recent Maclean's magazine article, David MacDonald, who's with the Centre for Policy Alternatives, says that there's roughly 1.6 billion families making about $48,000 to $62,000 that will see their tax bills trimmed by, on average, just $51. And the numbers go up to 62 to 78 will only see $117 savings. $521 for the average families making 124 to 166. And what's important to understand is those making 166,000 to 211,000 will get a tax break of about $813. Now that benefits what I would classify as the upper middle class. That's everybody in this House is going to be getting a bigger tax break than what I would truly classify as a middle class family. So I want to ask the honourable member what how he feels about this Liberal shell game.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
Honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Lébarske. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I fully agree with the remarks of my colleague from Barrie. David MacDonald also mentioned that people who benefit the most from the Liberals' tax proposal is people who earn between $166,000 and $200,000 per year. Those people would receive, on average, about $813 in reduction. Stephen Gordon, who is very respected, we don't always agree with his positions as an economist, but he is very respected, and I say that in a nonpartisan fashion. He said that people who earn $50,000 would benefit much less than people who earn $150,000. And he even said that the NDP was right. He said that those with a higher income receive a great deal more benefit from the Liberate plan than the so-called middle class. So there's sort of a misunderstanding on the part of the Liberals. They did not understand what Canadians really expect. The tax bracket, the second tax bracket, was changed. So you would be surprised that to hear that the Canadian population, the Canadian public, thought that people who earned under $80,000 would benefit more, but that's not the case. The people who earn up to $217,000 will receive a tax cut, but someone who earns $44,000 won't. Questions and comments?
South Okanagan, West Kootenay?
No, Cowichan, I'm sorry. Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my friend's speech. He's doing an incredible job for the NDP as the finance critic. And I certainly appreciated listening to his exchange with the member for Louis St. Laurent earlier, where he decisively explained why we are opposed to keeping the TFSA contribution limit so high. I know the Conservatives are champions for lower taxes, but by going through that route of giving more savings room, they might be forcing future governments to either drastically cut services, which usually hurt the most vulnerable in our society, or actually raise taxes. So it's going to have a converse effect. I want to touch again on the subject of where the middle class sits. You know, one of the privileges of being a member of Parliament is you get to meet people from all walks of life. It really is a fantastic privilege to get to meet people from your community. And in my area of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, I would say that most of the people I meet would fall in the range of incomes around $30,000 to $40,000. And if they don't have children, they are not going to get anything from this plan. And several of them have correctly noted that me, as a member of Parliament, I am going to get the full tax cut out of this plan. I wasn't sent to Ottawa to give myself a tax cut. My job was to come here to make life easier for those who don't have as many means. I'm just curious because I know my colleague has already illustrated the mechanics of this and trying to find that definition of the middle class. I think we exist sometimes in an Ottawa bubble, so I was just wondering if he could inform the House of some of the feedback that he has directly received from some of his constituents on this matter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague who does excellent work as a new Member of Parliament. He's already impressing his colleagues. This is an important question because, and other questions that have to do with EI changes are among the questions that are raised the most among my constituents. That's what they ask me about. Young people ask me why they don't have the right to the reduction in the waiting period, and I say, well, it hasn't been applied yet. And my colleague on the government side said, well, that won't happen until 2017, so I have to explain that to them. And then they tell me, well, I thought I was going to have a tax cut on my paycheck. Why didn't I receive anything? And then I have to tell them, well, how much do you earn? And then they often say, well, it's up between, $30,000, $35,000, $40,000. And then I have to tell them, you don't qualify. And I even ask them if they have children to see whether they would qualify for the tax benefit. And in the case of single people, I tell them, well, listen, you will not benefit from that. So unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, you see that when a party makes major promises is that it also creates major expectations, and those major expectations might disappoint those people who thought they were part of the middle class. And that's the case for Bill C-2.
We have a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, I would like to designate Monday, May 30th, 2016 for consideration in a committee of the whole of the main estimates for the Department of Finance. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, Air Transportation. L'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière, Agriculture and Agri-Food.
And the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Labour. Resuming debate, L'Honourable Député...
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about one of our key election promises, the 7% tax cut on the middle class, and another tax cut as well. And the reduction of the cap of the TFSA from 10,000 to 5,500. Before forgetting, I would like to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Mount Royal, who, like me, who spoke in French on C7 on on Monday, because I want to correct the record with regard to what the leader of the NDP said in this House. I speak French more than he does in this House, so he would do more for the quality of the debate in this House if he checked his facts, but I digress. I'd like to commend the Minister of Finance, or rather the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance for commencing this debate. This border is about 350 kilometers north of Montreal. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-2 is an important bill in our efforts to help the middle class. These changes are a priority in our changes to the tax system in Canada. The bill is clear. This bill amends the Income Tax Act in order to reduce the second tax bracket from 22% to 20.5% and to introduce a new marginal tax rate of 33% on those who earn more than $200,000. It also amends other provisions of this bill to take into account the new 33% tax rate. In other words, it amends this bill in order to change the maximum contribution to the TFSA from $10,000 to $5,500. These are changes that benefit Canadians, and they are all awaiting them eagerly. I would also like to commend my colleague from Louis Hébert for his speech. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the member for Louis Hébert referred to the budget deficit in the budget 2016. He also said that it was his government who gave good news. He is very happy to take credit for what is good, but he pretends that all the problems were not his team's fault. Investments in the middle class. It is very important for me to understand and for the millions of Canadians affected. But it's more than that, Mr. Speaker. The member for Louis Hébert said that they left their house in order, but that is not quite true. They sold the house to pay the mortgage, and they returned it to the bank to pay the mortgage. Mr. Speaker, the deficits exist in our system, and they exist in the middle class, in the infrastructure, and in our government structure at all levels. My colleague from Rimouski and Néchet-Témiscouata-les-Basques has been a bit more reasonable. I appreciate his speech. I do not agree with him that this change to the tax system does not help the middle class, and I agree with my colleague from Mount Royal who asked him why the NDP platform did not make any promises about tax cuts for the middle class.
But I think that we need to be clear, and we are clear, but the members of the former government may not agree. Balanced budget was not possible this year, and regardless of which country you're talking about, a deficit is not the worst thing in the world. Bill C2 represents an investment. I would like to give a little bit of historical context for my colleague, the member for Louis Saint. Point of order? Oui. I am the member for Louis Saint Laurent, not Louis Hébert. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. He understood, but I just wanted to make it clear that I am the member for Louis Saint Laurent, because the member for Louis Hébert is actually a Liberal member of Parliament. I appreciate my colleague's correction. And so, Louis Saint Laurent? Yes. Okay, thank you. I have a deficit when it comes to writing names, it appears. But I would just like to clarify for my colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, that over the past 100 years, there have been more deficit years than surplus years. I think in about 1871, there was a surplus, but it was the Liberals that managed to produce surpluses. So I will leave it at that, and I will be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you. I'm sorry? Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank you for recognizing me and giving me the floor. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He is very close to his community, and I campaigned with him, I know that he understands the concerns of people in his riding. I would like to ask a question, but first I want to say that I heard a question earlier about whether these measures actually help the middle class. Well, in fact, yes, a third of Canadians, 900,000 Canadians, will be helped. Now, this is clear, helpful measure, and so it upsets me to hear somebody say that it isn't something that will help the middle class. So I would ask my colleague, the member for Laurentides-Labelle, my friend, if he could explain how the people in his community, middle-class people, will be better able to send their kids to school with what they need, send them to camps, and so on, because I know he is close to his community. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Now, Laurentides-Labelle is a huge riding. It has people in financial difficulty. It has economic difficulty, and so there are people who will really benefit from these tax changes. These changes will help people in my riding and in other riding. These are really important measures. The honourable questions.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my good colleague across the way for his comments. I am wondering, with the middle tax cut that is supposed to benefit the supposed middle class, but the tax cut actually mostly benefit the very high end of the income, certainly relative to the people in my community. And in fact, for the people making $45,000 or less, they actually would not benefit 1 cent from this tax cut. And according to the parliamentary budget officer, that's estimated to be 17.9 million Canadians. So I wonder how the member could actually square that circle to say that this is a tax cut that's good for the people in his community who are in need of support, who have low income, and particularly for camps and what have you. When they make $45,000 or less, they would not benefit from this. How could this be helpful to them?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it is helpful to have any investment in our community. Any cuts in taxes for anybody but the wealthiest is beneficial to us. It's part of a larger plan that you've all seen in our platform. It's part of a larger budget. There are several more budgets to come before the next election, and everything we can do to help our community will be appreciated and supported. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it was interesting that my colleague's other colleague was mentioning how important it was these tax cuts were going to help children in his riding go to summer camps and these kinds of programs. And I would ask, why would he support eliminating the child's fitness tax credit, the arts credit, the textbook credit? These are also programs that I know my family relied on a great deal for our children to go to sports and be healthy and active. If that is such an important issue for this member, why would he support eliminating the child's fitness tax credit?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The wonderful thing about tax credits is you only get them if you pay taxes, so they don't necessarily benefit the people that need them most, Mr. Speaker. So for me, Mr. Speaker, I didn't see a huge benefit to that, and I think we can put those investments elsewhere in the budget and the economy. I think that's what the government has done and what they'll continue to do. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise to speak to Bill C-2, which was introduced by the Minister of Finance and has been well defended by this Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Today, we have heard from the Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent and the Honourable Member for Rimouski. Now, what do these three people have in common? They are from three different political parties, but they are proud Quebecers, and they are here to defend the rights of Canadians and their needs. We
are helping the middle class.
I know that people across this House in their ridings did a lot of door-to-door. I personally wore out many pairs of sneakers in this election campaign. And the thing that I saw the most was that there were people that needed help. Yes, there are the people that are the poorest, the single mother who is earning $25,000 a year who needs help, and she will be helped by the family benefits, the new child tax allowance that will come to her that will give her a lot more tax-free monies. There are the vulnerable seniors who are living on their own, and they will benefit as well from the guaranteed income supplement going up by 10% for those single seniors. But there is also that great group of people, and certainly a large number in my riding, that are earning between $45,000 a year and $200,000 a year. And they will greatly benefit from the middle class tax cut and the reduction of the second tier from 22% to 25%, to 20.5%. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard and I listened very closely to the different members of the NDP talking about those who earn less, and I do understand the goal of trying to help everyone. And perhaps in the future, there will be another bill that may come that will lower tax rates on the lowest tier. But for the moment, we have to acknowledge that what is before us does help an awful lot of people. And there are people in my riding, Mr. Speaker, and there are people in many of our ridings who are not so comfortably middle class anymore. There are a lot of well-paying jobs that 25 years ago we would have said, these are well-paying jobs, but the standard, the salaries have not increased more than cost of living or less over that long period of time. So you may have a family of four living on $90,000 or $100,000 on a single income or $120,000 on two incomes, and they're also struggling to make ends meet. They're also struggling to pay for their kids' scholastic activities, whether it's through extracurricular activities such as sports, or alternatively, whether it's putting their kids in private schools. They're also struggling sometimes to support aged parents when our sandwich generation has both their aged parents and their kids and trying to take care of everybody. And so it can't be disputed that this middle-class tax cut that benefits such a high percentage of Canadians, the entire mass of people that earns between $45,000 and $200,000, is going to help a lot of people. It's going to help a lot of families. It's going to help a lot of families take a vacation or do something that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do, afford a mortgage on a better house. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the benefits of this law, while I fully understand the arguments that maybe there would be an impossibility to do more someday, it still merits support. I also want to point out that I do agree with the reduction of the TFSA from $10,000 to $5,500. I support the TFSA. I think the TFSA is an excellent vehicle for people to save. I do not dispute that it was a very good measure to put in place the TFSA. But given the number of people that are using it at more than $5,500, which is a negligible percentage, and the cost to the Treasury, I would rather reallocate that money to the child tax benefits. I would rather see more people who are earning less have more to bring our children out of poverty. And let me just point out that for those families who are earning less than $30,000 with one child under the age of 5, that's going to be over $5,000 more tax-free that is going to go to benefit that family and perhaps bring a child out of poverty. And any family earning less than $150,000 is getting more on the child tax credit portion. So for me, I think that that is laudable. I also, Mr. Speaker, je connais que plusieurs d'entre nous ont beaucoup d'aînés dans notre...
Many of us have a lot of seniors in our ridings. There are many in my riding, and I'm not just talking about people over the age of 65, because that isn't old anymore, but we're talking about super seniors, people who are over 80, 85, and 90. I know that my grandparents and elderly friends of my parents are not prepared at 65, 70, or 75 to go into a senior's residence. They want to live at home. We want, through our policies, to allow more people to stay at home longer. I have a particular problem in my riding, and that is that there are 2 seniors' residences that will close.
Each other that are both closing. And one of the things we need to do is put more money into social housing, particularly social housing for seniors. I know that many of you share these problems where you're also having in your ridings seniors' homes that are closing, not enough new space for social housing, people on a list that lasts forever when they're trying to find a way to stay in their community. And so, again, some of the measures that we have taken this year are favorable to that. So, Mr. Speaker, I understand and I appreciate the arguments on both sides. I am not here to attack anybody's economic record or anybody's economic plans. I only asked the question to the member for Rimouski to point out that it wasn't something that the NDP promised in the campaign, that they wanted the lower bracket to be cut. But I still understand, and I respect that argument in the same way that I respect the Conservatives' argument that the TFSA should stay at $10,000. But in the end result, what I would ask all of the members to look at is the fact that I do think, on balance, C2 is a good law, and we should all support it. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, if I may digress for just 1 second, I just want to say that today, after question period, I was very proud of the fact that members of this place, I think, came back to reality. We had a few days that were really unpleasant here, where the tension could be cut with a knife. And I can only say I came to federal politics like some of you did from municipal politics, which wasn't partisan, and we never had things like that happen. And at committees, we work with each other really well. At least we do in my Justice and Human Rights Committee, where people from all parties work together in respect. And I would love to see that continue to happen in this place. I know everyone here is committed to it, and I think what I learned most from yesterday's incident was that I have a personal obligation, and I think we all have a personal obligation to remind our colleagues that we want to work together in respect. And I think this afternoon, where people had to come up with speeches in the last minute, impromptu, was a perfect example of respect. And I just want to, again, thank everyone for the way they've acted this afternoon, and I just hope it continues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the comments from our honourable colleague from across the way. And I guess through you, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that, and I would suggest that I too came here and I've offered respect throughout the 6 months that we've been here, time and time again. And, you know, there are times for jabs back and forth, and it is for the most part friendly. And yesterday's incident was unacceptable. But, Mr. Speaker, the respect has to go 2 ways. And, Mr. Speaker, the actions that we've seen, and I'm not talking about the motion, but I would want to talk about the comments at the tail end of our honourable colleague's speech, is that actions do speak louder than words. And would he not agree that perhaps the opposition has not seen the level of respect that we would expect from a government, from a leader, in the past week, with motion 6 originally being tabled and perhaps closure being leveled in terms of debate? And I guess through you, Mr. Speaker, again, actions speak louder than words, and respect is ensuring that there is debate, not bringing a draconian motion in place. And we have moved beyond that. The incident yesterday, as we mentioned earlier, but again, that respect has to go both ways. And through you, Mr. Speaker, will the honourable member agree and commit to being a leader on his side, so that whether it's a committee work or whether if he's witnessing anything on his side, that he will stand up and take a stand and make sure that the opposition has a say, has a word, and that we are not irrelevant, as was shouted across the floor numerous times over the last week. Indeed, that we do have a voice. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and boy, did my digression lead away from C2. But let me just say that I do commit to the idea that I think we should all be showing respect for each other, and we should be talking to the people in our own parties and in our own caucuses when they are not showing respect. So when it comes to heckling, when it comes to actions that don't become us, I think all of us need to be leaders within our own caucus. And I certainly commit to doing that in the same way that I hope the honourable member does the same.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the comments from my friend from Mount Royal. I think it is nice to be debating C2 after what's gone on this week. I don't think debate on C2 is going to make the highlight reel on CPAC. Let's not kid ourselves. I think, I appreciate the comments he made, and I understand the position he's coming from. I think for us in the NDP, we've had a problem with your definition of what the middle class is. And when you look at the median income in Canada being $31,000 a year, and median is very much defined as the middle point in a set of numbers. So it's about halfway. And if we have a tax cut that is not giving people in that income range any kind of relief, the member mentioned that we have a lot of people in Canada that are suffering. I think he would agree with me that the gap in incomes is widening. People on the higher end of the spectrum are getting more, and people on the lower end are getting less. And when we have economists pointing out that couples with a combined income of $250,000 a year would gain $1,100 in tax cuts, while a couple with a combined income of $75,000 a year, which is the pretty average, they would gain $0 to $4. And it's the fairness. I just want his comments on the fairness of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, and I always appreciate my honourable friend and the constructive suggestions that he advances. And I appreciate the use of the word median. One of the first books I ever read was Mean Median Mode. So I do know what median is. I would point out that in the Liberal Party platform, there was a very clear explanation, which I rendered the entire campaign about where that middle-class tax cut would be. Whether it's the best or not the best, that was what the platform said. That's what I ran on in the election campaign, 45,000 to 90,000, 1.5%. In fact, in my writing, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of people that earn more than $200,000, and our tax plan was not very popular with many of my residents. But I honestly believed it, and I said to them in the same way that I said to myself, because before I came to this place, I also was a high-income earner, that we need to give back. And I agree. I agree completely that we need to find ways to help the least favorable, the people earning less than $45,000 as well. I think we're doing it on family allowance. I think we're doing it on improvements to UI. I think we're doing it on trying to invest money to help people find jobs and training. So I agree. But on the tax issue with respect to the lowest tax bracket, that's a subject for...
I just want to remind the honourable members that while you're talking, if you don't mind, especially when we're getting close to the end, if you don't mind just keeping an eye on the speaker, and I'll kind of let you know that we're running out of time, so I won't have to cut you off like I just did. My apologies to the honourable member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this important bill. And I will just say at the outset that isn't it good to be back talking about the business of the nation again? As much as the conversation that happened this morning needed to happen, I think it's very good to be back to the things that I think Canadians are most concerned about, which is the economy, jobs, which is the well-being of them and society as a whole. Because there are some significant concerns about this bill that I think we need to draw particular attention to. And we've been doing that over the course of this debate in the opposition, and we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to do our job, which is to highlight problems with government legislation, suggest improvements, and to do so in a fair-minded and constructive way. So just by way of some review, the legislation that is before us makes two different changes to our tax system. The first is it makes a modest reduction to some middle-income earners' taxes, while introducing a tax increase for those at the high end. But this change is not revenue neutral. This change will significantly add to the deficit and over a number of years significantly add to the debt. That's one of the changes. And then the second change that this legislation makes is it does away with the higher cap on tax-free savings accounts that was implemented by our previous government and did exist. There was a limited opportunity for Canadians to save at that higher level, but it now cuts back on the amount that Canadians can save tax-free. So I want to start my remarks here by talking about, I think, one specific aspect of this issue, and that is the issue of equality. I think members on all sides of this House are concerned with equality. They want to make sure that everybody has a shot. They want to make sure that everybody in Canada has a similar shot at doing well. And that's really a principle that we all come at perhaps from slightly different perspectives and slightly different emphases. And on face, this bill is sort of advanced with an eye to equality, it seems. But if you dig into the details, I think there are some actually serious problems from an equality perspective in terms of the actual impact that this bill will have. I would describe it as maybe a first-year undergraduate version of equality. It may be well-intentioned, but it doesn't actually have the desired impact. So let me start by saying that for me, the most important measure of equality is something called intergenerational earnings elasticity. This is a measure of the likelihood that a person will perform at the same economic level as their parents relative to the rest of society. In other words, it measures movement between different income quintiles. So if I came from a high-income family and was almost certainly going to be have a high-income family myself, that would be bad for from the equality perspective using this metric of intergenerational earnings elasticity. This doesn't mean that we want people that are well off now to do worse, but it means that relative to each other, we want to have a society where people that were lower income can move ahead of others and vice versa. A society where opportunity is more fluid. It's not fundamentally shaped by who your parents were or where you came from. Now, this information is tracked, and there was a report that came out in 2012 that looked at intergenerational earnings elasticity. And I guess what was interesting to me and made me very proud as a Canadian is that we performed particularly well. As I recall, we were fourth place in the world overall. And it's interesting that we actually performed better than sort of stereotypically more left-wing countries, and we performed better than stereotypically more right-wing countries. Where we were at that time, and where we've been over the course of our history, is to find a relative sweet spot by providing necessary social programs, but also by allowing a healthy level of free enterprise that allows for economic growth and allows people to pursue economic opportunities that perhaps their parents didn't have. So that's one measure, intergenerational earnings elasticity. It's a measure on which we have historically done very well. The other question might be the performance of the middle class, and I've quoted this before. This is from Secretary of State, formerly now presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, talking about the Canadian middle class. She said, "Canadian middle class incomes are higher than in the United States. They are working fewer hours for more pay, enjoying a stronger safety net, living longer on average, and face less income inequality." That's from Hillary Clinton. Now, there are two ways of measuring the performance of the middle class. Well, there's more than two, but these are two significant ones. Looking at median income as well as median net worth. Between 1999 and 2012, the median net worth of Canadian families rose by 78%. That translated to more than a 50% growth in net worth for every income quintile except the lowest, which still grew, but it didn't grow as much. So when it comes to median net worth, we're doing very well. Median, by the way, is typically used as a measure of the middle class performance. It's better than an average measure because an average metric can be skewed upwards by groups who are doing particularly well, but median gets us closer to looking at who's actually in the middle and how are they doing. And certainly there was a study that came out in the New York Times in 2014 that showed real inflation-adjusted median income, talking about median income now, went up by more than 20% since the beginning of the last decade. So, and by the way, at the same time, median income was roughly stagnant in the United States. So we see when it comes to intergenerational earnings elasticity and when it comes to the performance of the middle class, Canada is doing, historically has done and is doing very well. And I think that's just important by way of context, because it seems that some members in this House have this revolutionary spirit when it comes to our economy, that we need to upend the way our economy functions now because it just isn't working. But if you look at the numbers, if you look at any credible measure of equality or of middle class performance, Canada is in a strong position. That doesn't mean we can't do better, but we should recognize where we are and recognize the risks of dramatic or revolutionary changes in our fiscal policy. I want to say on the equality front that at the same time as being very much concerned about equality, I would, at least, and I think most of us on this side of the House would strongly reject the politics of envy. We would reject the idea that we should in some way regret the success of those who are doing well. The focus of public policy should be on helping the poor and also the middle class. We don't need to focus on improving the lot of those who are well off, but we shouldn't regret the fact that there are some people doing well off. Those people are important members of our community as well, and very often those who are well off are contributing to the community in ways that they are enabled to do, in particular because of their wealth or their position. So I think that's an important point about equality. It's not about sort of trying to level down those at the top. It's rather trying to build up those who are in the middle and those who are particularly struggling. So those are some underlying equality principles, at least as I understand it. Let's then talk about specific measures in Bill C2 and how they impact equality. So first of all, we know that this bill provides a tax cut that does not impact those who are worst off. The tax cut specifically targets those who are making between $45,282 and $90,563. It does not have any impact on those who are making less than $45,000 a year. And that could, by the way, be families with a family income of $70,000, $80,000 a year. If the earning is shared between the couples, then there's absolutely no impact of this tax reduction. And I think Canadians should know that and reflect on the fact that this has a somewhat strange view of middle class. To get the benefit of the middle class tax cut, you have to already be doing reasonably well. Certainly this doesn't do much for those who, in the Prime Minister's oft-repeated phrase, those who are seeking to join the middle class. But more than that, this bill doesn't get rid of, but lowers the limit for putting money into tax-free savings accounts. And we know, in fact, the data suggests that many people who are low and middle income make very good use of tax-free savings accounts. More than half of those who max out tax-free savings accounts are making less than $60,000 a year. So by reducing the power of this vehicle, that is the only thing in this bill that impacts those who are making less than $45,000 a year, who arguably need the help the most. So this is a rather strange concept of equality. And although you get a benefit when you start to make $45,000 a year, of course, we know here the way the tax system works that you benefit from this change to a greater extent the more of that income tax bracket you covered. So somebody who is making just over $90,000 likes this policy the most. They're going to benefit the most. So you may have a family making $180,000 a year. That's really in that sweet spot in terms of earning the tax cut. And then again, you start to have new higher taxes when you hit $200,000. But you could have a family income of approaching $400,000 a year and actually be significantly to the positive because of these tax changes. So that's a bit of a strange approach if the sort of objective is equality. And the impact that people making less than $45,000 a year of this tax change will see is they will be losing the opportunity to invest in a tax-free savings account. They will be losing the opportunity to save in the same way, to the same degree, for their future. One other point I want to make about tax-free savings accounts is that there's specific things within them that are pro-equality. The impact of TFSAs are greater for those who are lower income, and this is because of the relative value of an investment in a tax-free savings account versus an investment in an RRSP. These are different savings vehicles, and Canadians who are doing financial planning will choose between putting money, potentially choose between putting money in a tax-free savings account or in an RRSP. Now, the differences are that if you put your money in an RRSP, you get a tax deduction at the beginning, but then you pay tax on it when it's converted to a RIF and withdrawn from the RIF in the future. On a tax-free savings account, you do have to pay tax on that money up front, but then you can accumulate interest tax-free. So they're different kinds of vehicles, but the greatest value of an RRSP, and there's great value for RRSPs, and I'd obviously encourage Canadians to save their money in one or both of these vehicles, but the greatest value of the RRSP is for those who can achieve a significant tax differential between the tax they would have paid on that money they're not paying tax on during their working years, but then they do pay tax on it on the future. So if you're paying income tax at a very high rate, and then you can reduce that amount during your working life, but then during your retired years, you can draw that and pay a much lower rate of tax on it. That's really where the greatest value of that RRSP is. On the other hand, Canadians who are making more modest incomes, who aren't in the higher tax brackets, are more likely to opt for the use of the tax-free savings accounts because they don't get the same benefit from that differential. And this explains why Canadians who are of modest and lower incomes clearly use tax-free savings accounts at very significant levels. The argument has been used on the other side, well, it's only well-off people that have $10,000 that they can save. I'm not convinced that that's true, by the way, Mr. Speaker. I think there are many modest and low-income Canadians who make significant sacrifices, not necessarily because they have to this year, but because they believe it is important for them to put money aside for a rainy day or for opportunities for themselves and their children in the future. I think there are many Canadians who do that, and I think that's often a very good choice to make. But with regard to this specific point about the difference between the tax treatment of TFSAs and RRSPs, if a very wealthy Canadian has $10,000 sitting around, they're probably more likely to put it in an RRSP than in a TFSA. So this is just the point here that as much as obviously well-off people have more money to save, TFSAs are a specific vehicle that are specifically providing a greater relative advantage to those who are of modest and lower income. So that's important to understand, that TFSAs are in many ways inherently more of an equal or pro-equality type of savings vehicle. But as we talk about equality, I think it's important to say as well that inherently debt is regressive. Debt is inherently, accumulating deficits and debt is inherently a measure that is not conducive with income inequality, because it assigns costs to future generations. It assigns costs to children, people who don't have economic means, at least not right now. It says to the next generation, okay, here is more money that you have to spend in addition to dealing with your needs, because we expect you to be working hard to take care of our needs. It assigns present needs, the costs of those needs, to future generations. That obviously is not conducive to equality. Telling my 3-year-old daughter, Gianna, that she has to pay for social programs that I want to use today is not something that those who are genuinely seeking equality should be doing. We should be paying for present needs with present dollars. It's worth underlining in terms of the measures of C2 that because the tax changes don't balance out, this is going to cost a significant amount of money over the next few years. We're going to be spending billions and billions of dollars simply because of the poorly thought out hole in this government's budget. And it's telling that they said during the election that it would be revenue neutral. They told Canadians that their tax changes would be revenue neutral, and in fact, they weren't. Now, maybe this is because they were not being truthful, but maybe it's because they just didn't know. Maybe it's because they got the numbers wrong. And I think either of those is pretty concerning. So this is a problem, and I think a problem that the government should have remedied and should have and could still remedy. So I think it's very clear, looking at this bill, that there are significant equality problems with it. Measures that would have been more pro-equality would have been to look for ways to lower taxes for those who are at the bottom. And I have to say that this is exactly what the previous Conservative government did. We lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. That's the tax that everybody pays. That's the tax that all Canadians pay. And we also lowered the lowest marginal tax rate. That was one of the important tax changes that we made. We made necessary EI reforms, which allowed and would have allowed reductions to EI premiums over the long term. And all of these taxes that we sought to impact, it's no coincidence that they were taxes that had the biggest impact on lower income Canadians. Cutting the GST, cutting the lowest marginal tax rate, undertaking those necessary steps that opened the door for lower EI premiums. These were necessary measures to help those in particular who needed the help the most. And if we then compare that to what this government is doing in Bill C2, there is a clear difference. When I hear sometimes members opposite, even the Prime Minister, say that the previous government was helping those who are better off, it's always telling that he never mentions a specific tax measure. I've never heard the Prime Minister cite specific tax measures or tax changes we made in the context of that claim. And it's because all of the tax changes we made were really with an eye to those on the low and middle income end of things. Of course, we did cut business taxes as well, and those are the kinds of measures that help job creation. They help low-income Canadians. They help unemployed Canadians get jobs. So I think it's important when we think about social equality to dig deeper into it than just the slogan. To look at how we're performing as a country, first of all, to look at measures like the performance of our middle class, to look at things like intergenerational earnings elasticity, and then say, this is where we are now. Now, how do we improve our performance? And C2 does not improve our performance by getting rid of TFSAs and by denying any benefit of the tax changes to those who are lower off. This bill is not pro-equality. We could do better. There are better measures that we can be proposing, and I would hope to see the government be willing to make some of those changes.
Questions and comments. Question and comment. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speech, as he knows, I have a lot of respect for him, and he's always a very good speaker and presenting one view, obviously his view of the issue. And I'd just like to get back to people, because we all represent people, and I must say I come from a riding where, let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, I don't know too many people in my riding who can save $10,000 at their TFSAs after having spent money for their children, the mortgage, their cars. To be honest, Mr. Speaker, and that data is not just in my riding, but we find out that only 6.7% of Canadians, which had contributed to the total amount in TFSA, Mr. Speaker, I'll put to you that we were elected to help the many, not the few. And that's why we have made this change to the TFSA, because indeed, when you look at middle-class Canadians, I do not believe that middle-class families can save up to $1,000 amount in a TFSA. At least I have put that in my writing to meet anyone who has ever been able to contribute the maximum amount in TFSA. And, Mr. Speaker, I've heard my colleagues say that paying for present needs with present dollars, that makes sense. And obviously, what we're looking in this budget, Mr. Speaker, is investment in our future. When you look at our budget, you know, Canadians told us two things, Mr. Speaker. Help us in our family and grow the economy. We have reduced taxes for the middle class, and we're making investments for the futures. And I know the member, because I've listened to him many times, would understand that when you look at infrastructure, they are multi-generation. So I would like to ask the member, how can he say that this measure is not helping many Canadians while we're helping 9 million Canadians, that's about 1/3 of our population in this country, by reducing middle-class tax?
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I thank the member for his kind words, and obviously there's a lot of meat there. But let me go in reverse order and see if you let me get to the second point, because I did already address the issues around TFSAs. But in terms of this question of infrastructure, is infrastructure good for the next generation? Well, of course, infrastructure is used over an extended period of time. But the issue is that the next generation will have to invest in new infrastructure. We won't ever stop needing to spend money on infrastructure. We have to spend on it now for the future, but future generations will have to continue to spend money on the maintenance of existing infrastructure and on new infrastructure. The analogy is made by some, well, wouldn't you go into debt to get a mortgage because you're going to use your house for a long time? Well, if you had to buy the equivalent of a house every single year, you probably wouldn't take out a mortgage, because if you took out a mortgage, you wouldn't have money to buy the house in the next year and the next year and the next year. That's kind of where the analogy falls down. But the other issue with the government's budget, and I encourage Canadians to look at the chart on page 91 of the budget, which lays out sort of what is infrastructure, because the debt that the government is accumulating here, much of it is not for traditional infrastructure. It's not for building that bridge or road that's going to exist for a long time. So much of it is for, childcare is even included in that page 91 grid on infrastructure. Now, I think, obviously, taking care of your children is important. I think there's a role for government in terms of providing direct support to parents, at least for childcare. But I don't think that that's infrastructure.
I know we have 10 minutes for questions and comments, but I do note there's other members interested in posing questions. Questions and comments? Well, at least one member. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly agree with the member that any debt that is spent in infrastructure really should follow an economic framework of whether or not it makes our society more productive. It shouldn't just be simply money out the door and hope that we will see a proper return. If the member could maybe discuss the importance of making sure that there's good value for taxpayer money, and maybe give some thoughts about what things he will be looking at as the government moves forward on its plans in this area.
A member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
I thank the member for his question. I'll try not to take up the rest of the 10 minutes with my response, Mr. Speaker. Members know me not to be too verbose in this House, I'm sure. Now, and I heard the member for Winnipeg North laugh to that, which is particularly funny. But with regard to the point about getting taxpayers value for money, I think this is particularly important that we ensure that when we talk about something being infrastructure, that it actually is infrastructure. Not because there aren't important things we should spend money on that are outside of the category of infrastructure, but because there are specific economic arguments that one could make for deficit in the context of infrastructure that simply don't apply in other cases. The government is spending far more this year in terms of their deficit than their total spending on infrastructure. So it's pretty clear that there is a disconnect here. Again, as I was saying as we wrapped up, childcare just isn't infrastructure. Now, I want to just quickly come back to the Parliamentary Secretary's question about lower income people not having money to put in their TFSAs. Well, again, I think some Canadians who are on the lower income end work very hard to save that much. It may not be most that can approach that maximum, but even someone who would have saved $6,000 or $7,000 a year is losing out because because of reducing the cap. But more to the point, those wealthier Canadians, as I explained in my speech in some detail, are more likely to use RRSPs as opposed to TFSAs for a saving vehicle. And we should do everything we can to expand TFSAs precisely because of the sort of differential positive impacts on those who are at the middle and lower income end.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member it wasn't me that was laughing at the member. I'd say that right at the onset. But, Mr. Speaker, it's with pride I stand today to comment on Bill C2 and stand in a special shirt with a unique-looking tie, I must say, in celebration of Ukraine heritage. But that's not the reason why I'm standing, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing because of Bill C2 and to pose a question to the member with respect to the fact that this is an implementation bill that ultimately is going to see thousands, in fact millions of Canadians get a tax cut. Now, I say it in that fashion because Conservatives that I have known over the years, generally speaking, vote in favor of tax cuts. And the types of tax cuts that we're giving are going to see to Canada's middle class. We're talking teachers, firefighters, factory workers, healthcare providers. These are Canada's hard-working middle class, and they're getting a substantial tax cut, hundreds of millions of dollars of tax cuts. My question to the member is, can he explain to all those middle-class workers that I just finished highlighting as to why the Conservative Party is voting against giving them a tax break, Mr. Speaker? And he needs to recognize he's also, or the member or the Conservatives is also voting against giving a special tax increase to those that make in excess of $200,000. This is a bill that's going to ensure more income equality. Why would he vote against it?
For Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the interventions from my friend across the way. Well, let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, that this is a tax change. It's a tax cut for some, and increase for others. But the government isn't clear on who the some and who the others are. If you like, it's robbing Peter to say Paul without a great degree of clarity about which one is Peter and which one is Paul. Because those making less than $45,000 a year are more likely to use TFSAs, are worse off under this measure. Future generations are worse off under this measure. So the Parliamentary Secretary, we're all going to vote on this at some point, and the Parliamentary Secretary needs to be clear about who the benefits go to. Yes, if you are someone making $100,000 a year, and you're not using tax-free savings accounts, then you're a bit better off. But if you're somebody who is in the middle of that bracket using a TFSA, if you're someone who's on the low end, you're definitely not better off. You're either worse off or neutral. But if you're on that low end, you're definitely not better off. So I think that when you're having these kind of tax changes, you're reducing some and raising other taxes, you need to have a clear idea of what you're doing. And you need to have a clear idea why, rather than simply shifting things around, perhaps arguably just for the sake of shifting them.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-229, Life Means Life Act, standing in the name of Mr. Liepert.
Mr. Liepert, seconded by Mr. Trost, moves that Bill C-229, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, life sentences, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak to the bill that you mentioned, C-229, which would amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Before I outline my reasons for bringing this bill forward, I want to make a few general comments, and they're to primarily the members of the opposition, who I'm sure when speaking to this bill are likely to say, well, this is just another approach to legislation by a hard right-wing Tea Party Conservative member. But I want to say to those members, Mr. Speaker, that I supported Bill C-14 at second reading, and in all likelihood will support the bill at third reading. I will be supporting Bill C-16 because I believe all Canadians should be treated with equality, and frankly, it is the motivation behind proposing this legislation, which I will explain in a moment. First, I'm sure we can all agree that Canada has a reputation as a peaceful country of compassionate neighbours who live in relative comfort and security. We are fortunate that as a country our crime rates are low and that we are generally able to walk our streets without fear. However, we must also acknowledge that there are some in our country who seek to do harm. There are some individuals who do not respect our values of peace and compassion. These individuals seek to harm others and make us feel unsafe in our homes and on our streets and in our communities. In our country, we perceive that people are innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that principle should never change. However, when someone is proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of heinous crimes such as multiple murders or murders which are so brutal that they upset us to even hear about them on the evening news, that person must be seriously punished for his or her actions. When a life is taken in such a manner, the victims' families and loved ones are in essence given a life sentence with no chance of ever seeing that loved one again. In the past 10 years, the Conservative government has introduced and passed over 60 substantive pieces of legislation to help keep criminals behind bars, to protect children, to put the rights of victims ahead of criminals, and to crack down on drugs, guns, and gangs. I want to highlight some of the Conservative government's justice accomplishments. They include the Serious Time for the Most Serious Crime Act, Tackling Violent Crime Act, the Victims' Bill of Rights Act, Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, Safe Streets and Communities Act, Abolition of Early Parole Act, Drug-Free Prisons Act. Mr. Speaker, the most serious offence in the Criminal Code is murder. First-degree murder, murder that is planned and deliberate, carries a mandatory penalty of life imprisonment with an ineligibility for parole for 25 years. Murders that are not planned and deliberate carry the same penalty, where they are committed in certain circumstances, including where they involve the killing of a police officer or sexual assault. Through previous legislation, the Conservative government strengthened penalties for murder, including eliminating the faint hope clause, which allowed a murderer to apply for parole after 15 years, and enabling consecutive periods of parole ineligibility for multiple murderers so that they no longer receive a sentencing discount. Today, I'm introducing the Life Means Life Act to ensure that the most heinous criminals would be subject to mandatory life sentence without parole. The Life Means Life legislation will ensure that offenders who are convicted of the most heinous murders or those who are convicted of high treason will be imprisoned for the rest of their natural lives with no access to parole. Now, this will include murders involving sexual assault, kidnapping, terrorism, the killing of police officers or corrections officers, or any first-degree murder that is found to be of a particularly brutal nature. The Life Means Life Act will amend the Criminal Code to make a life sentence without parole mandatory for the following crimes: first-degree murder that is planned and deliberate and that involves sexual assault, kidnapping or forcible confinement, terrorism, the killing of police officers or corrections officers, or conduct of a particularly brutal nature, and high treason. The Act also gives courts the discretion to impose a sentence of life without parole for any other first-degree murder, where a sentence of life without parole is not mandatory, and second-degree murder where the murderer has previously been convicted of either a murder or an intentional killing under the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act. The law allows a criminal serving life without parole to apply for exceptional release after serving 35 years. This application would be made to the Minister of Public Safety, and the final decision would rest with Cabinet. The families of the victim will be able to provide input before any decision, and this is consistent with the traditional approach to granting clemency and addresses legitimate constitutional concerns. Now, Mr. Speaker, I recognize that some of my colleagues will object to this bill. They will say it is wrong to lock up someone for life because they can be rehabilitated. And to them I say, no amount of rehabilitation can bring back the victims of a murder. No amount of rehabilitation can bring back the stolen birthdays, holidays, and special moments in that victim's life. No amount of rehabilitation can bring back that victim to their family. I believe Canadians will largely agree that some crimes should result in the murderer never walking free again. The victims of these murders deserve nothing less. And as I said at the outset of my remarks, some of my colleagues will say this is just another conservative, tough-on-crime bill. Well, I am a conservative, and this does fit the definition of tough on crime. And similar laws already exist in the United States, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and in Australia. These governments have found similar measures to protect victims and their families. So, Mr. Speaker, to those who would call this bill another conservative, tough-on-crime bill, I would say to them, they are right. As mentioned earlier, when in government, our party introduced a series of measures to restore the balance between the rights of the criminal and those of the victim's family. I believe this bill is the final piece of the Conservative efforts to ensure that scales of justice in the future are never tipped in favour of those who commit heinous crimes at the expense of the family of the victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Two questions for the Honourable Member. He indicates that this bill is designed to ensure that those that commit the most serious crimes do not walk the streets. We already have a mechanism for that. It's called the dangerous offender designation. Perhaps he could explain why that's inadequate to address the problem that he seeks to address through this private member's bill. Also, there's a provision in the bill that allows for an application to the Minister of Public Safety after 35 years and for a determination to be made by the Cabinet, as opposed to the current system, which has that designation made by trained professionals at the Parole Board. Now, we do have an eminently qualified Cabinet. But what is it about the Parole Board that makes them uniquely unqualified to deal with the most serious cases?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the first part of the question relative to a dangerous offender, it seems to me that that it's easier said than done to declare someone a dangerous offender. I've seen numerous situations where application has been made to have someone claimed a dangerous offender, and it's unsuccessful. This is pretty straight and clear as to what the rules would be, what the direction would be to the courts, and I think that having it written in law is more fair to the victims' families, and for that reason I believe that this bill is warranted. Relative to the Parole Board, you know, I think one of the things that that in determining how this special circumstances would apply, at the end of the day, the elected official, the Minister of Public Safety, and ultimately the Cabinet are responsible to Canadians. They are elected by Canadians and they have a responsibility to Canadians. Now, I'm not trying to say that the Parole Board does not work well and does not take all of these considerations into account. But at the end of the day, the Parole Board is not reportable to anyone. In other words, they are not elected by Canadians, and so I would prefer that it would be those who are elected by Canadians who would make this special circumstances exception.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I don't share the same values, though, as he expressed in his opinion. So I would like to ask him a question. Why is he introducing a bill like this when a number of bills that the Conservatives brought in were declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada. Why is he using that approach when it's clear it doesn't work?
Well,
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. I suppose that if you believe in something, and I believe that many of us on this side of the House do believe that this is the type of legislation that is required, there may have been certain circumstances where particular legislation may not have been deemed constitutional by the Supreme Court. That should not stop us from doing what we believe Canadians believe is what we were elected to do, and that is to bring in legislation that we feel strongly, in this particular case, through a private member's bill, I feel very strongly about protecting the rights of victims of families who have gone through a traumatic experience with a crime of heinous nature.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for all the work that he's done on his private member's bill and how hard he's worked on bringing this forward. But for some of the comments from our colleagues across the floor, I think they're missing the point that this is something that we're going to put forward, trying to put forward for victims' families. And I would like my colleagues to talk about the impact that the families of the victim have by having to go through a parole process time after time after time, and it forces them to relive this nightmare time after time after time. This bill will protect them from having to go through the nightmare of losing a loved one. Can he please talk about the impact of not having to go through that parole process?
Honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, thank you, my honourable colleague, because that is exactly something that this bill will put to rest to a large degree for the victims, families of victims. We see it happening every day. We see how traumatic it is when the family has to go through the court process and provide victim impact statements. I have not, thankfully, had to be involved in this kind of a situation, but I can't imagine how difficult that must be. And then, frankly, to have to face that particular situation and sometimes continue to relive it and maybe face the criminal in terms of the parole process. This makes it very much an end decision so that the families of victims can move on with their lives and not have to worry about going through that process time and time again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-229, which aims to change the law concerning life sentences for the most serious offenders. Bill C-229 proposes mandatory and discretionary sentences of life without parole for certain murders. Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill. C-229 is nearly identical to former Bill C-53, the Life Means Life Act, which was introduced by the previous government on March 11, 2015. That bill died on the order paper with the dissolution of Parliament. The bill would change the existing criminal law in three ways. Firstly, it would make imprisonment without parole mandatory for high treason, for planned and deliberate murder if committed during a sexual assault, kidnapping, or terrorism offence, or where the victim is a police officer or correctional officer, or if committed in a particularly brutal way. Secondly, the bill would provide judges with the ability to impose a life sentence of imprisonment without parole for any other first-degree murder, as well as for any second-degree murder where the offender was previously convicted of murder or of an intentional killing under the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act. Finally, the bill would amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide that an offender sentenced to life imprisonment without parole may apply for an executive release by the Governor and Council after having served 35 years in custody. If released by the Governor and Council, the offender would be subject to conditions similar to parole conditions, and the offender's sentence would continue to be administered under the jurisdiction of the Correctional Service of Canada and the Parole Board of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we agree that public safety is of paramount importance. However, I am not convinced that the measures contained in the bill would actually result in increasing public safety. Our government made a commitment to use evidence in our decision-making, and there is precious little of it which stands to support this bill. The amendments contained in Bill C-229 would be unprecedented in Canadian law. They are also, in my view, unnecessary. I agree that the most serious offenders, murderers, should be dealt with accordingly by the criminal law. I can also confidently say that the most serious offenders, in fact, are dealt with accordingly by the criminal law. Our judiciary and the Corrections Service already possess the tools necessary to ensure the most serious offenders will not be released from custody, specifically in the form of a dangerous offender designation. This bill would seek to limit the discretion of our judiciary and correctional service. That is not something I can support. While it is true that some individuals may eventually be released from prison, this would only happen after their application has been carefully reviewed by the Parole Board of Canada. In addition, those that are released have lifelong restrictions placed on their liberty and may be reincarcerated if they breach a condition of their release. I believe that our current system works effectively, and I have confidence in the ability of the Parole Board of Canada to make appropriate decisions taking into account all relevant circumstances. So I question why these changes would be required. Indeed, for that group of offenders who, under the current regime, would benefit from rehabilitation and gradual reintegration into society, Bill C-229 would require them to stay in jail longer. Mr. Speaker, this bill only favors punishment for punishment's sake and does not meet our other sentencing objectives, including, for example, rehabilitation. I don't believe that Canadians would accept such an approach. I also have concerns about the constitutionality of this bill, and I'm not alone in this view. Stakeholders, including the Elizabeth Fry Society, have raised questions not only about the bill's constitutionality, but also whether its measures are even required. Our government has indicated repeatedly the importance of respecting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and ensuring that our work is consistent with it. Supporting this legislation would not be in keeping with that commitment. It should be noted that the Liberal Party has consistently opposed the measures contained in this bill, including when it was introduced as the former government's Bill C-53. At that time, we noted our objection to the proposed introduction of a new regime that would require an offender to submit an application to the Minister of Public Safety for executive release by the Governor and Council after serving 35 years of their sentence, rather than to the Parole Board of Canada. Others raised similar concerns about Bill C-53, including the Canadian Bar Association and the John Howard Society. These stakeholders were of the view that Bill C-53's proposed measures, which are replicated in Bill C-229, would not improve public safety, and that there is no evidence that offenders convicted of serious crimes are paroled unjustifiably. Some stakeholders, when discussing Bill C-53, also noted that excessively long periods of incarceration that eliminate the prospect of offender rehabilitation are destructive to offenders' physical and mental health and fail to properly balance principles of punishment with those of rehabilitation and reintegration. These principles are a core part of our corrections philosophy. Nothing in Bill C-229 would address these concerns. To be fair, some stakeholders may support the objectives of Bill C-229 if they believe it would protect society by keeping violent or dangerous criminals in custody for longer periods. However, as I have already said, the most serious offenders who would be caught by this bill would already be unlikely to ever be released, given the public security risk they pose. I would also like to point out the concerns that I have with respect to the impact that Bill C-229 may have on Indigenous peoples. As you know, the government has recently put forward Canada's new position with respect to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Persons. The government has made clear its commitment to change the relationship between Canada and the Indigenous population. We know that there is an over-representation of Indigenous peoples in federal custody for a multitude of reasons. I'm concerned that Bill C-229 would do nothing to address this problem. I do not believe we should be advancing initiatives such as Bill C-229 at a time when crime rates continue to decrease and the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in prison continues to persist. The government has signaled its intention to comprehensively examine the current state of the criminal justice system, and I am hopeful that this issue will be examined thoroughly. It is an issue which demands attention and, more importantly, action. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to oppose Bill C-229. Its proposals are ideologically driven, not supported by available evidence, and would do nothing to improve public safety. It would further limit the discretion of the judiciary and is not the kind of legal reform we need in this country. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It's always a pleasure to represent the people of my riding of Jonquière. I want to say that the issues around the economy in my region are of particular concern to me. Unfortunately, the government is dragging its feet on issues such as protecting jobs in the forestry sector, helping our farmers deal with dye-filtered milk, and no measures to improve access to employment insurance in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region. But today we are debating Bill C-229, which amends the criminal code dealing with corrections and criminal and conditional release. I want to be clear. The NDP is opposed to the bill at second reading. There are many reasons that the Canadian public decided that the Conservatives should no longer be in government. This bill is done without really taking into account realities, rather than using disinformation and election propaganda. The Conservatives should tell Canadians the truth. That is, that in the current system, the most dangerous criminals that are really a risk to public safety never get out of prison. We think that we should have fact-based policies and not based on political games. The Conservatives have been talking about this kind of bill since 2013, but they waited until just a few months before the election was called to announce their bill with great pomp, as if they were already in an election campaign. The very day that the bill was announced, a Conservative member sent an email to fundraise and used the Conservative Party list of names. They said, "Do you want murderers in your community?" So this is another example of how politics and scaremongering are used by the party in power. That's ironic. They're always saying that they actually want to improve safety. But over the past 3 years, the Conservatives actually cut the RCMP's budget by millions of dollars. Not long ago, the RCMP commissioner said that we no longer have any money left in our budget. I think that we need to invest in the RCMP in public safety. I believe that Canadians expect better from their political class. There are major issues that really require our attention. For example, we need a decent minimum wage, $15 an hour. We need to give better access to employment insurance so that everyone in every region has access. We need to make sure that we have wage parity, and we need to have home delivery. But coming back to public safety, we need to have action on human trafficking and other issues. But instead, the Conservatives brought in legislation that really was aimed at scoring political points instead of improving public safety. We need to give more funding for public safety. We need to do prevention in order to avoid having to deal with the criminals down the line. Michael Spratt, who is a well-known lawyer, said that putting someone in prison for life is an admission of failure because prisons are warehouses in this perspective, and people can't be rehabilitated, that society is really based on the law of the jungle, and we should have an eye for an eye kind of approach. I can't give a speech on crime without thinking about victims. And I want to say that I am thinking of all victims right now. We too often forget the impact and the consequences for victims of crime. Their families as well are affected. They have always been at the heart of the NDP's concerns.
That's why we highlight, as we do, the significance of establishing genuinely effective policies to ensure public safety. Conservatives need to do a little more research before introducing their bills or presenting their bills. In the current system, the most dangerous criminals, who are the most dangerous to public safety, don't ever come out of jail. And that's why reforming the sentencing system should focus on improving public safety and improving financial resources available, rather than playing or formulating unconstitutional bills. My colleagues in the opposition should know that it's up to the Attorney General to ensure that government bills are constitutional. Yet once again, Conservatives are introducing a bill that will probably be challenged in the courts. Many of them in the House, many of those listed in the House today were judged unconstitutional by the courts. But I still wonder whether my Conservative colleagues are complying with the principle of constitutionality or the principles of the division of powers. We are still in a democracy, but sometimes I have the impression, all too often, that they don't really believe in it. So I'll put the question at the outset, and then I'll leave it up to my colleagues to respond. Do you believe that it is important for parliamentarians to introduce constitutional bills? There, Mr. Speaker. I will leave my colleague the opportunity to answer a question that I consider simple but very important. I believe that it's paramount for us to have public policies that rest on facts and that are in compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as with the Canadian Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this House to support Bill C-229, introduced by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Signal Hill. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-229 recognizes that there are some crimes that are so serious and so heinous that the only appropriate sentence is life imprisonment without the eligibility for parole. Mr. Speaker, it is a truism that anyone who is convicted of murder has committed a deplorable act worthy of severe sanction. At the same time, it is also a truism that not all murderers are equal. And yet, under the criminal code, all persons convicted of first-degree murder are treated equally. Mr. Speaker, proportionality is an important principle in sentencing, and yet, under the criminal code, no allowance is made for proportionality when it comes to those convicted of first-degree murder. Take someone who plans and deliberates upon a murder, that is, and commits the murder. That would be the classic case of first-degree murder. And that person under the criminal code would face a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years behind bars. Then take someone who not only plans and deliberates upon a murder, but in the course of that murder commits other serious crimes, crimes such as crimes of domination. Mr. Speaker, under the criminal code, that individual would be subject to the same sentence, notwithstanding the presence of aggravating factors. Mr. Speaker, in order to maintain public confidence in our justice system, it is important that the punishment fit the crime. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-229 seeks to enhance public confidence in our justice system by rationally providing a more severe sentence for the most serious of crimes, including the most serious of first-degree murders. Mr. Speaker, there are some who say that, quite frankly, Bill C-229 is not charter compliant. And while I acknowledge their arguments, and there are arguments in favor of that position, I would submit that looking at the case law, that Bill C-229 is very likely charter compliant. And while, Mr. Speaker, there is not sufficient time in the relatively short time that I have to speak on this bill in terms of the case law, I would note the Luxton case of the Supreme Court of Canada. In that case, Luxton, who was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without eligibility for parole for 25 years, challenged his sentence. And he challenged his sentence on the basis of Section 7 of the Charter, life, liberty, and the security of a person, and Section 9 of the Charter, arbitrary detention, and Section 12 of the Charter, cruel and unusual punishment. And in a unanimous decision of the Supreme Court, Luxton's sentence was upheld. And not only was Luxton's sentence upheld, the Supreme Court pronounced that it is within the prerogative of Parliament to treat the most serious of offences with the appropriate degree of severity in order to maintain a rational sentencing regime. Mr. Speaker, that is precisely what Bill C-229 provides by rationally providing a harsher sentence for the most serious of murderers and other criminals. Mr. Speaker, in Luxton, I should also note that the Supreme Court of Canada recognized that the criminal code provides sensitivity to each individual offender. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-229 also provides sensitivity to each individual offender, inasmuch as it provides that anyone who is convicted and sentenced to life in prison without eligibility for parole does have an opportunity to apply for executive parole after 35 years. Mr. Speaker, that is a recognition that, yes, there may be certain cases where, even in the most serious of crimes, parole is appropriate. but only after an extended period of incarceration and rationally a longer period of time, having regard for the particularly serious nature of the offense that the individual would have been convicted with. So, Mr. Speaker, what Bill C-229 does do, however, is it ends this circus of mandatory parole reviews every 2 years for the most serious of first-degree murderers. You know, right now, if you're convicted of first-degree murder and you're thrown in jail for life without eligibility of parole for 25 years, after 25 years you may apply for parole, and if your parole application is turned down, every 2 years there is a mandatory parole eligibility review. Bill C-229 puts an end to that. It puts an end to families having to go year after year, every 2 years, to these hearings where the horrors of the crimes inflicted upon their loved one are relived, no matter how unrepentant the killer may be, and no matter how unsuitable for release the killer may be. Mr. Speaker, there are those who say, well, you know, Bill C-229 is just too tough. It's just too tough. I say, Mr. Speaker, tell that to the victims' families. Tell that to Sharon Rosenfeld, whose son was brutally murdered by Clifford Olson. Ms. Rosenfeld supported Bill C-53. She supports life means life. And in so doing, she has said, you know, after almost 40 years, that the impact that the crimes of Olson have had on her and the Rosenfeld family never go away. They live with that family every single day. Indeed, the sentence that Olson imposed on the Rosenfeld family, as Rosenfeld says, is tantamount to a life sentence. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that then so too should the sentence for the killer be a life sentence. Mr. Speaker, very clearly, in some cases, life must really mean life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Pass the water. Water. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise today to address what I know is an important issue in the minds of many individuals dealing with the broader issue of crime. I look at C-229, and what I see in it is a flashback to the Conservative government. And for those, and I know a number of them that are here today, will reflect on Bill C-53. And I can recall, Mr. Speaker, right offhand, that there was a great deal of fanfare about C-53 because it fit the Conservative mold, or their whole tough-on-crime approach to politics. And it's an impressive image which you just gave me. But, you know, it is something which is actually tried to portray on numerous occasions from the Conservative Party. I won't attempt to do that image, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is something that is consistent with Conservatives. They like to cater to that group of individuals by saying, we are Conservatives and we are tough on crime. And, Madam Speaker, I wish that they would develop that same attitude in terms of being tough on preventing crimes. And that is something in which they really have failed at, Mr. Speaker. Because if you take a look and you talk to real people that we represent, what you will find is that there's this general feeling that the Conservative missed the mark in terms of making our communities feel safer. And to me, that's really what we should be looking for when we bring in private members' bills. Now, I see this particular private member's bill as a regurgitation of a government tough-on-crime approach. After all, who's going to oppose, these multiple murder, these convicted felons that have killed several people, Mr. Speaker? The Clifford Olsons of society. There's not very much public sympathy, even from myself, towards those individuals. But it's that imagery that really, really concerns me. And what I would like to see, and I've argued this when I was in the opposition benches when the government brought forward legislation. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that government needs to play a stronger role at dealing with preventing crimes from taking place in the first place. It hasn't been lost to me. Last night I was talking to my daughter, the new MLA from Burroughs, and today, I understand, was her first day in question period. And the issue she chose to talk about was the issue of crime. She wanted to highlight what she believed was important to deal with crime in the communities. And, Mr. Speaker, I think in the door knocking that we did together, both in the federal election and the provincial election, that we realized very clearly, as I have over the years, that you can talk about education, you can talk about health care, but there's a common issue that people, no matter what political party they're inclined to support or whichever candidate they're inclined to support, their concern always is there for crime and safety in their communities, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why when I look at government legislation or I look at opposition private members' bill, one of the first things that I try to look at is this legislation going to have a positive impact on making the communities in which we live in, our neighborhoods, and as elected officials, the people that we represent, is it going to make those communities a safer place to be? Now, I look at this legislation, and I think the parliamentary secretary to the minister was quite accurate when he talked about the issue of dangerous offenders, designated dangerous offenders, that is already within our system. So if you have, the Clifford Olsons and others, Mr. Speaker, that are there, that are getting that designation, in good part, this private member's bill somewhat becomes redundant. Not completely, but somewhat, Mr. Speaker. That this bill is not going to do anything to discourage crime from taking place on our streets. At least I don't believe that. I would be interested in hearing from the member or the sponsor if he believes that there's going to be less crime as a direct result of this legislation. In fact, what I thought was interesting in the bill is the fact that the government or the Conservatives are in fact aware that there is a constitutional component when you say life for life, or a charter-related issue in regards to can, in fact, you make that sort of a proclamation and put it in the form of legislation? Would it, in fact, be challenged in the courts? And the short answer to that is yes, it would be challenged. And so what was the Conservative Party's idea to prevent that from taking place? Well, they said, well, after, I believe it's 35 years, then the individual can then appeal it, not to the parole board, but to the government of Canada, in particular, the cabinet. So they're saying that the parole board, the individuals that we believe have the expertise, I'm fairly confident in their abilities, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why they've actually been appointed to parole boards. That's why we have parole boards, because they offer a sense of professionalism and expertise that members of a cabinet or members of parliament might not necessarily have collectively anyway, Mr. Speaker, possibly some contributions towards that expertise. But in terms of the whole review process, is there more confidence in the cabinet or a review panel, Mr. Speaker, of professionals? And I would suggest to you, after 35 years, because that's in essence what the private member's bill is alluding, after 35 years of incarceration, well, then they would be able to go to a cabinet. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that is, in fact, the best way to go. I can understand the politics of making that suggestion, just like I can understand the politics of why it is that I believe that we have this particular private member's bill before us today, Mr. Speaker. Now, I don't know if it's out of frustration that the private member has in terms of that the government failed in its attempt to materialize on the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to assume that it is. That you have certain members of the Conservative caucus that believe that the government's inability to pass C-53 or to get the work that they were hoping to get done on C-53 was in fact incomplete, that this is that regurgitation in the form of a private member's bill. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to think that, because we know and appreciate the efforts of all members and the time and energy that they put into bringing forward private members' bills. And I don't want to take anything away from that at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, because I recognize on all sides of the House that there is a high sense of a commitment to the process of bringing forward a private member's bill or motion. And I do respect that, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, I would try to highlight as much as in the best way I can to the member or to the sponsor of this bill, but also more broadly to the Conservative caucus as a whole. And that is that I believe very firmly that at the end of the day, if we want to make our communities a safer place to be, that they need to refocus that image that they're trying to portray of just purely tough on crime. Because I, too, believe in consequences for crimes, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that all members, from that perspective of being tough on crime, that there needs to be a consequence when someone commits a crime, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, I think that what we want to see is how we can prevent crimes from taking place in the first place. And these are the types of initiatives that I would like to see more debate on inside the chamber. That's one of the reasons why I support the federal Liberal budget, Mr. Speaker, and the measures that it's taking to improve the quality of life for all Canadians. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I can't support this private member's bill because I think that it's missed the mark and that should be, in fact, refocused on something entirely different. See, my time has expired. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to share my few thoughts on the issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I'm not going to say that I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to discuss Bill C-229, but rather that I'm surprised to rise in this Parliament to be discussing a bill that's been brought forward from the last Parliament. It's really unexpected to me to see what was clearly a political showpiece introduced by the Conservative government just before the last election as C-53 reintroduced into this House. And I guess it shoots some holes in one of the arguments I used to make, having been the NDP public safety critic for the last 5 years, that these bills tended to come from the PMO. So clearly this time they can't come from the PMO, they're coming from some other place, and the former PMO. It's also surprising to me because this tough on crime agenda that the member who introduced the bill, and I've just forgotten the name of his riding, the member for Calgary Signal Hill, really endorsed the tough on crime agenda idea. And this is an agenda that's been rejected by so many jurisdictions in North America that have gone down this path. Rejected by many U.S. states, including the state of Texas, which was probably the poster child for tough on crime agendas, who realized that these kinds of bills don't work. And U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder said, and I quote, "Statistics have shown, and all of us have seen, that high incarceration rates and longer than necessary prison terms have not played a significant role in materially improving public safety, reducing crime, or strengthening communities." End quote. I guess I'm also surprised because I thought that it was pretty clear that this tough on crime agenda was rejected by Canadian voters at the last election. So as I said, as the NDP public safety critic in the last Parliament, I've had the task of opposing the raft of so-called tough on crime bills that made up an agenda for the last government. And I'm surprised to see the member for Calgary Signal Hill donning this cloak of tough on crime as if it helps promote his bill, which I think it does not. But it does clearly situate the bill among that kind of sea of bills that the Conservatives introduced that had common characteristics. And these characteristics were that they had a certain popular appeal because they were directed at horrible crimes or at deservedly unpopular criminals. A common characteristic that they gave a false impression of how our criminal justice system actually works. And then, in fact, they're bills that were largely unnecessary. They had a common characteristic in that they are singularly ineffective at improving public safety. And finally, I would say they often had the common characteristic of claiming to serve the interest of victims. And as someone who taught criminal justice for 20 years and worked a lot with victims and victims' families, I know that first and foremost what victims' families say that they want is for no one to go through what they've gone through ever again in the future. Finally, the last characteristic which almost all of these tough on crime bills had in common is that they're almost certainly unconstitutional. And cases are now working our way through the judicial system that will invalidate most, if not all, of these bills adopted in the previous Parliament from the tough on crime agenda. Whether they were harsher sentences or mandatory minimum sentences or barriers to parole, or even in the most baffling case to me was the retitling of pardons as record suspension and increasing the barriers to those who had been convicted but had been rehabilitated and were trying to reintegrate into society, increasing the barriers to getting a pardon, which would allow them to get a good job, return to the community, and support their families. So this whole, as I say, sea of laws are in the process of being struck down. And I know that the Minister of Justice has launched a review of the entire criminal code, which will also address all of these tough on crime bills that resulted either from private members' bills or from the government's omnibus crime bills. What we've seen very recently in April is the Supreme Court of Canada struck down two portions of the tough on crime agenda. They struck down mandatory minimums for 1 year for drug offenses, and they struck down the provisions taking away the right of those who serve time before being convicted and sentenced to get additional credit for that time served. Just 10 days later, the BC Court of Appeal also overturned mandatory 2-year minimum sentences for drug trafficking for those under the age of 18 or in places frequented by youth. So turning now to the actual provisions in C-229, which are really life without parole for murder when associated with certain other offenses which involve certain victims, or which are murders which are carried out with special brutality or high treason. And the very title of this bill, Life Means Life, is false. It really distorts what goes on in our criminal justice system. Those with life sentences, even if they're released from the institutions, which most are not, they remain under supervision for the rest of their lives and remain under restrictions, even if they are paroled. So a life sentence in Canada does mean a life sentence under supervision. And as I said, those who are convicted of first-degree murder, we heard talk about having to families having to go through the application for parole again and again and again. Well, they don't start that process for 25 years. Those convicted of 25 years, or first-degree murder, most often have a 25-year period before the parole thing kicks in. At minimum, they're going to have a 10-year period. And so that, I think, is a bit of a distortion of what actually happens to families in the cases of these most serious crimes. Not in the cases of some minor crimes, I will concede. There's an irony also in this bill and its content, in that the Conservatives were very intent on removing what used to be called the faint hope clause, the former 7456 section of the Criminal Code, which allowed those convicted of the most serious crimes who'd received a sentence, a life sentence with no eligibility for parole for more than 15 years, to request a hearing to allow them to have a parole hearing. And that was seen as very effective by those who work in the corrections system. But the Conservatives in 2012, through a bill from the Senate, S6, repealed that faint hope clause, yet it comes back in this private member's bill as after 35 years, admittedly longer, but it does restore a version of that faint hope clause, and I guess I find that ironic. I do believe that the courts will find this bill unconstitutional if it should ever be passed, on two grounds. One, it would be arbitrary in that what is the penal purpose? What purpose is served by this bill? And I submit there's no penal purpose being served by this bill because, as I said, those who commit these crimes are almost never released, these most serious crimes. And secondly, it would probably be declared unconstitutional as cruel and an unusual punishment. I know the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, says he believes it's constitutional, but we can cite a very large number of legal scholars, Isabel Grant from UBC as being one, and Deborah Parks from the University of Manitoba as the other, who would differ quite strongly with him. And of course, so does the trend of the recent Supreme Court decisions and the BC Court of Appeal decision, and a year before, the Ontario Court of Appeal, which I forgot to mention, which overturned aspects of mandatory minimum sentences involving firearms. So the real impact of this bill would be to ensure that those convicted of these admittedly terrible crimes serve longer times in institutions. But I have to say, we know that from what happened in the United States, that this has no impact on public safety. And of course, to note that in Canada, we now have a murder rate which is at its lowest rate since 1966. What it would do was create a management problem in our prisons. Those who think they're never going to get out have no incentive to engage in rehabilitation programs, and they have no incentive toward good behavior. And I want to quote Don Head, the Correctional Commissioner of Canada, and what he said on this. And he said, quote, "As the proposed legislation would lengthen the incarceration period for some offenders, it's possible that it can reduce incentives to rehabilitation and good behavior, potentially compromising institutional security as well as the safety of my staff and other inmates," end quote. So I think we have to be very, very careful about creating a situation which would endanger the safety of both our correctional staff, who already work in situations of great stress, and also of those of other inmates. So, in conclusion, of course, I will not be supporting this private member's bill. Instead, I'd like to see this House dealing with provisions that would provide greater opportunities for rehabilitation and addiction treatment in prisons, greater access to pardons, and all those kinds of things that might help us avoid these kind of crimes in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The period provided for a private member's business has now expired. The bill is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would posit that there is not a single airport in Canada that is more tightly or effectively regulated by its local government than the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. A strict noise limit is in place. A strict number of landing slots are available. A strict morning and evening curfew is in place. NAV Canada ensures that more than 90% of all approaches to the airport are over Lake Ontario. Contrast this to Pearson Airport or Montreal Dorval, where many of the final approaches are over densely populated areas and large aircraft can land 24 hours a day. Quite frankly, with his tweet ending any possible expansion of the Billy Bishop Airport, the minister succumbed to the very worst type of not in my backyard politics. Of course, there are always community concerns with any change to an airport's profile, but it is government's role to put in place the conditions for this type of initiative to succeed through stringent regulation or investment rather than to quash it. Unfortunately, the Liberals have opted to be the party of no rather than the party of how. I'd also like to remind everyone that the federal government is just one of 3 signatories to the tripartite agreement. While it does have veto power, I would suggest that it has the least skin in the game when it comes to the future of the Billy Bishop Airport. The other 2 signatories of the agreement, the City of Toronto and the airport's operator Ports Toronto, have far more interest in the future of this airport. If the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister is so sure that Toronto City Council would never allow the expansion of the airport, why did he have to order the Minister of Transport to preempt their process? Unfortunately, this Billy Bishop tweet was merely foreshadowing more of the Liberals' it's my way or the highway behaviour. With Bill C-10, we've once again seen the federal government act with great haste to pass legislation, while the Government of Quebec and the Government of Manitoba are telling Parliament to put the brakes on this legislation. When it comes to acting in the best interest of their constituents, I am saddened that the entire Liberal GTA caucus has chosen to remain silent and stand behind the will of a vocal few. But we shouldn't be surprised, with the member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley voting against C-10 at second reading because he truly believed it was not in the best interest of his constituents, to voting in support of it at report stage, but then indicating that he would vote against it again at third reading. We know who controls the party behind the scenes. Mr. Speaker, that member will vote for what he believes is in the best interests of his constituents only when he can be assured that he will be outvoted by a large majority and his vote has become of negligible consequence. Some good that will do. My question is very simple. Will the federal government withdraw its veto on the future of the Billy Bishop Airport and allow Toronto City Council to have a free vote on the future of their island airport?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am responding again to the question asked by the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, regarding this government's position on the former proposal to amend the tripartite agreement between the federal government, the City of Toronto, and Ports Toronto. As noted previously, the proposal would have permitted the use of any capable jet aircraft, not just the Bombardier C-Series, and allowed for the extension of the runway. As has been discussed before, in November 2015, this government determined that it would not agree to the amendment of the tripartite agreement to permit jet aircraft and extend the runway. As also stated before, the decision regarding the tripartite agreement and Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport was intended to strike a balance between commercial and community interests, environmental and cultural challenges, including the evolution of the Toronto waterfront. Again, it is being suggested that Bombardier will not be able to carry on unless the amendments are agreed to. Once again, it is misleading to say that the only issue when examining the proposed amendments to the tripartite agreement was the impact on Bombardier. The government decision to not reopen the tripartite agreement was based on the needs of the city's residents and of those who live in the vicinity of the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. This government, however, has faith in Bombardier and in its products. It has been repeatedly stated that the Bombardier C-Series is an excellent aircraft, a world-leading aircraft. It will not rise and fall based on a decision concerning a single airport. It does not need a decision to permit it, and only it, to fly to one specific airport. Not only would that be inappropriate in any circumstances, it would fly in the face of the multitude of factors and considerations that must be assessed and examined when airport expansions are being proposed. The C-Series can fly into most of the airports in the country and around the world, and it is gaining more and more opportunities to do so. The C-Series aircraft will soon be in commercial service, and it represents a notable step forward in commercial aircraft development and for aviation. As noted previously, the order received from Air Canada will help not only Bombardier, but the airline and Canada's aerospace industry in general. As also noted, it will be entering commercial service soon with Swiss Airlines. Swiss Airlines has said on its website that the first flight will occur in mid-July of this year. Other deliveries have also been announced. However, the most noteworthy announcement in the last month is that Delta Airlines has placed a significant order of the C-Series aircraft. It was announced in late April that Delta had ordered 75 C-Series aircraft with an option for 50 more, numbers that would make it the largest operator of this remarkable aircraft. It does not seem to me that the sound decision to not amend the tripartite agreement has harmed Bombardier's sales. The aircraft continues to bring in sales, and when it is seen in commercial service and its promises turned into action, I am confident more sales will be the result. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to note that in both the debate about C-10 and the decision by the minister to not approve the lengthening of the runways, the members have continually referred back to Bombardier. And I appreciate the members' affinity for the Bombardier C-Series aircraft. Like her, I look forward to the aircraft entering into service with Swissair later in the year and seeing firsthand how the aircraft operates. If the member truly does believe that overwhelming local opposition exists to the future expansion of this airport, why won't she and her government let the process continue, let Toronto City Council have a vote on it? Is she afraid of Toronto City Council making a decision that the member from Fort York Spadina won't agree with?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is very aware of the issues raised several times recently by the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. This government believed in November 2015, and it still believes, that when making a decision about expanding an airport, the potential impact on one aircraft manufacturer cannot be examined in isolation. The effect on the local residents must be considered. In addition, this government still believes in Bombardier's ability to continue to develop the C-Series aircraft and to make new and innovative products that will enhance its standing in the international aerospace community and benefit the Canadian economy. The recent orders Bombardier has received for the C-Series show clearly that this is a great aircraft, and many airlines want to use the aircraft at many airports, not just at the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in the adjournment debate tonight and to be able perhaps to have the benefit of my parliamentary secretary colleagues' vision. I was disappointed with the agriculture ministers to my answer to my question. Of course, it was only 35 seconds, so maybe he didn't get to say everything he wanted. But the Liberal government really needs to have agricultural policies that meet the needs of the future for our producers. We need short, medium, and long-term policies. This is very important for the future of Canada's agri-food sector. Decisions at the farm level are made on the basis of policies that are there for the longer term. We have the Trans-Pacific Partnership, for example, that is waiting to be ratified. If we have an agreement that comes to a final version with the European Union, it would be important to ratify that agreement as well. We need that certainty. We are fortunate here in Canada to have a supply management system. We are the only country that has both supply management system and an export-oriented sector. I am very concerned, though, by the answers provided by this government over the past few months when it comes to agriculture. I am sure that my colleague, who is also a farmer, has concerns as well about succession and other issues. So I'm hoping I might have a few more answers from my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. We heard about diafiltered milk, and we were told it would be resolved within 30 days. Well, I'm here to say it still isn't resolved. The farmers are talking about coming to the Hill. And I hope we don't get to that, because the agricultural sector has called on this government to take action. But we didn't hear from the government that they had any solutions, even when there was an opposition day that was sponsored by the NDP on diafiltered milk. So we have huge concern. We can't build a good agricultural sector if the federal government doesn't help. We need a short, medium, and long-term vision. The Liberal government needs to make sure that our agricultural sector is strong. We can't get by without food. We need our own producers to be able to thrive. They work 365 days a year to give us what is most important, which is high-quality food. So here in the House, we should at least answer their questions and help them out. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. I want to thank the member for Lévis-Lobinière for raising this important issue. I am sad, unfortunately, that this question was raised by the member and brings into question supply management, because supply management provides a high-quality production that meets our needs and that helps our producers. So how can the member be part of a party that wants to eliminate supply management? When we were in opposition, we supported supply management, and we do now. We feel that it is an important pillar of a prosperous economy. The Minister of Agriculture has had productive meetings with dairy producers across the country and continues to meet with the industry and is working on a long-term policy that will help our producers deal with the repercussions from our new trade agreements. And we are committed to providing compensation for our dairy producers in response to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We will be helping to improve production on dairy farms, as well as helping with support for help with to reduce diabetes. The federal budget includes important support for the agricultural sector, including the supply managed sectors. There is $600 million over 2 years for research and to help with climate change adaptation measures. We are providing assistance as well for laboratories in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. The government is also developing research activities that will be supported in the area of basic research by the federal government. The budget also mentions Canada's commitment to quickly ratify the Canada-Europe trade agreement, which will give access to the European community for key Canadian products like maple syrup, grain, pork, and beef. As I indicated, we are taking action to help the agricultural sector in the area of the Canada-European trade agreement. We support trade on this side of the House. We support the supply management system and producers, and in contrast to the opposition, we will continue to defend them. The honourable member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed by my colleague's answer. It was very partisan. Historically, here in the House, we have not made partisan speeches about agriculture because Canadian producers are very important to our party. We support them. I hope that he understands what his remarks actually say. Somebody perhaps prepared them, but at least I would like him to use a nonpartisan approach and talk about at least some of the solutions that they might have. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, I am a dairy producer. It is ironic that the party that attacks supply management now wants us to defend it. We are aware that compensation is important for our producers. Our government is investing to help all of the agricultural sector, including those sectors that are supply managed. And under the Canada-European agreement, we will provide help for farmers that are affected. We want to support all farm families that are working in a supply managed sector. We want to help them be prosperous now and in the future.
Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to refuse unsafe work is one of the 3 basic health and safety rights achieved by the labour movement, along with the right to know about the hazards in your workplace and the right to participate in workplace health and safety decisions. And while procedures and circumstances may vary from province to province, just about all workers have the legal right to a healthy and safe workplace that allows, and in some provinces obligates them to protect their own safety by refusing to perform work that they believe has the potential to harm themselves or others at the worksite. Mr. Speaker, all workers in Canada have the right to work in a safe and healthy environment. Over the last decade, the previous Conservative government has undone many of the progressive advances for workers that have been achieved over generations. Mr. Speaker, on February 19th, I asked the government why it has not tabled legislation to reverse some of the most egregious changes brought in by the Conservatives. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, I did not get my answer. On the health and safety front, the Conservatives used the Omnibus Bill C4 to change the Canadian Labour Code to limit the rights of workers to refuse unsafe work, and also to do away with the independent health and safety officers, relegating their responsibilities to political appointees of the minister. The bill also made sweeping changes to the Public Service Labour Relations Act to prevent federal public service workers from filing complaints with the Canadian Human Rights Commission, and also gutted public service collective bargaining by allowing the government to unilaterally determine which workers are deemed essential and therefore forbidden from striking without recourse to a third-party review. During the debate about these changes, many individuals and organizations brought forward grave concerns. Larry Russo of the PSAC wrote that the changes stuffed into a 309-page Budget Implementation Act would turn the clock back 50 years for labour relations. But no voice, Mr. Speaker, was more compelling than that of Rob Ellis, whose 18-year-old son David was killed on the job. On David's second day of work at a temporary position in a bakery, he was pulled into an industrial mixer that was operating without a safety guard and lockout. David lacked the experience to comprehend the dangers of the workplace. This is what Rob Ellis, his dad, said. We should not assume new workers have enough experience to recognize or categorize the level of danger of every workplace condition. New or young employees should be encouraged to say no to unsafe work. And when they do stand up and say no, they should not be subject to discipline if their complaint is rejected without investigation. During the federal election, the parliamentary secretary's website promised that a Liberal government would, and I quote, repeal the Conservative definition of danger in the Canada Labour Code that is regressive and sacrifices the health and safety rights of workers. So why has the minister remained silent? I simply ask the minister, through the honourable parliamentary secretary, when will the government repeal these draconian measures? Thank you.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend my colleague from Saskatoon West on her speech, and of course her great interest in labor issues. And I'd like to share with the rest of the House as well, Mr. Speaker. I think we share a similar view on what transpired over the past 10 years, and certainly with the former Conservative government. And it was, you know, Canadians weren't fooled. They understood fully that it was organized labor that was under attack under the last government. And we saw that through many manifestations, through various pieces of legislation. We saw it in an unprecedented use of back-to-work legislation, and the legislation for Canada Post, for Air Canada, those things come to mind. It was like even before those organizations were in a strike position, those unions were in a position that they could go out on strike. There was back-to-work legislation coming off the shelf to be presented in the House, Mr. Speaker. So, we saw that. We saw the absolutely Bills 377 and 525 were directed at organized labor, and the 377, we saw that the constitutional experts said it was unconstitutional. We saw privacy experts say that it compromised the privacy of millions of Canadians. We saw provinces and territories saying it impeded on an area of their purview. Constitutionally, it was their area of responsibility. So, that was what we saw. That was the table that was set in the last Parliament by the last government. And certainly what we've tried to do since October 19th and since the new minister had come in November 4th was set a different atmosphere around labor and our work with labor. And certainly with C4, the current C4, not the old Conservative C4, but
the first piece of legislation our minister had presented was to repeal 377 and 525 within C4. And so I myself, I was very happy that that was the first piece of legislation that she tabled. But over the course of my experience over the last 4 years dealing with both employers and employees, one thing that has been consistent, one message that has been clear coming from both areas, is that any changes to the labor code has to be done through an all-party, a tripartite approach with labor, with employers, employees, stakeholders, the provinces and territories, everybody involved. And they said that clearly in 377. They said it in 525. We believe that the 2004 definition that was brought in by past Liberal governments is the right way to go. But that any change in the code has to be undertaken with a tripartite approach, and I hope that my colleague from Saskatoon West will understand that's the approach that this government will take in changing the labor code. It'll be under a tripartite approach. Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments and for his government's leadership in those very early stepping out of the gate when becoming a new government and focusing on some very important legislation that for workers was important to get changed quickly. And I guess what I would say to some of his comments about the Canadian Labour Code, the changes that were made by the previous government were just changed unilaterally by the government. And what we're asking, particularly when it comes to workplace safety, is that we immediately go back and give over 800,000 workers that work in federally regulated industries, including the public service. They deserve the right to refuse unsafe work. They deserve the right to safeguard their health through a system of monitoring and enforcement by trained and neutral health and safety officers, and if necessary, a recourse to a tribunal staffed by independent decision makers. And they deserve the right to come home safely at the end of every work day. Mr. Speaker, I am asking the government to step up and step out sooner rather than later and make sure everyone comes home safe. Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and again to my colleague and everybody else in the House. The government is pledging to keep Canadian workplaces, certainly in federal jurisdictions, safe, fair, and productive. Our intention is to work with all stakeholders, with employers, employees, organized labor, the provinces and territories, to make sure that that the labor code reflects today's workforce and reflects the necessity to be safe, fair, and productive. Let me be clear that we believe all Canadians should have and deserve the right to work in a safe workplace. Certainly, our intention is to work toward that. We believe that we're off to a pretty good start, Mr. Speaker, and we hope to continue on and to make sure that we do earn the confidence of Canadian workers, not just in federal jurisdictions, but all Canadian workers. Mr. Speaker, that's what we're committed to as a government, and that's what we'll do. Thank you. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.